Well, we might have the stream started. Give me a second. The vertical stream is live. Let me check our horizontal stream. Horizontal stream's almost live. Let me try one thing. Okay, horizontal stream should be live here in just a moment. We'll give it a second to populate. There we go. Horizontal stream is live. And last step, let me hit live on TikTok. Okay, and we should be live on TikTok now. But I think we're live everywhere that we should be live. So, bada bing, bada boom. All right. Hey, thank you for being here, friends. Hey, we've got some good news. Um, unless something broke between now and about an hour ago, we should be able to have crosstalk finally between our TikTok guests and our YouTube guests. It is obviously a miracle of Doug. That seems to be the case. Nevertheless, uh, that being said, let me open the guest box on TikTok before I forget. The TikTok guest box should be open now, and the YouTube guest box is in fact open. Fantastic. Let me grab. We got somebody in our YouTube queue already. Let me grab. We've got 4 super chats. We'll get our first guest in here. First one from Texas Panhandler. Great to see you, Texas, and thank you so much for being here and for supporting the stream. Texas says, "Can you hear me now?" LLL. Have a great stream, buddy. Yes. I think we spent damn near 2 hours screwing around with the software audio today, trying to get it working on TikTok for everyone. So hopefully everything is good to go. And we've got one from the Hem says, "Why did Smokey Bear convert to Christianity? Because look at the look at the trees." Obviously, I mean, could you honestly spend that amount of time in the woods and not look at the trees and obviously become a Christian? It's just obvious. Yeah, lo-fi. I did hear that the rapture is September 23rd and September 24th. Certainly looking forward to it to get the Christians out of here. And Steve, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W, Steve. Steve says, "Hi, Justin. Would you please read the comment I left on your community page, fourth newest? I cannot join live due to slow Wi-Fi. After all, it's not every day someone pays you to ridicule their argument. LOL, thanks." I don't really know what you're referring to. Are you saying that you left me like a super comment on on my YouTube page, and you want me to debunk your argument from my YouTube page? I think if I'm understanding you correctly, I think that's what you're suggesting. From the channel, like, if I go to I don't know if you're on DZ Debates or if like, which stream you're on, but, like, if I go to my channel, I'm not even sure how to access that from the internet browser. I only know how to use it on my phone. Let me see if there's even a tab for that. So you'd have to go to view your channel, and then there's probably, like, a community tab in here somewhere, posts. And then there's a community post maybe is what you're saying? I have no idea. I don't see any like a community because I don't think it works on the web browser. I think you have to use the phone. Listen, I'm not sure how to fulfill your wish here, Steve. I apologize, but listen, I don't have to tell you. Get in the guest box and we can have a discussion for free, my friend. And last one from our friend T Maz. Thank you so much, T Maz. T Maz says, "I'm not sure if you saw my last super chat, so I'll send it again." Well, depends on how long ago you sent it because I just started OBS like 45 minutes ago. It says, "Do you think the Bible God is racist?" Thanks. Well, T Maz, thanks for sending it a second time. And do I think the Bible God is racist? I think racism is a difficult term to pin down because like we think of racism as like somebody's color. That being said, is the God of the Bible like xenophobic? Like he doesn't like other cultures? Yeah, that certainly seems to be the case. But is he concerned about discriminating based on somebody's like racial appearance? I don't think so. Does he like have huge problems with like particular cultures? Yeah, that seems pretty obvious. That's a fact. All right. Well, we had a guest on TikTok. TikTok guest dropped out, but we got a guest on YouTube. I need to get in. Actually, two of them. So let me grab the first guest on our YouTube queue, and we'll bring in.
Hello.
How you doing, MC?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. MC, are you at least 18?
I'm
And
21.
sure. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Yahweh, Jesus Christ, Adonai, Elohim.
Sure. Before we get too much further, let me double check the audio, make sure everyone can hear the guest. Is everyone hearing MC right now? I assume everyone can hear you, but I want to make sure.
Okay.
Just to make sure. The TikTok people say they can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
And YouTube should be here in just a second. They're a little bit slower because the latency on the YouTube stream. I see some yeses, and so we should be good to go. Okay, so MC, what would be then like for you the most compelling evidence or most compelling argument for the Christian God being real?
I do actually have a couple questions for you as well. Sorry. Um, but first off, have you ever heard of Rice Brooks?
R- Rice Brooks?
Yeah.
Nah.
He wrote this book. He was one of the professors that were in the background of the movie A God's Not Dead.
Yeah, I
He
don't.
has an entire book.
Yeah, I don't watch those silly movies.
Yeah, it's something else. But I do have a couple questions for you.
Yeah.
First off, do we agree that there is any such thing as numbers?
I think numbers are abstract concepts that are derived from like brains. It sounds like you're gonna immediately start on a really bad tag argument, which tries to produce some sort of transcendental category, which I don't believe exists.
No. I mean, if you actually think about it, I could have my phone here and another phone on Mars. But wouldn't that also make them one object?
No,
Why not?
because if you have a phone here and a phone on Mars, you have two phones.
Well, yeah, there's one object here and one object on Mars,
Yeah, so you have
but
two
that's two.
phones. Yeah, two phones.
Yeah. So there's two phones. You can do 1 plus 1 here and 1 plus 1 over on Mars.
Yeah,
Okay.
seems
Now,
seems like you're struggling. Uh, the concept of two is a language that we invented to describe something.
but can you tell me that there is any such thing as two of something without saying it with language?
Depends on what you call language.
So, for example, any type of way that you can communicate with me, can you tell me that there's two objects in front of you right now?
Without using communication, nah.
Then how in the world is it language based?
Because language is what allows us to describe the phenomenon or the thing that we refer to as two. So
But the objects are still there,
I'm aware that the object is there, but two is not.
but there's still two objects.
There are only two objects based on our description of those objects. Two doesn't exist.
Two is the number, or sorry, the name of the number and also the symbol.
No,
The symbol and the name,
the number doesn't exist
how does it not exist?
because it doesn't exist.
If it doesn't exist, then why are you still saying it?
Abstract concepts are not things that have independent existence. They're derived from the brain. They're just descriptions.
So, if I was a caveman and
MC, let me
right
ask
in
you a
front of you,
question. MC, how often do you talk to atheists and do the tag argument?
I just do a bunch of different things.
Yeah. How successful is this argument for you?
Well, if you understood the logic behind it,
I do. How successful is this argument when you use it?
it's derogatory.
Try this again. How successful is this argument when you use it?
I haven't used it yet.
Okay. Just to let you know, like if you talk to anyone who's been in the debate space for any amount of time, this is the least effective argument because you have no method whatsoever, zero method for demonstrating that transcendentals exist.
Well, do you believe that evolution is a origin?
Evolution is a process.
It's a process.
Yeah, that is based on factual observations. It's also irrelevant to whether or
But
not your
is
God
it
exists. So your God exists whether or not evolution is entirely true or not.
exactly? But what I'm asking is,
Well, try this again. Your
do
God
you
doesn't
think it's an origin?
exist whether or not evolution is true or not.
Okay.
So your God does not exist because the book which describes this God it claims to be truth is hopelessly errored. It contradicts itself. The God inside of the book derives contradictions within its very nature. Like you can do all this filbro nonsense and get
Have
yourself
you
to
looked into the geophysics of the flood?
some kind of a deistic God, but you would never in a million years get to the Christian God. And the flood has nothing to do with whether or not your God is real either.
Yes,
No, it
it's
doesn't.
a historical thing.
Nope, it wasn't, and also doesn't matter. Christianity still isn't true. The
So
the
if I
flood
were to literally point out every
the
single
flood
possible
the
thing that
flood
you
could
could literally
literally
look at,
only get you to the idea that a flood exists because as it turns out, there are other cultures that record the flood. It could very well be
exactly.
that the Babylonian God is real and the Christian God isn't real. Like what you can't do, even if the flood was real, and it's certainly not. What you can't do is find a way to figure out how it's tied to your God.
100 miles below the crust, there is an
Yeah,
entire layer of
we'll try this
ringmotite
again.
that
Pay
is
attention. Pay attention. What you can't do, even if you could prove the flood and you can't do it. The thing that you can't do is tie the flood to your God. I could tie it easily to the Babylonian gods. I could tie it easily to gods
Genesis.
of some other religion. You would have to demonstrate that all of Genesis is real and that your God is real before you can say your God did it.
First off,
I,
Big Bang,
because I can
the
easily
dust of the
point
earth is elements.
because I can
The
easily
entirety of
point
the geophysics of the earth is actually
because I can easily point
blood.
to other gods that claim that they started the flood. So this none of this is actually helpful. Yeah, nervous laughing's not the best
No,
look.
it's not nervous laughter, it's absolute derog I don't even know
I
how to
don't think
spell
you
it.
know what the word derogatory means. Why should I believe
Intellectually disrespectful,
when the Bible says things, why should I believe it?
based it off analogousness.
Analogousness?
Analogousness.
No, that's not why you believe something's truthful. Try again.
Then how do you explain original ideas?
Analogies has nothing to do with whether or not it's true. You base the truthfulness on something on whether or
So
not it lines up with reality. So if a book makes 100
exactly.
claims and 50 of those claims are wrong, then you would say, yeah, this book is not all true. It's got a bunch of stuff in it that's not true.
If you can
And
analogize the entirety of the Bible towards the entirety of reality, then you can understand that analogousness is based off of other ideas.
yeah, that's not meaningful. Analogies aren't helpful. The question is when it makes statements, are those statements in the Bible true? And I'm willing to bet, in fact, if you're a young earth creationist, and it sounds like you are, I'm willing to bet you believe
No, I'm actually a
literally.
13.5 billion year old universalist.
Okay, so you do believe in evolution.
I believe that evolution is a process, not an origin,
I never said anything about origin. Okay, so you do believe in evolution, which is weird that you still believe in a flood, but that's an entirely different conversation. So, how
because there's
much
200 million years between 3.7 billion years and 3.5 billion years between whenever actual life started to exist.
Yeah,
200
cool.
million years is not enough.
Yeah, that's not true, but what percentage
That
of the
is enough.
Bible would you say is true?
Everything.
100% of it?
100%.
Why?
Because it's analogous to reality.
It's not. Wanna see where it's not?
Tell me.
Like, we can start really, really easy, like, super easy.
Go
Like
ahead.
like, really, really easy. Like, do you know how to
Go ahead.
count? Can you count to 7?
7?
Yeah.
Yes, I can count to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Can you count to 8, though?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, cool. We're gonna do a contradiction I haven't done in probably, hell, over a year. Hey, how many sons did Jesse have in the Bible, do you know?
Do what?
How many sons did Jesse have? You know, the father of David?
Jesse?
Let me guess, you haven't read the book?
Jesse became the father and had the firstborn. Never the fourth tribe. Oh, sons. I thought you were talking about like stars.
Why would I think Jesse has a collection of stars?
I thought you were talking about space for a second. Sorry.
So, according to First Chronicles, Jesse has how many sons? 7, by the way.
Yeah.
Cool. Now, according to First Samuel, it says David was the son of the Ephrathite of Bethlehem in Judah named Jesse, who had 8 sons.
You do understand that history back then was based off of actual people writing it down. They didn't have absolute internet.
Okay, so sometimes the Bible says things that are not true because the author made a mistake.
No,
Okay, so the Bible says something that contradicts. Why does it contradict?
because he didn't have that 8th son.
Okay, so sometimes the Bible says things that are not true.
No, he didn't have that 8th son yet.
He did.
Not at that time when it was written.
He did. Jesse's the last son. David's the last son of Jesse.
Exactly.
So if David's born, then there are 8 sons.
They were talking about all the way
Also,
down to the 7th,
just to be
and then the
clear,
8th son was
just
supposed
to
to
be
come.
clear, just to be clear, First Samuel was written prior, before Chronicles. So you can't have 8 sons and then end up with 7 later.
Unless if one died.
No. It says how many sons he had birthed.
Okay. It
And
doesn't say birth
when?
anywhere
He says 8 sons in the days of Saul.
in the days of Saul.
Yeah. That's when David was alive. He had 8 sons. According to First Chronicles, there were only 7. The last of
You do
which
know that
the last of which was David.
do you know what happens whenever people die that have a lineage that needed? Whenever they needed a lineage, they would actually go to the brother and then rename the son that they had the original father, and
Yeah.
then that would continue on.
Yeah, that's not true.
That is definitely true.
Nah, no, it's not.
That is exactly how it worked.
Certainly not even close to true.
They literally whenever the widow was promised a brother from the original husband,
Yep, you're quoting
the brother would marry
yeah,
the widow,
you're about to fuck up
and
Deuteronomy
then
25.
huh?
I'm warning you now. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're about to screw up Deuteronomy 25 and the Levirate marriage law. You wanna keep going, or do you wanna be right or wrong?
No, this is just
Because you're about to be wrong if you say this.
intellectually disrespectful.
Why? Because I won't let you say things that are untrue?
This is definitely true
Certainly not true.
if you would look it up.
I have looked it up. Not true. Want me to read Deuteronomy 25 for you?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Suppose 2 persons have a dispute and enter into oops, sorry. Did I not pull it up? Blah, 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 blah. There we go, verse 5. When brothers reside together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go into her, taking her in marriage and performing the duty of a husband's brother to her. The firstborn whom she bears shall succeed to the name of the deceased brother, so that his name may not be blotted out of Israel. And which name does he take? I'll give you a hint if you don't know.
The one of the husband
For what reason?
to continue the lineage.
Yes, yeah.
That's exactly what I
He
said.
receives the last no. He receives an identifying marker within the tribe stating that this is the son of so and so that he can inherit the property. So this is not a son that replaces the father.
Huh.
So this doesn't help you.
So why
Either Jesse had
did we go from
7.
numbers all the way to this?
You brought it up, not me.
I didn't bring it up.
I was talking about how Jesse had 8 sons in one passage and 7 sons in
You
another
told me to count.
passage, and then you pivoted to Levirate marriage, not me.
I was prepared to use other bouts of evidence.
Evidence for what?
Big Bang, evolution, all these other things.
Oh, so yeah, you don't wanna read the Bible. I certainly wouldn't want to read the Bible either.
I literally read the Bible every day.
Does God change his mind?
Actually, he did once.
Why does the Bible say he doesn't?
Where?
Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29. I know, you didn't read it. God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. Has he promised it, and will he not do it? Has he spoken, and will he not fulfill it? And then, similar from 1 Samuel, says, "The glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind, for he is not a mortal that he should change his mind." Well, God doesn't change his mind according to these two passages.
Because he's constant.
Yeah, all in fact, if you believe God is all knowing, God can't change his mind.
Exactly.
All right. So that means the Bible is lying in Exodus 32 when it says the Lord changed his mind about the disaster he planned to bring on his people.
That's based off free will of us. Of us.
God doesn't have free will.
No, our free will.
It doesn't matter. God can't change his mind.
But he limited his power.
So God limited his power and then changed his mind and then put his power back?
No, he limited his power by making us with free will.
We'll try this again. Okay, so does God change his mind? Yes or no?
It's not changing his mind if it's based off good.
We'll try this again. Did God change his mind? Yes or no?
You're basing it off of
It's crazy how quickly words have no meanings when a Christian
no,
has
no,
to
no.
read the
You're basing
Bible.
it off of phonetics.
I'm basing off what words mean. That's not what phonetics is. So phonetics is how to sound out words. I'm asking you, according to Exodus 32:14, did God change his mind? Keep in mind, the answer is yes or no.
So you're forming the question to make it a trap.
No. I'm asking you, okay, I'll rephrase it since yes or no questions are hard. Does Exodus 32:14 state that God changed his mind?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that God changed his mind?
Yes.
Okay. Can God change his mind?
Yes.
Okay. In 1 Samuel 15, does it state that God does not change his mind?
They're basing it off of the human mind.
Nope. Try again.
No, they are.
Does it say human mind?
He says, "For he is not mortal."
Yep, and because he's not mortal, he doesn't do what?
No, for he is not mortal that he should change his mind.
Yes, he can't change his mind because he's not mortal.
That's not what that means.
Yeah. So, moreover, the glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind. This is a declarative statement saying somebody will not do something. God will not change his mind. Why? Because he's not immortal that he should change his mind.
You're using King James.
No, King James is trash. That explains a lot about why you're confused. Why in the world would anybody want to use the King James?
Oh,
Yeah, not a good reason. Because somebody told you something and you believed it. Somebody told you it was accurate and you believed it without actually checking or doing any
so I
research.
have a question.
Okay, so just to be clear, we've now covered 2 spots where the Bible says something that isn't true, right?
You're just not wanting to listen to me.
No, I want you to not pivot. We can pivot once we're getting an admission here. So, did you just see 2 parts where the Bible says things that are contradictory?
If you have an infinitely patient God that is capable of every single thing,
And nobody asked that. We'll try again. Did you just see with your own 2 eyes locations where the Bible says things that are untrue?
no,
No. Okay, so the contradiction that God does change his mind and he doesn't change his mind, that didn't exist.
that's not what I said.
All right, we'll try this again. Did
I'm
I
basing it
just
off of
did
context.
I just read to you 2 passages that contradict?
That's not how you're supposed to discern.
Well, then show me how they don't contradict.
Number one, if God is infinite in everything,
There he goes.
then you can't have a mortal changing of mind, but you can have a changing of mind in the basis of infinity.
Try again. I'm not asking you about the mechanics. I'm asking you about the statement. The statement
The
God does
statement
not
is
change his
true.
mind and the statement God changed his mind clearly contradict.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll try this again. I'll put it I'll like formalize it. Okay. So we'll do God P1. God. Actually, we'll make it more generic. We'll say all-knowing beings cannot change their minds. Do you agree with that premise?
So could you
He can't help himself.
no, 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 no.
Do
Could
you
you
agree or disagree with the
just
premise?
could you please just tell me those verses again?
1 Samuel 15:29, Numbers 23:19, Exodus 32:14.
Numbers what?
Numbers 23:19,
And then Exodus.
32:14.
Sorry, do that again at the end.
And Numbers 23:19, Exodus 32:14, and 1 Samuel 15:23.
At first glance, they may seem contradictory,
Because they
but the
do.
resolution comes from the understanding that two different systems of changing one's mind.
There he goes. All right, so give me the poor answer from Apologetics Press. I'd love to hear it.
God's eternal character and ultimate will nowhere to change.
Okay, so God can't change his mind. That's what I said before.
His holiness, justice, and promises and overall plan remain constant.
We'll try this
That's
again.
what 1 Samuel 15:29 and Numbers
Can
23:19 are
God
addressing.
change his mind being that he's all knowing?
God's relational dealings can change depending on
Can't
human
help himself.
response.
Child, pay attention. If you're an all-knowing being, can you change your mind? Keep in mind the answer is no.
An all-knowing being cannot truly change his mind,
Well,
but because that would imply ignorance and error,
the
but he can
outsourcing to
act in ways that
ChatGPT
appear
is
that bring
wild.
change to humans, because his eternal plan includes genuine relationship, prayer, and response.
Okay, so we'll try this again. Yes or no, can an all-knowing being change its mind?
In what context?
Can it decide something different than it decided prior?
In what context?
What do you think changing mind means?
In the context of relationship.
Context is irrelevant. We're talking about the ability to do a thing. If I said, "Can you bake cookies?" and you said, "In what context?" I would say, "Get the fuck out of my
So, for
kitchen.
example, if
I'm
I
not
give
gonna
you
eat your
the rock one,
cookies."
like, for example, if I give you the rock one.
No one cares about the rock paradox. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
It's an easy question. If you're all knowing, can you change your mind? Can you
Based
believe
off
you're
context, yes.
can you believe you're going to do something and then not do it?
Based off context, yes.
Okay, so you're just dumb and a liar. All right, I'm gonna move on to an adult, okay? Crazy to me that these people like walk among us and get to vote. Unbelievable. Also, don't overcook the cookies. I know the back of the Toll House bag told you to put it on 350 for like 30 minutes. You don't need that much. You only need about shave about 15% off that time. Remember the cookie that they cook after you bring them out. They have to be soft. No one likes crunchy, hard cookies. I mean, some people do. I assume over in England somewhere, but like I mean, here in America, you gotta make them soft, put some lard in there, you know? Anyways, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get on to our next guest. Master Machetier, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Doug316, for Doug so loved the world that he gave his only begotten pebble, that whosoever believes in him shall not erode, but have everlasting sediment. I- that just warms my heart to hear that, Master Machetier. I appreciate that. And Ehud the leftist is with us tonight. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted DZ debate memberships. Sorry, I'm trying to talk and burp at the same time. I appreciate that, my friend. Big W. And Nightman cometh. Great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says God's Not Dead is one of the worst movies I've ever seen, but it's an absolutely hilarious. I actually haven't seen it. I know this. I'm sure it's chock full of characters that are pretending to be atheists. I have no idea what atheists actually think or behave like. But Robin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says happy holiday. Another dude trying to think something into existence. Think and think, but you'll never touch it. Agreed. Agreed. I've never heard a Philbro give a viable argument for intangible, transcendental categories. And T-Maz says, "What's your response to the Jews would have produced Jesus' body to debunk Christians if he was really dead?" argument. Also, how's the book coming along? Actually, I'm just starting back at the book now that my son's in school, but I'm about a little halfway done with it. The idea that the Jews would have produced the body of Jesus, I think is silly because I don't believe the Jews had the body. I think the Romans were handling it, right? And the Romans probably would have threw the body into a mass grave somewhere, or they would have had it cremated. They didn't bury bodies unless it was like a mass burial. So yeah, I mean it's just kind of a weird idea, but I understand why people would ask that. But the Jews themselves, I don't think really had control over the body. Although I don't, there's some ways to look at that. Steven, thank you for the Deno super chat. Says if the number 2 proves God, wait until you hear about 3, 4, and 5. But wait, call now and you'll get a 5, 6, and 7. But be careful around 7. That motherfucker ate 9. Carlos, thank you so much for the $20 or the sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Big W, Carlos. Super appreciate that, my friend. I really appreciate all the memberships. Memberships drive and support the channel so thoroughly. And thank you so much. Also, Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge. And now we got 40 more people with access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. And Zen, thank you for the $99 super chat, 99 cent. Huge W. I appreciate that, friend. Big win. Zen says, welcome home, Justin. Watched you on AXP yesterday. Been trying to follow you from stream to stream, but you were swimming too fast for me. Do you have an internet itinerary? Love listening and learning from your explanation of the Bible. Explication? Of the Bible. So typically I stream on my place on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's my current schedule. And I leave Sunday open to stream on other people's channels like AXP and The Line and whatnot. So that's kind of the gig right now. That's what we're looking at. So that's what I would come to expect. No, I'll still jump on other people's streams from time to time on TikTok, just bump it in. But that's the goal. That's the plan. Randy, thank you for the $20 super chat. Randy says, thank you for your work. Randy, thank you for your support. And last one from our friend Peter. Thank you so much, Peter. Peter says, hey, Justin, back home now. You recommended the Oriental Museum, and though I couldn't go this time around, been there before and loved it. Seeing the tablets, tablet E of Gilgamesh were written on, just awesome. Oh my gosh. I know they've got a really good replication too of the Cyrus cylinder, which I love. It's more of a prism, but anyways, it's just a cool museum. Like if you love archaeology and the ancient Near East, like how can you not love the Oriental Museum? It's dope. And I know for people who aren't familiar with ancient Near Eastern studies, you might think of the word Oriental as like Asian. It's not actually. That's kind of a misnomer. It doesn't refer to Asian, but let me grab our next guest. We've got one guest that was waiting on TikTok, and Pink Ocean was waiting on YouTube, and we'll try to get everybody into the discussion here. Welcome, Ty.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Ty, are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in? Or multiple gods, maybe?
Yeah, I would be. I believe in the existence of multiple, quote gods, but I do believe in the Abrahamic God, the one that's described in the Bible, Yahweh.
Okay. Do you believe it that he has a son named Jesus?
No, I think Jesus is Yahweh.
Okay, so you are Trinitarian?
I would say, yeah, I would say that my own view would probably be somewhat aligned with the Trinitarian view. Yeah, I think that God the Father in the Old Testament is referring to El, and his son Yahweh, one of the later mentioned sons from a small region in and around the Israel area, is one of his sons, one of 70, and that's kind of where it starts for me.
Okay, so I mean, technically, you're more of a henotheist then.
Like yeah, that's accurate. Yep.
Okay, so you actually do believe in a more traditional model of the Abrahamic, pantheon with El at the top, much like what the Ugaritics believed.
Yeah, like El, Elion, Most High, Shaddai, etc., Order of Melchizedek, sort of stuff like that. Yeah.
I don't want to go on a rabbit trail about Melchizedek, but what does Melchizedek have to do with Ugarit?
It's because Melchizedek is of the order of El, and Jesus was the final priest of the order of El, and so that's kind of like the assumption that we have. Melchizedek is actually explicitly mentioned as a priest of the order of El, which is referring to, in my belief, God the Father, El Elyon.
Okay.
From the King Pantheon.
Okay, so you don't think that Melchizedek is a member of the Pantheon. You just believe he's a priest. as listed in Genesis 14, obviously. Okay, so
Yeah.
sorry, I was confused. I thought for a second there you were trying to put Melchizedek into the pantheon, and I was like, why? Okay.
No. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, fantastic. So, you do have some kind of a we're going to call it a mixed view of God, and that's perfectly okay. So, what would be like the most compelling evidence or argument for this theistic view being true?
I think that unlike conservative Christians and many, we could say, like the priest type Christians that the fundamentalist Christians that really don't agree with me at all. Um, Unlike them, I actually don't believe that the Bible explicitly denies the validity of henotheism. I actually don't think that it denies it at all. It like in fact, a quick example. There are other examples of this, but when Moses goes up on the mountain and he receives the Ten Commandments, comes back down and he sees the Israelites worshiping a bull. That's not just an idol. It's the referencing El, like they're worshiping El instead of Yahweh, and he gets mad because you're not his people. What the people that are allotted to Israel are supposed to be worshiping Yahweh. Those are his people,
Mhm.
and he's a jealous God, right? So he's not like he's not perfect in the way that a lot of people describe him to be. He's yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
do
yeah.
with the biblical passages that appear to be very monotheistic, like Isaiah 45:5, where God says, "Besides me, there's no other God"?
Yeah, so I think I want to be clear and say that I deny the statement that the Bible is inerrant
Oh,
and
okay.
that it's
Easy.
yeah, so that's
Yeah.
it's in my view, it's a collection of historical documents that have been transcribed over thousands of years, translated into multiple different languages, and assembled by a committee in Rome.
Shit. I mean,
Like I don't
listen,
think it's
I
yeah,
I mean, you get no pushback from me on that. I think that seems pretty obvious.
yeah.
Okay, so what would be a like a compelling argument um for this God, or we'll say pantheon of gods existing?
So at least from I did the university study on this. So I do know a decent amount about it. At least from what I've seen, is that the oldest known reference to an organized religion would be the Göbekli Tepe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Göbekli
Uh,
Tepe in
yeah,
Turkey.
yeah, exactly. And then I think the origin of the Israelites originally were Canaanites, and it's basically like a branching off of the Canaanite religion. The Israelite people were once Canaanites before they became Israelites
I
because they
mean,
became aligned with Yahweh.
I don't
Um,
disagree. I mean, again, that's just clear from history that the ancient Israelites were in fact Canaanites. That's I don't know how you could dispute that. But
exactly.
what's the connection with Göbekli Tepe?
So I'm just sort of I'm building sort of my worldview about the ancient Near East, right? Is that it's my belief that with all the archaeology we have, that the oldest pantheon that we really have knowledge of would be the Ugaritic pantheon. That's
Well,
from like the Fertile Crescent. I don't know if you agree with that or if there's other ones that exist elsewhere that you think are worth mentioning, but it seems like they all follow a similar pattern. No, it's
I
kind of
understand
strange.
that the Ugaritic pantheon is quite old. You know, the oldest Ugaritic tablets are about the year 2000 or so. Um, we have similar tablets from ancient Sumer, dating all the way back to 2300 BCE.
Yeah.
I think there seems to be a race for which one of these cultures were able to materialize writing about their pantheons first. The ancient Egyptians certainly had deistic writings going back as old as Ugarit. The
Mhm.
Sumerians seem to as well. And then you mentioned Göbekli Tepe, and this is like roughly where the Hittites were. And
Mhm.
it seems what we have from evidence that Turkey was around for quite some time maybe even before Ugaritic was developed and the Ugaritic people were up in Ugarit.
Yeah. Exactly. And the reason why I mentioned that is because I feel like the Göbekli Tepe is there's not really a lot of evidence that there was a structured hierarchy in their worship. I believe that it seemed like, I mean, with the pillars, they have like humans with fish heads and dog heads and things like that. They were worshiping like human animal hybrids, it seems like, at least to me. And this would scream, like pre-flood nonsense. Like crazy stuff happening before the regional flood, where if there was a regional flood, which I think there probably was, because almost every culture records an incidence of a ginormous flood in that area.
Right.
So I think there was some type of natural disaster, whether it was glaciation or I don't know what you want to call it, but I think it's called glaciation. I'm not sure, but basically all the ice caps melting, producing flood, whatever. All that stuff, I think, definitely did happen, and it was a result of all these Nephilim who were basically, demon human offspring running around everywhere causing havoc. And and I think that those Nephilim can be seen in, descriptions on, cave paintings and like Stone Age drawings and even, Göbekli Tepe included. And I believe the Philistines also worshipped a god with a fish head, and then they started to later worship Dagon. Yep, exactly. Mhm.
Well, I was going to suggest that maybe the Hittite pantheon was gonna beat the Ugaritic people to the punch. They have
I
a
think that's fair. Yeah.
pretty well developed idea, Teshub, the high god of the pantheon, and they do have a primordial sea monster that gets defeated as well. Like they've got some of the same stereotypes of characters within their pantheon as we find elsewhere in the ancient Near East. This is all really interesting stuff. But I guess it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm getting your argument wrong. It sounds to me like the evidence for this worldview being true relies on archaeology.
Yeah, I like to incorporate archaeology as much as I can because I think that it's really important to include archaeology. I think archaeology gives us the best insight into what was actually going on back then. And at the end of the day, we really kind of just want to figure out what the hell was going on back then, right?
Sure.
And
So
yeah.
so we've got a lot of people right now who literally believe that they have seen and witnessed and even came into contact with Bigfoot. And we've got writings and drawings and pictures, right? If our civilization lived 1,000 years ago, one would rightly conclude that there must be a Bigfoot living because a bunch of people were writing about it. I would classify like these ancient mythologies much in the same way, like the Nephilim and the fallen angels. They're not called the Anunnaki. That's a mistake. They're actually called. At one point, they were associated with the Agigi, but there's a name for the fallen angels that aren't coming to my mind. But the reality is, like, I'm looking at these ancient character types same way as I am Bigfoot. Why would I look at them as though like this was real?
I think, and you'd be that's a fair position to take, but I think that there's another layer of scrutiny that we can add to this. It's not just the a small group of people in a very reserved geographical region describing, something with hair and looks like a monkey that's walking through the woods in the Appalachian Mountains. We're talking about a widespread phenomenon.
Mhm.
This is something that people even up in the old Germanic tribes and all the way up to Norway believed that there were giants walking around. And it's a universal cultural thing that there were very strange human animal hybrids and giants, and there's just stories about it all over the place that are seemingly geographically separated from each other. Like you have this stuff in China, you have this stuff in Germany, you have this stuff even in South America.
Yeah.
So I think something strange was definitely going on, unless the claim is these stories were older than what the time frame we're talking about, and they were spread verbally from the first people who emerged out of the Fertile Crescent, which I think is a more interesting answer. But that's kind of where my mind goes.
Yeah. So, I mean, we do know for a fact that there was cross pollination between like the Mediterranean and the Near
Yep.
East, and the Mediterranean and the Europeans. So, certainly, I think there's some swapping of stories. But I think when it comes to like the idea that there were giants, I think this happened. I think these people were confused for the same reason that Josephus was confused. So, if you read Antiquity of the Jews, there's a section where Josephus mentions that there are ancient bones that have been found that appear to be from giants that now we would recognize are just dinosaur bones, right? So,
Right.
like, I could see why if you're finding like a very large femur looking bone, you would just rightly conclude, like, oh my gosh, there must have been giant humans, because what else could it be? It looks just like our femur bones. So, like, I like that's how I'm looking at the evidence. I don't see any good evidence to believe there were like literally giants. And I think from a physiological point of view, there seems to be a lot of questions about that, like whether or not it's even physiologically possible. There seems to be, well, I guess it also depends on what you mean by giants. Are we talking about like 7-foot people or like 19-foot people?
Yeah, no, we're talking about, like, people who would be my height back then. I'm, like, 6'8", so that I would be classified as, like, a giant, like,
Gotcha.
that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just very large people.
They're very large people who are very strong, like, I believe, the story of Hercules was inspired by a Nephilim, like, things like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. In Greek mythology, there's certainly an idea of the cross pollination between the gods and the humans producing like these demigods.
Mhm.
Okay, so I agree with you. I think there are ancient cultures that were known for being large. Exactly how large, it's hard to say. There was a race of ancient Canaanites, like the Shasu, that were pictured as being large in Egyptian reliefs. We don't know if it's
Mhm.
because people thought they were large or that's just how they happened to draw them. But so again, let's imagine for a second that we did have some ancient humans that were like, I don't know, 6 foot tall, 6'6" or something like that, right? I
Mhm.
guess the question I'd be have is, why would we conclude that this person is tall merely because like they have some sort of divine blood inside of them?
I think that was the belief of the time, that there was some sort of divine blood, and maybe that was something that was on a case-to-case basis, either made up, or maybe they did heroic acts, and then they were, remembered in history as, a demigod. I think that's kinda where those stories go. But I do think that there are some examples, at least, and back to the archaeology thing, I just wanna, like, reiterate this, is that um, I'm not sure how to explain why there's not a there's not a whole ton of really, really tall people in the layers that are deposited out there in the Middle East. Because you think that if there was a flood 4 or 5,000 years ago, you would be able to find those. We'd be able to find evidence of these, large boned humans and these.
So can I
Yep.
poke that a little bit?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
so like this concept of the flood to me is baffling because, for example, most of the fossils we have them because there was like rapid deposits from a flood or a shift in the water, and then they were
Correct.
buried in sediment and preserved, so on and so forth, right? So like we typically find fossils around water or where there once was water, right? So, if in
Mhm.
fact the planet was inhabited by humans and all kinds of other animals, my expectation is that at some point we should find a universal fossil layer. We should find a layer geologically that is fairly uniform across the globe that is just chock full of fossils, and we don't really see it.
I would say that yes, or that I think eventually we will, but it's likely at the bottom of the ocean. And I think the reason I was actually about to get to that actually. It was my statement was, I'm not sure where all that stuff went after this flood, but I think that it's reasonable to say that, given that there's accounts even as far east as China recalling a giant flood. I don't know how big this regional flood was, but it must have, if it did happen, it must have been absolutely massive. And if it washed away most of the humans, if not all of the humans. It depends on how long ago it happened, right? It's not entirely clear. It could have happened like, 6, 8,000 years ago, because how old Noah is, it's not exactly straight to understand how old that story is. It's definitely a verbal story, just like it was in China and India and Russia and all those other places. There's, flood accounts from almost every old religion on earth. But they don't seem to happen over in, what is modern day North America and South America. It seems to be, and Africa. It seems to be around the ancient Near East area.
I
So
agree, and
whatever it was, yeah,
I agree. I think one of the reasons why that is because there's a bunch of bodies of water over there that are prone to flooding, especially
right,
considering what was happening with the glacier melt, right? So, like,
yes,
the Persian Gulf was once not a gulf. There was settlements in the Persian Gulf, and then there was what might be described as a really small canal that only let like a stream through it. And then when the canal broke, due to glacier melt, the whole Persian Gulf became flooded, and now all of those villages are underwater. Everyone got wiped out, and in fact, the whole region got flooded. And there was another flood from the Black Sea. The Black Sea actually
mhm,
seemed to have formed because of either a break in the Mediterranean or another flood, perhaps from elsewhere. And now there's a body of water, and we've gone into the Black Sea and discovered that there are settlements around certain regions in the Black Sea that are now underwater. That being said, I think that's why we see so many ancient flood accounts in these territories is because they're in territories that were known to flood, but we don't really see them in territories that are not known to flood. But I do have one question about the flood. So, like, I've talked to other people about the flood narrative or the multiple flood narratives, and it seems to me that if there was a global flood and multiple cultures lived to write about it, it sounds like it couldn't have been as catastrophic as like what it was painted out to be, because like most of the ancient books painted out to indicate that everybody died except for the people that were on the ark. But
right.
it certainly couldn't be true if
No,
there were lots of different cultures that lived to tell about it, because it's like, well, their culture was wiped out. How did they know about it?
correct. I would say that I would say it's not accurate to say that that all of humanity in quotation marks was wiped out. I know that the Bible says that, but guys, we're past that point. I'm not. I'm acknowledging that the Bible is a written down account from verbal stories passed down over hundreds and thousands of years. This is not. We're not talking about that anymore. I'm talking about specifically a lot of cultures reference a giant flood, and this likely was not written down. This was likely before the written word, so it was verbally. These were people who survived by miraculous circumstance, spreading the story verbally to other people who survived, and then it becomes this huge phenomenon through like the small survival rate. That's what I'm claiming, and I
Yeah.
think that I don't think that I exactly disagree with everything you said, but I would say that I wouldn't just chalk it up to these areas were prone to flooding, because it wouldn't explain the single event described as a single event and not as, a collection of events over hundreds of years. It's in all these cultures, it's described as a single large flood that wipes out a large portion of humanity. And I think that
Yeah,
I
but
think that if it was glaciation, I think that all the evidence the of the things that happened before the flood and the people that lived before the flood, the civilizations that were there, they were all wiped into the sea.
right, but so the floods are at different time periods according to all these cultures, which I think
Right.
is
Yeah.
one of the difficult parts, right? So if the cultures are listing these floods at, different millennia, then to me it just makes sense that there were multiple regional floods. And maybe I poke at this a little bit more, which I would ask, like, if in fact there was a flood, what do you think the goal of the flood would be? Do you think that it was sent by God to accomplish a goal?
Yeah, I believe primarily that it was to, destroy all the crazy stuff with the Nephilim and the magic and the witches and all that stuff. Is like apparently that stuff was completely all over the place. Like humanity was sacrificing children and really bad stuff that I can't mention on TikTok due to rules. But humanity was full of that stuff. That stuff was common, and there were Nephilim running around, and you know demon human hybrids, and magic, all that stuff that God hates. He needs to wipe all that stuff off and wipe all that stuff out. And that was the purpose of the flood, in my opinion.
why didn't God just make the other entities, the spiritual entities, in a particular way that they couldn't bone human women?
Well, I think that that's sort of an aspect of hiddenness that I could get into about how it seems like God the Father hides himself from all of creation, even though he's responsible for creation. That doesn't mean that Yahweh is the one hiding himself. Yahweh does not hide himself. Yahweh is pretty bold, at least in the Old Testament accounts. And frankly, if the story is believed, and Jesus being Yahweh in the flesh, he's very, very bold. I believe that Jesus as Yahweh fulfills the Baal cycle, which is defeating Yam, which is the storm and the sea god. He calms the storm in
Well,
Mark, Matthew, and then he defeats Mot, who is the the
deity
god
of
of death
death.
by dying and then rising from the dead after
Well,
3 days.
I think there's more to it because in the Baal cycle, initially, so first of all, Baal is the god of the storm. He's the rider on the clouds.
Yeah, yeah,
But Baal gets his ass kicked by Mot. Mot actually kills him, and then his sister Not has to come and save his ass.
yeah. I agree that there's differences, and there's going to be small differences between each interpretation of these types of stories. But I think that I don't think that there's really a way to display there's like a sister helping him out here. And I do think that it would be sort of interesting to note that Jesus, who is Yahweh, did die. So he did die in essence. So he did lose. He did get his ass kicked, quote unquote,
No,
by
I
Mot.
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I think that even though there's small differences in the story, I do think that and I think in Gilgamesh, this is about Hadad, correct? If I'm not wrong, I'm not mistaken.
yeah. Hadad
So
is the more eastern title for Baal.
I just find it interesting that that Hadad was offered kingship, in the stories, offered kingship, but he fails in his task to gain his throne,
No,
right? And
that's
that's
not Hadad. Sorry, that's
okay. Yeah, so I may have mixed up. What's the name of that one?
the
I
name
forget.
that you're looking for is
The one that fails to claim the throne.
I
That's the
know
one I'm talking about.
exactly the story. His mother is Venus. Um, he's pictured in Isaiah as Hilla ben Shakar. Why is his name not coming to me? It's a super
Hello Ben Shakar, I believe, is Lucifer, son of the dawn, son of Shakar,
well.
which is another
Lucifer is
interesting
a Latin word. There's no Lucifer in Hebrew.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm saying that was an early church father made Jerome, I believe, he made the connection that Hillel ben Shakar, which is the son of Shakar, son of the dawn, is
Mhm.
the morning star, which is Lucifer. That's the connection. I just wanted to just quick little tidbit. I thought that was a nice, funny little connection there.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a correct interpretation of what I'm saying though. I don't think that Isaiah 14 has anything to do with Satan or a character named Lucifer. I think it's riffing on the Baal cycle itself actually. It's riffing
Yeah, yeah.
um on fuck, I can't remember his first name. He's referred to as the terrible in the Baal cycle. Let me just Google
Yeah,
the
I know what you're
terrible.
talking about. Yeah, I don't remember either, but no, yeah, I think that's fair to disagree with that. I just think it would be interesting, certainly in the layout, if Hillel ben Shakar, which is the son of the dawn, which is a deity, one of El's 70 sons, actually turns out to be a morning star, which is son of the dawn, the one who rises high and the one who falls to the earth. I just think that that's an interesting parallel, if it is indeed interpreted that way. I'm actually going to look it up too. I'm going to figure out what that is.
I don't know why it's escaping my head. I've talked about it 100 times on the stream before, and it's just not coming to my head. Athtar.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
I
I'm with you.
don't know why it wasn't coming. Yeah, it's Athtar the Terrible. Although I think terrible is a kind of a loose translation of what's in the Ugaritic. But that being said, I'm sorry. I lost track of where we're at because it was driving me crazy that his name wasn't coming to my memory. Okay, so back at the bar. Okay, so the flood wasn't intended to wipe out all of humanity. It was only intended to deal with the Nephilim situation, correct?
Yeah, and the magic and all that other bad stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, because Book of Enoch describes the magic and all the other stuff, right? Do you
Exactly.
believe in the
Yeah.
Book of Enoch too?
Yeah, I take that into account. I take all of that stuff into account. I believe that all that stuff deserves an equally pernicious read.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Mhm.
certainly interesting, at least. Okay, so I have a pretty good handle on what you're saying here. I would push on one little button here, which is like, why would I think, and I could be wrong. I think you probably have a high view of Jesus, right? So, like for example,
Mhm.
if it turned out that Jesus didn't resurrect from the dead, what does that do for your belief system?
That's a huge problem.
Right.
Obviously, if he did not resurrect from the dead, that means that his claims to be the rider on the clouds, right, before the church fathers, and his claim to be I am, which is claim to be Yahweh, and his claim to have the authority to forgive sins, right? That's a big thing that people misunderstand. He's not claiming to be the Messiah. That's not blasphemy. He was killed because he claimed to be God. It's not. It's very specific there, and that's a belief that I have. That I believe that he was claiming to be I am, the one who talked to Moses in the burning bush. If he died and didn't rise from the dead, that would basically mean that his claims don't mean anything.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that. So, on the idea that Jesus is Yahweh, to me, I think it's kind of silly, but like I can't really attack it in like the Trinitarian way because you're not really a Trinitarian. But I would ask this: do you believe, for example, that Yahweh and Jesus share the same identity? So, like when Jesus was on the earth, Yahweh was not in heaven.
Yeah. So here's kind of how I see it. I know it's kind of a corny analogy, right? But I think that everyone here has probably seen the movie Thor. You know
I
how
I
how,
haven't.
how Oh, I
Sorry,
I I I'm not gonna spoil it for you if you don't want,
I
but
probably
I
won't.
could go.
I don't mind. Go ahead and spoil it.
Oh, okay. So Thor's like a cocky, arrogant butthole in, in the realm where all the gods live up in Asgard, and he's kind of a jerk. Like he loves the adoring and adulation of everybody, and he really he enjoys all the attention, and he's full of himself. He's cocky, he's selfish, all the whole nine yards. And then because of his arrogance, basically, he gets cast down to earth in human form, in mortal form, as a punishment by Odin, the Allfather. And then he sort of finds redemption by becoming immortal, and then becoming a mortal, and then becomes immortal after sacrificing himself for his friends and the people that he meets on earth. Now, that's not to say that I think that El was mad at Yahweh because he was cocky in the Old Testament or whatever. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know, but I think it is clear that if an entity as powerful as Yahweh, one of the 70 sons of El, I believe that it's likely if he volunteered to go down to earth in human form to save humanity, his mind would have to be wiped, his power would have to be stripped, and only his essence remain. Kind of like how each of us on earth have a soul that has more wisdom than our brains, but we can't access it unless like we meditate or we like really pray and um, kind of connect with that spiritual energy and the essence and everything like that. I'm sort of a believer in that sort of stuff as well. But that's sort of a side note. I think that is what it meant to be Yahweh in human form, is that he was massively limited. His mind was wiped, his power was stripped, his
Right, but
his throne was taken away, etc.
what
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out though is whether or not you're a modalist. When Jesus was on the earth, was there a Yahweh in heaven?
I think that's a good question. I would say that the concept of time is not really easily understood by humans because these beings, whatever they are, they would have to be outside of time. They would have to be outside of the third dimension, and a concept of now or when or is he here when this is happening doesn't really make a lot of sense in their view because these beings are outside of time, outside of space, outside of reality
When
as we know it.
Jesus prayed to the Father, who was he
Mhm.
praying to?
He was praying to El, I believe.
So he wasn't praying to Yahweh.
No, I do not think so. I think it's pretty clear that when talking about the Father, even when he's talking with John the Baptist and when he's talking with his disciples and when he's preaching on the Mount of Olives, he's talking about God the Father. Even though there's the interpretations about the Lord your God in Greek are going to be referencing Yahweh from a monotheistic lens, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what he meant. Because back then, monotheism was the whole game. It was Yahweh has been conflated with El for 200, 300, 400 years by that point, right? So it's, of course, the church elders and the Pharisees would believe that he's claiming to be El and he's claiming to be the one true God, when in reality, I believe he was claiming to be the Son of God in a unique sense, meaning he is a son of El, one of the sons of El. But ironically, they completely misunderstand him, and they call him a blasphemer and a heretic, and they tell the Romans to crucify him. Essentially.
Sure. Jesus was Jewish, right?
Yep.
Yeah. When the Jews refer to the Father, who do they refer to?
They're referring to Yahweh, but Yahweh
Right.
and El have been conflated at this point. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Right. So I guess when I'm looking at the character of Jesus, why would I think that Jesus is referring to El rather than Yahweh?
Because Jesus talks about the Father, and even though it's interesting with the Greek, he doesn't talk about the Lord in the way that the Old Testament writers refer to the Lord, because it's written in ancient Hebrew versus Greek. And when he says the Father, and he was preaching in Aramaic, I'm sure he's talking Aramaic, and it's written down in Greek for people to understand. But he was speaking Aramaic, and I am one to believe that when it says the Father, when he's speaking and he's talking about the Father, he's not referencing Yahweh. He's referencing Elyon.
Right, but that's what I'm asking is why would anyone believe that?
I don't think they would. I think that that's another reason why it's kind of hard to understand Jesus in a lot of places, because he speaks very abstractly and he sort of employs the same divine hiddenness that El seems to employ, and he doesn't seem to want to he doesn't want to shake the foundation too hard. He doesn't want faith to be coercive, right?
Right.
He wants it to,
But
yeah.
not a single person in the Bible ever at all picked up on whatever Jesus was doing, which means he was like largely unsuccessful in that, being that literally nobody understood Jesus is talking in that way.
I agree. I think that Jesus was largely misunderstood. Yes, I don't think that it really just doesn't fly with me. I think that if you are trying to say that Jesus is the son of Yahweh, then you're going to have to contend with the fact that Yahweh, makes mistakes. Yahweh
Well,
is,
he does.
exactly. You're gonna, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, but so does Jesus. Jesus and
Of
Yahweh
course,
both
yeah.
do.
I'm saying that when you go down that route of applying, son of Yahweh to Jesus, I think you run into a lot of problems with the tone and the tenor of the Old Testament versus the New Testament. Like you have,
How?
divine commands to, friendicide an entire region, things like
Psalm
that.
2 lists David as the son of Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah,
I
I think that's. Mhm.
I think being a son of Yahweh doesn't have to mean that you're literally like a demigod, like an adopted
No.
son.
That gets into the Elohim discussion, I think, and I think that the reason why Elohim is applied to humans and sometimes angels alike is because of a more generic term that's used in a translation. I don't think that Elohim can be applied generally to humans to imply that they are demigods. I think that that's more of a title of favor.
But it does.
But I don't think that I don't think that Elohim necessarily implies divinity, is what I'm trying to say.
No, I agree. Elohim can be applied to non-gods, it could actually be applied even to spirits. For example, when Saul brings up the spirit of Samuel, the witch of Endor says that she sees Elohim. Right?
Right. Yeah. And I think that the whole Elohim discussion is kind of a never-ending
I know.
discussion. Because people say that Elohim means one thing, other people say it means another, and there's like, I don't know, God, 10 definitions for what people think Elohim means. And I'm not one to claim that I know what they're talking about when they say Elohim. I just think that, partial to my belief, I think that Elohim is used in multiple different contexts to refer to multiple different states of divinity and like, hierarchy. Where I think that the reference to David, at least in this aspect, is, saying that David is going to be the one to put forward through the line of the Messiah and things like that.
So why did God have to kill Jesus?
I think that that question is a long answer. If you don't mind, I'm not sure if I can answer that quickly.
Is it similar to the Mormons, where the Mormons believe there's like some unwritten rule of the universe whereby people that are imperfect simply can't be in the presence of the creator God, and therefore there's like this chasm between them that has to be reconciled once they become humans, and God just can't do anything about it,
I would include that in it, yes, but I would also sort of add the fact that it's something that God has designed humans to choose, right from wrong and good from evil. And I think that choice opens up the door to wickedness, and God cannot even be around wickedness because
Okay.
it's like I think that's, yeah, we can just leave it there. I can go for 15, 20 minutes on why I think, Yahweh was a necessary sacrifice, but it's really a lot. It's a lot of Old
Well,
Testament stuff.
I think it's kind of a necessary precursor before we can even discuss the resurrection, which is if
Okay, sure.
do you believe that El the High God is all powerful? Or do you think he exists within a structure that's more powerful than him?
I believe that if we're talking about El as the Most High, the Father, the Creator God, I believe, yes, he is all powerful, all knowing. That's the reference to El, in my opinion. I don't believe that reference applies to Yahweh.
But did El create the rules of the universe?
I guess so. Yeah, you could say the rules in terms of like physics and math. Like, are we talking about like that, or?
I mean, presumably everything.
Yeah. So like, I would say like physics and math and other stuff like that. I would say yes, that does apply. Sorry, my cat in the background.
Actually, that brings up a good point. I mean, didn't Yahweh say that he created everything?
Yeah, that's what's recorded.
That's
That
not
it's Yahweh,
true.
or is it recorded as it's Yahweh?
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm saying it's recorded as it's Yahweh, but I don't
So it's
believe that
not.
that's the case. No, I don't
Okay.
think that. I think Yahweh was present because God is speaking in a way that includes someone else in that discussion. Like in Genesis, it seems like he's with somebody, and I think that somebody is probably Yahweh.
No. I'm talking about in Isaiah, where he says, "I am Yahweh. There is no other God besides me."
Yeah.
Then he says, "I am Yahweh. There is no other. I form light and create darkness. I make weal and create woe. I, the Lord, do all these things." Seems to be that he's the one who created the light and the darkness in Genesis.
Yeah, I think that's a reference to a God speaking to his people within a certain like cultural context. So I think that if you were to talk to someone back then and ask them what they think, and they said that yeah, Yahweh is the only God that exists, etc., and you could somehow explain to them the concept that, but there were others that were worshipped. Do those no longer exist, or those are idols? They would say, yeah, those were all fakes. To which I would respond, I don't
Right.
necessarily think so. I
But
think that your God is telling you
but
that
Ty,
He is the only God
Ty,
for you and not for
Ty,
the yeah.
I don't think that's the point we're on. I'm trying to figure out, did El create everything, or did Yahweh create some things?
I don't know. I think that El most likely created the universe, and I think that Yahweh was maybe partially responsible for creating humans, and it's unknown to what extent he was involved. But I think that there's definitely two people there in Genesis creating. or two entities, we could say. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So, what's the concise reason why God had to kill Yahweh?
Concise.
And keep in mind that no matter what answer you provide, it's going to mean that El is not omnipotent.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that argument. I would say that yes, I agree that the presence of sin and wickedness goes against El's nature, and that he cannot be around it, etc. I believe that. I think that's pretty fair to assume. But I would also say that the requirement for animal sacrifice in the Old Testament and the requirement for a let's say the death of a divine being, because only a divine being can hold the weight of the whole sin of the world,
Why?
would thereby be necessary in that same way. It's proportional.
But if
You know,
God created the rules, he could just create it so like a bull could do it.
he could. Absolutely. And I think that one of the mysteries is why he didn't choose to make a world like that. But
Yeah, I guess the other problem is why did God make it so that imperfect beings would be helplessly in need of a sacrifice because they're imperfect? And seems like really strange behavior for a God who knows all things and specifically knew that his creation wouldn't be perfect.
I think that I could talk about the free will argument until forever. I could tell, you've probably heard it all before on this channel, about how the God giving agency to his creation opens the door to evil, and that evil contradicts his own nature. But he has to open that door in order to offer free will and actually give these beings moral power.
No,
There's
I agree. You give them, well, some type of decision making capabilities, but I guess what I don't understand is why God, knowing what the result would be, created a cosmic rule where that because you're not perfect, you have to be separated from God.
I think it's because it goes against his own nature. I think it's kind of similar to the question: can God create a rock so big that he himself cannot lift it? I think I think it's a paradox. I think that question becomes paradoxical.
Okay,
I
so
think that God can't do anything that goes against his own nature.
God's nature dictates that he's not allowed to be around people that have sinned.
Yeah, he can't even be near it because it's his all good nature gets messy. I think that would be an easy way to put it. I'm trying to keep things short and sweet.
So what about the gods that acted up?
I don't think that you can apply the same level of free will that humans have versus the level of free will that higher beings have. I think that there's examples of that with rebellion in heaven, where Lucifer gets cast down with a third of the angels. I'm putting that in quotes because it's probably just a third of whatever heavenly beings and whatever hierarchy were allied with him.
Okay, so
And there's punishments rendered for different levels of being.
So God, because of his nature, can't be around people that are sinful, yet for some reason he can do an unjustified human sacrifice to make the people not sin. So cuz here's the problem with animal sacrifice is it's entirely arbitrary. The idea that God
Yeah.
could just execute somebody and all of a sudden now these sinful people are allowed in God's presence is one of the craziest doctrines ever.
Yeah, it is, and I think I agree with you. It is absolutely arbitrary, and I cannot explain to you why this deity chose to use animal sacrifice, because I think that there's different levels of nefesh in animals, and I think that some animals like cats and dogs and cows even, they are spirit like, but they don't have like the same level of spirit that humans do. And so I think that would be my only explanation there, is that I think that it seems in the Bible that you can't just kill an ant and claim that you've atoned for your sins. It has to be a specific type of animal, and that animal is nefesh, spirit-like, able to relate to humans at least in some way. So I think that's the best explanation I could give you for that.
Right, but you and I both agree that that rule is arbitrary. Like if God creates the
Yes, yeah.
wages of sin, he could have created the wages of sin like whatever he needed it to be. Like he didn't have to create animal sacrifice as the necessary covering for that wage. But that does bring up the next point. We're almost to the resurrection, which is that I don't think Jesus actually did pay for the sins of the world, because according to like the wages of our sin is that we die and then we're dead forever. That's the wage of sin, right?
Spiritual death. Yeah.
Yeah. So if Jesus isn't dead forever, it seems like he actually didn't take our wages.
Well, I think that his human portion did die, and I think that his spirit was subdued in, well, what did they call it? It doesn't matter. It's like the place where your fathers sleep
Sheol.
in Israelite tradition. Yeah, Sheol. Yeah, I think that he was, trapped in Sheol for a bit, and then as he's resurrected, his human body is gone, and he's now fully Yahweh. He can jump in and out of rooms, like out of the fourth dimension, etc. Just kind of appear to people and disappear, and he's no longer human, right? So I don't. I also will say that, like, his human resurrection depends on what you mean by a human resurrection. I think that after 3 days, your body would be pretty rotted, So I don't think that that's it would be fair to say that it was a fully human resurrection in the way that we would say, oh, a human. He's
Yeah.
jumping in and out of rooms like crazy. He's clearly no longer human after the resurrection. He's
Right.
clearly something else.
Yeah. Paul picks up on this.
Exactly.
In 1 Corinthians 15 talks about the different bodies of Jesus. So, all right, back at the bar. So I still don't see how Jesus paid for the sins of humanity. If the wages of the sin is that you die mortally and spiritually, and then you remain dead, and Jesus did not die spiritually, and he certainly didn't remain dead, it just seems to me like a bad loophole. Like a good loophole would be if he actually died and then remained dead. I'm like, well, fuck. I mean, it's not a justified loophole. That's an unjust killing of somebody, unless you believe he volunteered for it, which is what you believe. But the reality is he just didn't take the punishment, which means like the loophole didn't really work. It's like if I say, Ty, you owe me $100. And then somebody said, "Don't worry, Ty, I've got it." And then they hand me 75. I'm like, "Motherfucker, you owe me another $25. Like you gotta pay up. You gotta pay all of it."
Yeah, I understand that comparison, but let me just clarify my point a bit here. Is what I'm saying is, imagine you are a very high-ranking deity in heaven, right? You are the son of the Father, the primordial being of the whole universe, the Alpha, the Omega, all of it, right? And you are his son. And you had a part to play in the creation of powerful moral agents on earth. And powerful moral agents being, humanity able to choose good and evil, right and wrong. And that opens up, wisdom, bravery, all the other things that we all know about, that comes about because of free will. And unfortunately, given the free will, these agents almost always choose bad.
Right, but
Almost always.
Ty,
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm trying to figure out how it was that we're not allowed in God's presence because, like, now that we sin, we just can't do it. How does Jesus only paying a part of our debt now bring us into God's presence? Because as it turns out, I'm still a sinner. What does Jesus dying for a weekend have to do with me being a sinner?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to it. I'm just I'll get to it quicker. The point is, all of humanity chooses the wrong consistently, and this is a very disappointing outcome. And the arbitrary decision is that because this is God's creation, whom He loves. The arbitrary decision is, well, I love them. I don't want to completely destroy them and kill them spiritually. I think that they deserve another chance and they deserve redemption. So I'm going to set an arbitrary rule that you have to kill a spirit-like animal and put all your sins on the animal, and I will put your sins on the animal through a ritual, and that will atone for your sins. It's arbitrary, right? And again, I don't know why, but it is arbitrary. And then what happens is it's not enough, right? The people keep sinning, and God has to flood the earth. He considers flooding it a second time, but then he remembers the promise he made. It really got that bad between God and his people. And then what I think happened is Yahweh said, enough of this. I will offer myself as the final atonement for humanity, and my hierarchy, my place in heaven, which is very high, second to El alone, will cover, because I have the infinite ability to take on the world of sin.
Perfect.
And
Yes. So
it-
if he has the ability to just forgive the sin, why didn't he just forgive the sin? Why does he got to kill anyone?
because he's still under the authority of El. The El is the one who makes the rules, right? So
So
El says,
El could have
yeah,
decided just to forgive the sin.
yeah, he could have,
Oh, so
of course,
then
but he
Jesus'
doesn't,
death is
because it
really
goes
arbitrary. If El could have just forgiven us,
Well, I think that to say he could have, I would say he could have in a hypothetical sense, but in a real sense, no, because it goes against his nature and all the other things that we've already
it
talked
goes
about.
against God's nature to be forgiving.
No, it goes against his nature to forgive sin without a cost, without a penalty, because
Why?
there's, again, that's arbitrary. I think we already went over that. It's just arbitrary. I'm saying that it is arbitrary. I agree with you.
Just checking. Okay.
It's just something. Yeah, it's
Well-
something that El has decided he's the one in charge.
Right. Okay. So now there's a couple reasons why I don't believe Jesus died for our sins, much less resurrection from the dead. I think number one is because he repeatedly says things that are untrue about the Hebrew Bible, which leads me to believe that he actually has no idea what's in it. And no way in even a hot day in hell that he knew how to read Hebrew. So a good example, we brought this example out quite a bit. We could find Isaiah 61, pretty classic passage, that is supposedly a messianic passage, that reads, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, and to comfort all who mourn." Now, this just by itself is a very vague part of Isaiah 61. It's hard to know what's actually happening. Now, if you read the whole chapter, it seems pretty clear that this is actually the prophet talking about himself, bringing the message to the Babylonian captives now that they've been freed, that it's time to rebuild their cities and go back to Jerusalem, which becomes clear in verse 4. It says, "They shall build up the ancient ruins, they shall raise up the former devastations, and they shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations." This is obviously in line with all the rest of Isaiah, which is, well, second and third Isaiah, about the restoration of the Israelites after the Babylonian captivity. Now, if there's something in this chapter that I missed, you can let me know. But in Luke chapter 4, when Jesus quotes this particular prophecy and says that it was fulfilled that day in their hearing, well, he's just making stuff up. He misquotes it, first of all. This quote doesn't exist in Hebrew or in the Greek. And then he sits down. It says, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But it's certainly not true. The scripture is about the restoration of the Israelite people after the Babylonian captivity. It is in no way about a Messiah that comes to die for anyone.
Yeah, this is in Luke, right?
Yeah.
Luke is the most unreliable of the Gospels, so I really don't like to pay that much attention to Luke. It seems like Luke is associated vaguely with the Q source and mostly copying off of Mark. So I don't really like Luke.
Okay, so I mean, to be clear, Matthew and Luke are both copying from Mark, so you throw Matthew out too?
Well, Matthew is more heavily inspired by the Q source, which we don't know where it is, but it's definitely gone. But let's just say that the Q source may have been more reliable than Mark.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out at this point is, which of the gospels would you trust? Now, me personally, I think Mark has the more accurate of the four gospels. I think John is in an entirely different world. I think he's smoking the reefer and out of his mind. But I think Mark is attempting to preserve some kind of a memory of Jesus, right?
I agree. I agree. I think that Mark is by far the most reliable. Yeah.
Okay. So the problem we have with Mark is, first of all, there's like no prophecies fulfilled. There's a
Mhm.
bunch of prophecies about the Messiah in the Old Testament. And Jesus didn't fulfill one of them. Mark doesn't really point to any prophecies that Jesus fulfilled, maybe like one or two tangentially. And then, like, it's not even clear that Jesus resurrected in Mark, like, unless you believe in the longer ending of Mark. So, like, we kind of need something outside of Mark to believe that Jesus, not only one, was the Messiah predicted in the Old Testament, number two, that he resurrected.
So I do think that most of the reason for my belief in the resurrection is not, I don't just take a completionist view on, oh, it's better to just assume he did because it lines up with my view. No, I do think that it's subject to scrutiny. But I will say that probably the most convincing would be the fact that a lot of the disciples, or if not most of them, all of them, went to their deaths proclaiming that they had saw the risen Jesus and that they knew who he was and that his ascension from the grave was real and it was something that they saw. So it's not like something that someone told them. It's something that they saw and interacted with. So it's very strange to me that all of them decided to go do that
Well,
very, very, very quickly
I don't think we
after.
have evidence that they did, though, right? So if you read the writings of the church that include the deaths of the apostles, like most of them are like the craziest fan fiction you've ever read, like the Apocalypse of, or not the Apocalypse, I mean the Apocrypha,
Mhm.
the apocryphal Acts of Peter. There we go. It was going to come out of my mouth eventually. We have this narrative of Peter getting crucified upside down, the whole shtick everyone knows about, but like it's written way after his supposed death, and it's full of like crazy fan fiction. So there's a wizard's duel between Simon Magus and Peter, and Simon Magus is like flying through the air, and Peter zaps him down, and he breaks his hip. And at one point, a dog actually gets empowered by the spirit to give a speech, and then a baby suckling at his mom's tracts of land gives a speech. Like it's just a crazy book, and like when you reread the writings of the church about the death of the apostles, like a lot of them read like this, just like fan fiction. So like I don't know if we actually have evidence to suggest that the disciples all died martyrs. Did they still believe this stuff when they died? I don't know, maybe.
Well,
Did they like
yeah.
willingly go to their deaths in light of like, we're gonna kill you because you believe this thing? I don't know that to be the case. But I do know that we have other resurrection accounts from the time period that people heavily believed in, even up until their death. I think one of the more famous ones is that of Aristeas.
Mhm.
Aristeas was written about by Pliny, Herodotus. I think Plutarch even mentions him. And the Romans even built statues and a small place of worship for him. And lots of people, multitudes of people, claim to have been visited by the resurrected Aristeas. So I'm looking at the New Testament and I'm thinking, this New Testament just reads like the other Roman mythologies. There's a lot, well, Greek too. There's lots of people who claim to resurrect, and people even willing to like fight and give their life for. Like you probably know about the resurrected Nero and
Mhm.
how he convinced the Parthians to fight.
Yeah, first I can address your first point real quick about the disciples going and dying. I think that Josephus recorded that it was I think it was James. I think Josephus recorded that James was stoned to death in the year 62. Like there are a lot of early sources from Clement in second century Acts, like for like Peter and Paul, these two apostles were absolutely martyred in Rome.
Just Peter and Paul.
Yeah, and then I think there's another James. Um, I don't recall exactly, but there's
The
another James
the son of
that Herod.
Alphaeus.
Yeah,
James
yeah,
the son of Alphaeus, yeah.
right, and another non-biblical source cites that he was killed by the sword in AD 44. So I think that it's not too far of a stretch to think that some of the stories that might not have the best support outside the Bible could have still happened. And certainly the deaths of these 4 to 5 most likely, without a doubt, happened. And that's sort of my point. I'm not claiming perfect historical evidence, because I don't think anything has perfect historical evidence. I don't think that even the existence and acts of Constantine have perfect historical evidence. I don't think that's how history works. We have to do our best with the pieces that we have.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I don't know that we have a good account of James, the son of Alphaeus's death. And like we do know, like some of the others like came way later, third, fourth, fifth century. Like we get Thaddeus, the other Judas, right? That's like fourth or fifth century. Andrew is recounted in the Acts of Andrew, third century maybe. Philip, fourth century. Thomas,
But I will say
third,
Acts of
fourth
Andrew.
century.
That's do want to add Acts of Andrew. I believe that there's a subscript that says that script is a copy. So maybe it goes back further than that, because we just lost the original copy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So like my point though is that like the resurrection account is not it's not on firm ground as to what the disciples held to their grave, right? And I don't think that it matters though. Like even if they did believe that Jesus resurrected, I don't find that all that compelling. There were lots of people who earnestly did believe that they witnessed miracles or they encountered gods, so much so that they would give their lives for it. And so like I'm not sure like the whole martyrdom is all that helpful. I mean, even Joseph Smith and his brother were martyrs for the faith, and we would say the same for the early Muslims. There were early Muslims who claimed to witness the moon splitting in two, and heard the story of the night ride on the winged horse or winged donkey, whichever one you think it was. And like these people were willing to give their lives as well. So like I just it's hard for me to take the account of Jesus's miracles and resurrection to be any different than the other fable stories.
I know, but I think that we can hold the deaths of people dying for a lie under different levels of scrutiny. I think that there's a difference between being put to the sword because you believe something that someone told you, or you witness something yourself and are claiming a unique relationship to that special event.
Why? Because like 70
Well, because
people
like
died in the Waco siege. You remember Waco, what, 1992-ish,
absolutely. Mhm.
right? Like they were willing to give their lives for David Koresh. They didn't even witness a resurrection.
I know, and that's kind of my point, right? I saying there's different levels of scrutiny you can apply to people dying for things they believe versus people dying for things that they claim to have seen. There's different levels here. Like you could say that that uh, a terrorist who claims to know the essence of Allah, and Allah needs all of the non-believers to be killed, and he believes that wholeheartedly and goes to die for it, you can hold that at a different level of scrutiny than, let's say, Peter proclaiming to the executioner, whoever's executing him at the time, that I saw the risen Jesus, I knew him, I had a unique relationship with him, and he absolutely is the Son of God, and he did rise from the dead. I saw him, I talked to him, etc., etc.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I have no reason to believe that that account is real. Like, so
I understand.
a lot of the justification putting down relies on the accounts being all true, but I don't think you would give the same credence to other accounts. Like you wouldn't give any other early martyrs for different religions like the same credence. Certainly not for the people who like witness the miracles of Simon Bar Kokhba. There were people who fought alongside of Simon Bar Kokhba that claimed that he did miracles, even empowering his own men to grab hold of trees and pull them out by the roots. That's the power that God gave him, right? But like
Yeah.
these people went to war for Simon Bar Kokhba believing that he was God's chosen Messiah, and they got slaughtered.
Yeah, but I also want to apply the same sort of line of reasoning that I did with the previous argument to this one as well, is that Aristeas and Simon Bar Kokhba and things like that, based on historical sources, the resurrection of and Nero, the resurrection of these people is not at all held to the same standard of scrutiny as the resurrection to Jesus. Like not even close.
I mean, what do you mean by scrutiny?
So the records, the history, they differ on like the resurrection accounts from significantly. It's not it's not as it's not as robust, I would say, as a claim. And I don't think we need to go into like textual analysis of it. But
I mean,
there's the nature of the myth of Nero's return, the absolute lack of evidence. There's the story originally was claimed to be revived by like imposters who claim to be the returning emperor. Like there's people who claim to be Nero after he died, and
yeah,
they're like all over the place.
at least
Like, oh,
6
I'm
of
Nero,
them,
I'm Nero, I'm Nero. Yeah, exactly.
right?
And
But
like historians, I believe like Tacitus and other people, they basically said, no, absolutely not. This did not happen.
no, I
Please
know.
don't misunderstand.
But
Yeah.
that's my point. It doesn't matter that some people disbelieved. A lot of people did believe just with Jesus. There are a lot of people who believed, a lot of people who didn't believe. Like
Sure.
the reality is, I think the reason why people believed in Jesus' resurrection is not because there was so much evidence. It's because it was so like not even a big deal. Like people dying and rising in Greco-Roman religion wasn't that big of a deal. Like that was just a sign that there was one more person who was given divinity. So it's only special if you believe that somehow like the witnesses to Jesus had some sort of information or a story that was more credible, but I don't see how it's any more credible. We've got all kinds of witnesses for these other accounts. They just come from a different culture where those accounts were more normalized.
Sure, and I think you could make that argument, but I also want to encourage that there is absolutely a different level of scrutiny applied to both these stories. You know, the rising of Aristeas and the rising of Jesus. It's like
Scrutiny by
these
who?
by scholars and
Yeah,
like historians.
because
Like,
because scholars don't care about Aristeas.
well, sure, I understand that
Mhm.
there's a bias there for sure, and I think that that's fair. Like I said, I don't think that I can argue with you and tell you that your position is not fair. I think all history, when we're talking about things that are happening 2,000 years ago, is very difficult because there's all these accounts saying other things happened that didn't happen. Oh, this happened. No, that happened, and it's really messy and it's never perfect, no matter what situation we're talking about. And I admit, I would say that some of the belief that I have is rooted in faith. I think that some of it is rooted in study and trying to understand what's really going on with the text. But some of it is rooted in faith. I would be a fool to deny that faith does not have a role here.
Sure, fair enough.
Mhm.
So I think that Jesus resurrection rumor started just like the Nero rumors. I think there was an
Mhm.
imposter that showed up and convinced one, maybe two of them. Maybe it was Peter and Mary Magdalene, and that was all it took. I think the New Testament even anticipates this feature. Even as early in Mark, during the Olivet discourse, Jesus says, "Many will come in my name and say that I am he, and they will lead many astray." It seems to be looking forward to this idea that other people or people already have come pretending to be the Jesus resurrected, which can't see a good reason for that statement to be there unless people were impostering Jesus.
Sure, and I think there were people who were impostoring Jesus. I just don't think that they kind of made it out of their little holes wherever they were. Oh, I'm Jesus. Maybe it spread to 50 people, and then it sort of died out because maybe he got killed by a goat or something, right? And then it's just like all the sorts of crazy, wacky things could have happened in the wake of this. I'm just saying. My point is this: is with the Aristeas thing and the Nero thing. This is posthumous rumor that was based on political instability.
But so is
And this is not
Jesus's.
like, no. I disagree with that claim. I think that the origin of the claim comes from accounts in the decades following the event and not just nostalgia and political instability. I think there's a
Herodotus
difference.
Herodotus records people that are still alive that witnessed it.
I understand, but I'm saying that the nature of this resurrection is more political instead of a foundational claim of overcoming death.
Political? No, it's not political at all. Aristeas wasn't
Well, the rest
special.
of it. Oh, sorry, not risk. I'm talking about Nero. I'm talking about Nero right now. Like
No,
with
Nero's
political.
was political. Aristeas was not. But the point is, resurrection accounts were common. So were imposters pretending to be the resurrected person, and the Bible even anticipates that this is going to be the case. And like I don't have a good reason to believe that this is like the one case we should special plead for. It seems like this is just one case out of the many where there was a fake resurrection.
And I think that you'd be perfectly reasonable in taking that point of view. Again, like I said, I'm not going to argue with you on your point being wrong, because I actually don't think it is wrong. I think that you're right to apply scrutiny to all of these resurrection stories.
So let
But
me ask you one more thing, because I think
sure,
the audience is waiting for a new conversation. But
sure.
in Mark 13, the same chapter we're in, we have the famous passage during the Olivet discourse where Jesus says that this generation will not pass away until all of these things take place, the signs of the end times, so on and so forth, right? I mean, do
Mhm.
you take this to be a failure?
No, I believe that the generation he's referring to is not the generation that's living on the earth. He's not talking about the people living currently. He's talking about the age of humanity. And
Why?
I'm sort of you could say I'm sort of a believer in a dystopian future where there's not really many true biological humans left, and that we slowly get replaced by, biological androids. And I think that might be an explanation, or it could be massive nuclear war or massive starvation, massive, you know, um, you could say earthly crises like earthquakes and tsunamis and things that will wipe out a vast majority of us, maybe soon or maybe hundreds of years in the future. I think that he's talking about the generation of humans who believe in in God in that context.
Right. Why would anyone have that interpretation? So he says, when you see, talking to his disciples, when you see these things taking place, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. Why would I take this to believe that this is referring to the generations of humankind before they get replaced by automatons?
Sure, and I'm not sure that you could. I'm not sure if this is the case with this text, but I've done this sometimes with Q Bible, where I look at the Greek, the original Greek, and I try and figure out what that word is trying to mean. So I'm not sure if you can do that with the word generation here, but I think
Yeah,
that this could be
it's
one of the many
gene.
examples.
It's
Yeah.
gene in Greek, and it refers to typically a lineage, a generation.
Right, and I think that the lineage of the sons of Israel could be interpreted as a statement here.
No,
That's what
I
I'm trying to say.
actually I think it's a useless statement because if it's talking about a future generation, the statement's redundant. It doesn't have any meaning anymore. Like if you're talking about a future generation still being alive, you would say that this generation or that generation will not pass away. You wouldn't say this. You would say that generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. But that becomes a useless statement. It's you don't need that statement. It's presumed that whatever generation sees the signs that they're alive. It doesn't do anything for you.
I think that there's a lot of examples of this type of language in the Bible being very confusing because we don't understand either we don't understand the context, or the word is lost in translation, or maybe someone wrote something down and that it wasn't exactly what was said or what was meant or what was implied. And there's a bunch of examples of this. I think you could probably pull up 200 examples of this in the Bible. And every single one, I would tell you the same thing. I think that there's a culture context to consider, there's a mistranslation context to consider, there's a misunderstanding layer that you have to consider. All this stuff. I think that the stuff gets jumbled like a game of telephone. It's
Right, but why would I believe that there's a misunderstanding here?
because I don't think it makes sense for him to be referring to this generation of humans living right now will not die before I come back. That doesn't
Oh,
make sense.
well, it does make sense because he's giving you the cutoff date. He does it again in Matthew 10:23, Matthew
Mhm.
16, and we see the same in Paul. Paul writes that Jesus is coming back while like in his lifetime, and then in Revelation 20, Revelation 22, Jesus says, I am near. I am coming soon." Like
Mhm.
everything in the New Testament refers to Jesus' second coming, like it's you're at the gates right now. Just hold on a couple more years.
Sure, and I think that we can apply the context layer to this, the cultural context layer to this, is that this is it's a fledgling religion, right? And these people are suffering greatly, right? And so I think that the writers are trying to encourage and lift up their following, saying, "Don't worry, it's coming. That's what he said. That's what he promised. It's coming. Whether he said it or not is really out of the question. I'm more saying that
Where
you
would
can
they get
understand
the
what's
idea from if he didn't say it?
from whoever wrote that gospel. I forget what was that from.
But if the Gospels can just write something in that Jesus said that he didn't say, or if they can just write things in that aren't true, then like I'm just inclined to believe that none of it's really true.
Sure, I just don't apply that same black and white lens. I don't. I think that some of it's true and some of it isn't true. I don't think that you can just throw it all out, because it's a really, really, really strange and interesting book. I don't think.
Listen, I agree
Yeah.
with you on that statement. It's strange and it's interesting. And being that we have such violent agreement on that, let's make that our final point. We both agree
Yeah, right.
that studying this book is probably the most damn interesting thing you could do.
100%. And on that note of agreement, thank you for having me on.
All right, cheers. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Bye.
I gotta be honest, like I was so intrigued to hear about his religious view that like it was hard for me to bring it around to debate him. Like, I mean, we got to some good debate points, but like I can't say I've ever heard anyone with that exact belief system. That was a first. So interesting conversation. I'm gonna grab a couple super chats. And then we're going to get Pink Ocean in here next. Vincent, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says lifelong atheist, never been taught here. Never been taught there is a god or goddess, nor there isn't. The more I listen to Justin, Matt Delhoney, and others, the more I understand that there is no point in reading that book. Am I wrong? Well, Vincent, like it depends on if you're in the debate space, you definitely should read the book because you can use the book for your discussions. But like, listen, if you're not in the debate space, it may not be that big of a deal. You know what I mean? Steve says, I think he meant fanatic, not phonetic. Oh, maybe. Maybe you could be right, Steve. You could be right. Ehud, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says the rod is not being spared on MC. It was not. The rod was not spared, but I think he had it coming. You guys know, come in Phil Broing like that. Nightman come and says the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and introducing the new member, Chat GPT. Absolutely. You got to get a little Chat GPT going. And Master Mashader says Doug never changes, but went from tree to rock, then asked about contraction. Doug said, that's different. I'm literally stone. I'm set in stone on this. Yeah, actually, that's a good play on word. Listen, Doug is set in stone. All of his words are written in stone, friends. Terrence, there we go. I said that right. So if God is all knowing and can see the future, why did he flood the world and get rid of his mistakes? He had created Satan. Was that on purpose? I really would have enjoyed a Satan debate with that last guest, but I didn't want to go on that rabbit trail. God creating Satan is asinine. It's absurd. Absurd. Zen, thank you for the 1999. Zen says, thanks for the home schedule. How about XP on the line? Well, I don't have control over the XP and the line. Just know that like every Sunday, I'm going to be probably on one of them, most likely. I do post on my YouTube channel. I do post a video, a live video preview, I guess you would premiere of when I'm going live on other channels. So like if I'm going live on AXP, then sometime on Sunday, I'll set a live video schedule for AXP on my channel to let you know, hey, at this time, go over to AXP to watch, Good question. Hecate, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W says, happy Labor Day. Fun fact, September 1st is the anniversary of the Liberty Bell's arrival in Philadelphia in 1752. I did not know that. The discovery of the Titanic wreck in 1985 and the release of Super Mario Kart on Super Nintendo in 1992. I didn't know any of those facts. That's a lot happening in one holiday. I mean, it's impressive, actually. Lot of life-changing events there. Even Mario, obviously, a life-changing event. Stonus, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the 500 Argentinian dollars. Big W says, I might be getting old, but when people explain the Bible in detail, it feels sillier every time. Here I am hoping you don't get tired of it. The more silly, the more interested I am in it. I'm here for the silly stuff, actually. I'm here for it. All right, I'm going to read 2 more super chats, 3 more super chats, and then I got to use the restroom, and we'll get our next guest in here. Red Trek. Good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. It says most Christians are familiar with the creation accounts in Genesis 1 and 2. I wonder if they are as familiar with the other creation accounts in the Old Testament. In Job, God boasts of creating the world from the carcass of the Leviathan. Yes. And this kind of shows up in Psalm 74. And there's one other psalm where it shows up. Really interesting. But if you go to that passage in Job and go to Psalm 74, you'll find the cross reference will lead you to the other psalm that mentions it. It's really good. But it's referred to as the third creation account in the Bible. You could probably Google that, the third creation account in the Bible, and you'll pull it up. Chip says 10 of the 12 apostles are never heard from again after early Acts. Their martyrdom accounts all come centuries later. These apostles died for their belief, stories are meaningless. That's how I agree. Listen, the Bible is already like only loosely, vaguely true. The fan fiction written about it hundreds of years later, certainly not true. I don't believe that for a minute. Last one from our friend Bryce Aroni. Great to see you, friend. Says, if you can admit that the Bible has errors and translation issues, then how do you decide which parts are worth believing and which parts do you throw out? Why believe in any of it? It's arbitrary. It really is. And it sounds like me when I was going through my agnostic phase where like you didn't want to throw all of it out. So you carefully carve pieces out here and there. And like as you learn that it's not true, you're like, okay, I got to get rid of that. But the reality is eventually you cut away so many things that you're like, nah, there's not much left here. There's no meat on the bone, you know? All right, friends, I gotta use the restroom real quick. I apologize. And then I'm gonna get Pink Ocean into the guest box and we'll have some dialogue. All right, Pink Ocean, welcome in.
Hello. Oh, shoot. Am I having like a lot of feedback?
I don't really hear any feedback. When you first spoke there a second ago, I heard a little bit, but it seems okay.
I can hear myself really loud.
Oh shit.
I don't know why. Let me.
Let me see.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to ignore it, I guess. I'll just do my best.
Yeah. Are you still with us?
Yep.
Okay. Everything okay?
Yeah. I'm ready whenever.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were about to say something and okay, cool.
No.
Pink Ocean, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yes. Both.
Okay. And what type of a god do you believe in?
So that's a tricky thing to answer, but have you ever heard of pantheism?
I've heard of it, but I mean, I couldn't off the tip of my tongue tell you what it really means.
Okay, so basically in a nut. Oh my gosh, that is really bothering me. I'm sorry. Hold on, let me try something.
Mhm.
Let's see if I could. Turn. Can you hear me?
I can still hear you.
Hold on, let me go to settings real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Default. I'm so sorry. Try that maybe.
It's okay.
Try that maybe. Oh no, that didn't work. Okay, let me just get. Basically, what pantheism is the belief that God exists both inside the universe and outside the universe. It doesn't really have. Um, it's not really a religion in itself. More of just like a spiritual philosophy belief, I guess.
I almost caught that. It's a okay, so can you rephrase that?
Yeah. Basically, I'm really trying not to let my own voice bother me with this. Oh my gosh, I can't believe how loud that is. Um, okay, so it's classic theists believe that there's a God and then there's the universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
In pantheism or in pan, pantheism is where God exists as just the universe, right?
I don't know much about pantheism, but like,
Ah,
if you don't believe that God created the universe, you might not believe in a God.
no, I do believe that the God created the universe.
Okay, so you believe in a single God that created the universe?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe in any other gods?
There could be. I'm not. That's not really a deal breaker for pantheism. Um, in pantheism, it's more that there is a single God, and part of that God exists within its creation. Are you familiar with Quakerism?
Only vaguely. So I mean, we can run with what you got so far. So, what would be like the evidence that this God exists?
The evidence for me personally, I go with two things. Uh, One being that it seems that throughout all of human history, there's been some type of um, thought of God and some kind of like an intuition almost that there is some kind of God. And I go with that primarily.
So God exists because people think of him.
Not really. I mean, like, it's more of like, okay, like all these different cultures came up with this, like how and why. It just seems to point in that direction.
So Bigfoot exists too?
Maybe.
Loch Ness monster?
No,
Why Bigfoot but not the Loch Ness monster?
because that's scary.
Scary things don't exist?
No, I'm just
Oh,
no, I don't know. I mean, when it comes to stuff like that, like when people generally believe in something that seems to be kind of ridiculous, then like yeah, sure. There's some things I think we can rule out easier than others. When it comes to the question of God versus Bigfoot, I think it's almost an apples to oranges kind of thing.
why?
Well, basically, because when it comes to, well, let's say like the Loch Ness monster, it's um, in one lake. Bigfoot is kind of in one continent. When it comes to God or any kind of being like that, it seems to be in every culture.
Okay, so people believe it, therefore it's true?
Could be, yeah.
Did dinosaurs live with humans?
No.
But people around the world have depictions of being with like dragons and dinosaurs from ancient times.
Um, what do you mean?
There are people, ancient drawings and accounts from around the world from people encountering things that we would classify as dinosaurs.
Um, I'm not really an anthropologist. I'm not, or whatever the study that would be. I'm not familiar with that.
The
Um,
Bigfoot accounts go back quite a ways in the Himalayas, also Australia, and even Chinese Bigfoot accounts. And in South Sumatra, they refer to Bigfoot as wild man.
oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of Bigfoot accounts around the world.
Um, Maybe there is Bigfoot. I don't know.
What's more likely, that Bigfoot exists, that dinosaurs walked with humans, and that God is real, or that like it's all just kind of fiction?
Um, Honestly, I'd say it's about a 50-50, maybe.
Sure.
Maybe a 75-25.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Why did God, in your worldview, create anything?
So the God in my worldview is almost synonymous with what I believe we came up with the word is love. And in order for the God to extend that kind of love towards something, they created creation.
So a loving God created a world where like 40% of children would die before they reached the age of 6 months?
Yes.
Why?
I don't believe that the God I believe in isn't in all control over everything. It's more of like a deist kind of. It's kind of like deism, but it's not as separated from the universe as theism, where it's kind of like like the clock maker analogy.
So you believe in multiple gods? A deist God and a creator God?
Uh, sure.
And one of them's loving and one's not?
What do you mean?
Okay. We started with you saying that there's like one creator God, and then you said that the creator God created human beings because he wanted to be loved because he is love. And then I gave you
My best guess.
right, but I gave you a thing that to me sounds completely unloving about creation, and then it seemed like you had to invent like a non-loving God to fit that gap. So like, is God loving or not loving?
I believe God's loving.
Right. So why would a loving God create humans and create an earth where over the course of history, a great deal, a large minority of children would die in childbirth or through miscarriage or within their first couple months of life? It seems absurd for an all good God.
So you're referring to the problem of evil.
That's one of them, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're saying is the problem of evil
Well,
says, if there's an all loving God and all good God, why is there evil? Why couldn't God just make everything perfect, right?
no, I didn't say anything about perfect.
Well, okay. Well, what are you saying?
The problem of evil has nothing to do with all evil, it is only to do with unnecessary evils. There's some evils that you could classify as necessary, although even that could be a misnomer because an all-powerful God could make it so that evils aren't necessary. But even if I grant that some evils are necessary, like
Hmm.
having to feel the pain of a needle to get your vaccine, that kind of a thing,
Right.
it still doesn't justify the horrific stuff that is completely not necessary, like children being born with bone cancer, children getting like, Flesh-Nyam syndrome. Um,
Um, so okay, that's a good point. When it comes to cancer specifically, I wrestled with this for a long time in my belief system. Basically, how I come to look at it now is cancer is basically a glitch of cell division, and we need cell division to. Um, it's a mistake in nature.
is God capable of creating the human body so that cell division doesn't go awry?
No,
So he's just not all powerful then.
no.
Oh, so he's like a punk.
If you want to call him that, I guess.
So he has enough power to create humans, but not
Yes.
enough power to create them right.
Are you familiar with process theology?
By Whitehead?
Yes.
Only vaguely.
Okay. Um, It's a good read, but it's a very hard read, I'll
Mhm.
admit. It's one of the tougher books I've looked into. I haven't finished it yet, but, from what I understand about it is that, uh, God and evolution and the universe are in a process towards perfection. So, we're created with the tools to try to, correct things like cancer, correct things like diseases, viruses, and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, but why does it exist in the first place? Does God want it to exist?
No.
Okay, so if God didn't want it to exist, then why did he make it in such a way that it would exist?
Um, I would have to say that is a byproduct of the creation.
Does God have control over the byproduct?
No.
So how does God create creation but not have control over what he creates?
Well, this is why I went to the, watchmaker thing with the whole deism thing is where you kinda set something in motion like chemistry, and it needs to evolve through different stages to get to the outcome.
Right, right, but follow me here.
Okay.
If God has enough power to create human beings, presumably he saw in their head, he saw in his head what he was going to create, then he created it, right?
Yes.
Was he bound by something? Was there like some sort of a limit where like there was like he just couldn't do a thing that he needed to do, or did he just not care?
Um, like what?
Okay, so like if I said I'm going to design a car, right? Now keep in
Okay.
mind in this scenario, I'm God, right? So like I
Mhm.
could design a car to do everything I want that car to do. Like there's nothing that car could do or there's nothing that the car could not do as long as I gave it the property that it needed, right? Because I'm the one creating it, right? So if I said I want this car to be amphibious and actually act as a boat, I can do that, right? Because I'm creating the
Mhm.
car, right? So like the person or the entity that has control over the creation surely would have control over making the creation the way it intended the creation to be, unless the creator either doesn't know things or he's not all powerful or he's just kind of a dunce.
Mhm. Oh, okay. So yeah. Well, if you wanna look at the car analogy, we started with the Model Ts back in the 1920s? I don't know.
Right, but the Model T wasn't created by God, it was created by a fallible human being that's not all powerful, not all knowing.
Mhm. I was get I'm sorry, I was getting to that. So we started with the Model Ts, which evolved into, whatever came next, until now we have what we have on the roads now, Mercedes, BMWs, and stuff like that, which are way more efficient at driving than our first, cars were.
Yeah, but human beings aren't God. That's the difference. Human beings don't know the future. Human beings aren't all powerful, and
Oh,
presumably God knows the future, and
no.
he has more power.
No, I'm sorry, well, that's actually a part of, Whitehead's theology is that he does not believe that God knows the future.
Okay, so definitely like open theism style of process theology.
Yes.
How much of the Bible is true?
Um, I've I've read the Bible. It is what it is. I don't follow it. I don't know. I couldn't. It's not my
Because
thing.
process theology attempts to marry what you're referring to with a little bit of Christian doctrine.
Mhm. Yeah, it's obviously rooted in a lot of Christian doctrine, which I'm familiar with. Uh, there are parts of the Bible, obviously, that I do believe are true. Obviously, the whole God being love thing is in there, I believe, in a couple verses.
Yeah,
So
so
there's parts and there's not parts.
I think we're still stuck at the point which is I can't find a good reason to believe that God is powerful enough to create creation, but then like he's a punk ass when it comes to making it right.
It's I would my best guess would be it's a part of the process. Like I said, with chemical evolution, the first living beings obviously weren't as successful as what we have now on Earth.
I don't think that fixes the question. It's not an answer to the question. I'm trying to figure out why God is not powerful enough to make humans the way he wants humans. What's his limiting factor?
You mean like to just like snap his fingers and everything's perfect?
Yeah, did God create the universe?
As it is now, or was it a process of evolution?
Did he create it from nothing? Did he speak and it came into being? Whatever you want to describe it as.
I don't know. I don't. When it comes to my own beliefs, I don't really think about creation all that much.
Well, like
So
if you don't believe that there's a creator God that created everything, then like I don't know if you believe in a God then.
no, I'll just say yes for the sake of the argument. I'll say yes.
Okay, so God created everything. He created the universe, created human beings, but I fail to see why in the world he doesn't have the power to create things the way he wants them rather than having them needlessly evolve for billions of years in the most horrific way possible.
Um, that's a good question. Are you referring to like just evolution in general?
Mhm.
Um, if I had to really guess, I'd say maybe that's really the only way of going about it. Personally, I don't believe that there is a God out there that can snap his fingers to make anything, you know, set in stone, perfect, without having to go through any trials and tribulations.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you just don't believe in God then. You believe in a super evolved entity. Like if
Yes.
God is an evolved being from the universe that we live in and just evolved so great that it can do like things we can't do, he's like like a Superman. You don't really believe in God. Do you believe in like some kind of a super evolved entity?
Um, I don't believe in God, like the main Christian God of the Bible, which I know you're probably more familiar with and who
Well,
you debate on
I mean any
your
God. Like
any
almost all the
well,
God concepts except for like, Plato didn't believe that there was a God that created the entire universe. He believed that the universe was eternal, but I mean, for what we're referring to, like if you believe in an entity that didn't create the universe, that it's just really powerful, but it's not actually all knowing. It's not actually all powerful. It's not certainly couldn't be all good. I guess I failed to find this to even like fit in the God concept. Does it have a body?
uh, um, that's
Because
a good question. I mean, I honestly, I really don't claim to know much about God, and I think that's a mistake that a lot of people do is they God is A, B, or C, and I'm just like, "Okay, but how do we really know?" I go
right,
at
but
it as, like, I have a base understanding of there is a something.
I don't think so. I don't think that's a I don't think we have any evidence of that, right? So everything first of all,
Existence.
well, I have no reason to well, if your if your God didn't create everything, your God isn't proof that existence points to God because your God theoretically evolved. If your
Oh,
God
no,
evolved,
I'm
then
sorry.
so
I
did
don't
we.
believe God evolved. I believe God was whatever God is
He
now,
emerged.
forever and always. The first cause.
So your God did create everything,
Yes.
but you said earlier that he didn't.
No, I said for the sake of argument, I'll say that he did.
But I need to know what you believe. Do you believe your God created everything or not?
Yes. I'll just yes.
Okay. So, what would be the evidence that your God created everything?
Um, okay, so outside of what I said earlier about human intuition, would be my first go-to evidence. Outside of, I mean, do you want anything outside of that, or?
Yeah, an intuition argument was not a good argument. Having an intuition for something has nothing to do with whether or not it exists.
Well, I mean, you could make that argument that there are certain animals, if they didn't have their intuition, that they wouldn't be as successful as they are.
Yeah, but it's clearly an evolutionary change. That's why certain animals have intuitions that we don't have because they evolved to have
Yes.
those intuitions, whereas we have intuitions that some animals don't have because we needed them for our species to evolve.
Yes.
So like evolution pretty well explains this. I don't think we need a God for this. So, like,
Well,
intuition is
okay.
just not a good argument.
Well, if I have a question for you, why did we evolve to have the thought of God then?
I don't think we evolved to have that thought. I think it's just
No.
was an early explanation for the things that we didn't have a good idea of. Like when people didn't know what the sun was, like, well, it must be alive. It's up there moving, right? When they didn't know what was causing the storms, like, well, something has to cause the storms. It can't just happen on its own, right? So like these early humans didn't know what was happening in the world, and when you see things that are moving, they appear angry. You're like, "Fuck, what's going on up here? This thing's upset at us, right?" So, like,
Mhm.
I don't think that the early humans understood God the way that we understood God. Like, they didn't understand God as like, well,
Uh,
there's this entity that just created everything and it has all these personality characteristics. They said, "Hey, what the fuck's that thing up there doing? That's really weird. Is that a thing? Is that something that's alive?" And that's how you get gods.
Yeah, I don't know, I think it's a little deeper than that. Yeah, you could say that, humans, "Oh my god, why is the ground shaking? We must have did something to piss off whatever," you know. That's a very valid explanation. The only thing that gives me pause for that is just how prevalent it is in human culture. I mean, if you look
So
at
what though?
every early human culture, they have a something.
So what?
Yeah,
Because they
it's
didn't know how the world worked.
yeah, that's a good point.
Like that, you're gonna have an intuition when you see something that you don't know how it works. You're gonna have an intuition that is vaguely familiar to something else that you know,
Mhm,
and everything you know as an early human is that things that move around have some sort of a sentient force moving it around. Animals don't just exist, without some sort of sentience, right? So like
mhm.
they're just attributing characteristics to things that are similar to other things that they know characteristics of. They're taking
Yeah,
guesses.
no, that's a really good point. For me, it's like intuition, it could be right or wrong. It's a 50/50. I mean, it's not my best argument. I had my arguments actually written down. Your last caller, um, I got into a brain fog trying to follow that conversation a bit. It was pretty interesting though, but, if I had to, go to whatever my next, thing, are you familiar with NDEs?
I'm very familiar with NDEs, and we
Awesome.
have lots of verifiable evidence that they are not real.
Oh, uh, is there verifiable evidence for the Pam Reynolds case? Are you familiar with that?
Pam Reynolds is not even verified. We don't have any medical documentation for what happened to Pam Reynolds other than her
Mhm.
testimony in a YouTube video,
And her doctor.
and her doctor, which is who.
Um, I could look it up real quick. Do you want me to?
I mean, you're welcome to. I watched her testimony on YouTube. Had to been 15 years ago. It's not
Mhm.
compelling whatsoever. In fact, she says some crazy stuff in it.
I didn't watch her interview, but I have watched her doctor, and then, of course, I read Dr. Michael Sabom talk about it in his book, and then Dr. Bruce Grayson in his book after, talking about it. I'm curious though, what did you find that was, uncompelling?
So the problem with NDEs is they happen and all of them are culturally relevant. So if you live in the Western world, you're likely to encounter like Jesus or the biblical God. If you live in Islamic culture, you're going to experience the Islamic deities. If you are Indian, you're likely to experience one of the Indian deities. That's because it's happening inside of your head, and we've actually done like legitimate studies on NDEs, not somebody said a thing, which is the most compelling, I think, is by Sam Parnia. He led a study from 2008 to 2014, and another one from 2015 to 2023 called the Aware Project, where they retrofitted 25
Mhm,
hospitals with items that you would only see unless you had left your body and were looking down. And then everyone who reported to have out of body experiences were quizzed on what they were going to see, and no one could actually validate their out of body experience, but they were really convinced that they left their bodies. We've also had
Yes.
universities do studies where they've triggered out of body experiences using DMT,
Mm,
psilocybin, deep brain stimulation,
mm,
and they're given the task of simply turning around and seeing what's behind them, and they can't do it either. Even though they swear that they left their body, when it comes to actually validating the thing that you couldn't see unless you left your body, no one can ever do it. So I know that there's like powerful stories on the internet, like, oh, this happened to me, but none of them are compelling until we can actually replicate it in a laboratory setting and guarantee that it's, like, actually real. Like, a person can tell a
yes.
story. Telling stories is easy.
Mhm. Okay, that last part, 100% agree with you on. When it comes to different cultures saying different things, a Hindu saw Krishna, American saw Jesus. This has been largely a failure of our language and communication. These people, I mean, are trying to piece together in their head something that would make sense when they come back to tell us.
Nah. Nope.
Why don't you think so?
'Cause they describe the deities. If you, there's, like, an entire YouTube channel and website dedicated to Islamic NDEs, and they describe things, that are not, like, universal things that just happen to line up with Islam. They describe things that are uniquely Islamic.
Okay, and with that, I would say, if I was a god and there is a being coming to me, how am I going to present myself? As what I actually am, something completely incomprehensible, or something that they already know?
I would say as you are. I certainly wouldn't lie that and say that I'm a god that you aren't. So, like, if
You
you're
wouldn't.
being visited by Allah, or the prophet Muhammad is visiting you, and it turns out that Allah isn't real and the prophet Muhammad isn't real, then who's ever visiting you is lying to you, which is a really weird behavior.
So there's a reason a lot of these NDEs come back saying that what they experienced was completely indescribable. Most of this language is these people coming back and saying, I I can't put this into words. I can't describe in English what has happened to me.
Oh, I disagree.
I mean, that's just what they say.
No, they're not.
I
I've read a lot of NDEs. In fact, one
All
of
of
the
them?
the earliest compilers of NDEs in the modern age, Raymond Moody, has
Mhm.
hundreds upon hundreds of counts, and nobody has a trouble describing like the overall character and nature of the NDE experience. There are certain features that they struggle to describe, like they say that there were colors that they've never seen before. Or they'll say like the
Okay,
the light was brighter than any light that I've seen, but we actually do the same thing on DMT. We give people DMT and they see colors they've never seen. LSD the same way. They experience
uh,
visual phenomenon that they've never seen before.
okay, well, let's go back to, what did you say before the DMT thing? Because I had a point for that. Uh, what did you, oh, the colors thing. Okay, so, yes, there's colors, they see colors, they speak to loved ones, they get a feeling of love, they see a bright light, they go down a tunnel, right? Well,
Sometimes they go to hell.
sometimes.
Sometimes they go to limbo.
Yes,
Sometimes they don't go anywhere. Sometimes they're just dead and they wake up somewhere else, which is actually the majority of people who
majority,
die.
yeah.
The majority of people who die
Only
don't experience any of this phenomena, which
yes.
could only mean that what's happening is that people are hallucinating. And it turns out that people who
Mm,
have NDEs and spiritual experiences also happen to rate higher on having what we might call like brain disorders, like people who are more likely to experience seizures, or people who are more likely to also experience
uh,
NDEs or spiritual experiences. People with frontal lobe issues are more likely to experience spiritual things. I would imagine if whatever the NDE is trying to expose, it would be consistent across humans if it was real, rather than a very like tiny minority of human beings.
Well, do you remember every dream you've ever had?
I actually don't remember almost any dream I've ever had because I don't
Well,
typically remember my dreams. I don't do the lucid dreaming thing.
exactly. So if you want to say that, it could just be something in your head, it could be very well described as like a type of dream situation where, yeah, sure, only 10% of these people remember this. It does happen to all of them, but they just don't come back with it.
Yeah, how could you validate that?
As like evidence that something just happened.
Yeah, evidence that something happened and they just don't remember it.
Well, you talked about the AWARE study, right? And that's something that's really interesting. I looked into that. The first thing that came to my mind was if I'm out of my body, like let's say I'm having a surgery or something, I'm floating around. What do you think you're going to be paying attention to?
Just about everything in the room that you can identify, which is in this particular case, a lot of things in the room that are identifiable. But I don't think that addresses the question I just asked you.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You claim that people are experiencing NDEs and they just don't remember it. I'm asking why would anyone believe that? What's the evidence for it?
Oh, um, there's no evidence for that. I just said that, if you're going to say that it's all in their head and the reason why they don't remember it, well, what do you think the reason is that 90% of the people don't have it?
Because 90% of the people aren't predisposed to having hallucinations.
I think these are pretty thoroughly ruled out as not hallucinations.
Not even close. Almost every medical researcher that studied this believes that it's some form of hallucination.
Every medical researcher, I mean, you're obviously going to have to rule out a lot of the people that say, you know, Raymond Moody,
He wasn't a
Dr.
medical
Sabom.
researcher, he was a psychologist.
Okay, he's a psychologist. What's the guy's name? Dr. Bruce Grayson. Actually, yeah.
What's his degree in?
Um, I'm not sure. I know he's in psychology.
Yeah, another psychiatrist. Yeah, not a medical doctor. The people who study the brain
Oh, wait,
don't
hold on.
don't bel
Dr. Sabon, he's a cardiologist.
Segmon. Fair enough, he's a cardiologist. Does he believe that these are hallucinations?
No,
Okay, what's he say?
he says that, well, first of all, none of these people, as far as I'm aware, make a conclusion.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Even the ones that are on the fence won't tell you that it's a legitimate experience because they have no way to demonstrate that it is. But
Well, yeah, no.
the ones that do have data will tell you that they're hallucinations because that's where the data
Okay, well,
points.
my question is to you, who are the people that saying that they are 100% hallucinations, and they know this for an absolute fact?
I've never claimed that anyone ever said that. I have no idea why you put those words in my mouth.
You just said that they're hallucinations.
I never said anything you just said. I never said that there are researchers that are out here claiming beyond any shadow of a doubt that they're 100% hallucinations. I don't know
Okay,
why you put that on me.
what are you claiming then?
My claim is that the people who research this stuff believe and are claiming that they are hallucinations. They're not claiming that they know beyond a shadow of any doubt that that is the case. They're saying that this is what the evidence suggests. And until the evidence suggests otherwise, that's all we have. Like until we can produce evidence that suggests there's some spiritual phenomenon going out or going on, there's no reason to believe that that's the case.
Well, could you give me some names?
I mean, Samparnia is a good one. There's a female doctor that wrote a book on it. What was her name?
Was Sam Parnia the German doctor who was talking about did he talk about the Pam Reynolds case? Because 'Cause I'm
I
wondering.
I don't if he addressed Pam Reynolds, I wouldn't know about it. But he's got lots of documentation available that you can read, and he did publish quite a few videos on the topic through means of interviews. Give me a
Mhm.
second to find this book. I think it's going to be Dr. Penny. Let me double check. don't. I think it's Dr. Penny, but I'd have to actually crack open the book to make sure I got the
Well,
right
I'm
doctor.
yeah, I'll take your word for it. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people out there that are saying that this is evidence for hallucinations. My only thing is I'm saying that there are people with data that they've been collecting that say that this is evidence of something beyond hallucinations. Why do
No.
you think
No, there's not a single medical journal or doctor that has any recorded data that they're special. Not a single
there's whole
one.
books on it?
No, there's not.
I'm reading one right
No, no, you're not.
now.
All of the books you're going to find is a person saying, "This is what happened to me."
Right.
Right, but none of these are scientific studies. Not a single one of them have verifiable proof. Not a single one of them can
No.
be validated by evidence. And listen, people tell stories.
Yeah.
My own mother claims to have had two different NDEs, and she's convinced. There's nothing you would ever tell her that would convince her otherwise. I, I, listen. I grant you,
Well, you don't believe her.
a lot of people. No, of course I don't believe her. A lot of
Why?
Why would I? Because
It's your mother.
the scientific data says that they're not happening. The scientific data says that they're unlikely to be real and that they're more likely to be hallucinations. And the scientific data lines up with my mom's case. My mom's got brain injury and she experiences hallucinations and schizophrenia and she's got a pseudotumor. So my mom having an NDE is the most likely person ever to have an NDE given that she literally has brain damage.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry to hear about that, by the way. Um, okay. So what are you going to do with cases where, I mean, you don't have any kind of history of mental illness, stuff like that, and these are people
Mental
that
illness
are
doesn't
otherwise
mean what you think it
healthy.
means.
I'm sorry. What
I'm
did you
not
say?
referring to specifically mental illness. Like, for example, people who have a brain configuration that causes them to have seizures, right? This is not a mental illness. It's a brain condition. But
Yeah.
these same people are also way more likely to experience spiritual phenomenon in NDEs because of the way their brain is formed. And it's striking that we can trigger these experiences. We can cause them to happen just by using deep
Okay.
brain
I had a
stimulation.
point for that. I remember that was the other point I was going to talk about. That study where they did something where they had, are you referring to where they were like, had electrodes hooked up to seizure patients and then they would stimulate a certain area and then they would say that they're floating out of their body?
There's more than one study on that. They've done quite a few studies, but the deep brain stimulation out of body experience or out of body experiments, um, all of them have been documented, and none of them ended in a case where somebody could leave their body and validate that they actually left their body, even though they're convinced that they did leave their body.
I'd have to look into that.
Right. So, like, if they were doing deep brain stimulation on patients and they're saying, "Oh my
Mhm.
gosh, I left their body," and then the doctor said, or whoever was doing the test said, "Okay, tell me what you observed that we set up. Like, we set up these items that you could only see if you left your body."
Mhm.
And if they could say, "Yeah, I saw those things," then fuck, I would believe you. I'd be a
Yeah.
Buddhist right now. I wouldn't believe in a
Well,
God. God concepts are stupid. But I would certainly
okay.
would be a Buddhist. I would certainly believe in spirits. But the reality is, we don't have any of that evidence yet. It doesn't exist. But we've got a mountain of evidence to suggest that people believe they're having OBEs and they're not.
Well, okay, my question to that for these studies, because I'm not really aware of them, are these people saying that they saw themselves out of their body?
Some of them do and some of them don't, but the
Well,
reality
that's
is in the OBE experience or experiments that we have, there's actually an explanation for this. There's an explanation that the brain actually recreates its own body double and believe that it's looking down on itself. The problem is when people claim they're looking down on their body, they can't validate anything they should be able to see. They can't do it.
well, then why are they saying that they can?
Because they're hallucinating. When you hallucinate, you see things in your brain that you think are in real life, but they're not.
Okay, weird question, have you ever hallucinated?
I don't believe I ever have. But the way my brain works, I don't expect that that I would. I'm not prone to visual phenomena.
Okay. I have. Of course, it was because of medication, which was very, very, very bad dose that this doctor gave me of Ambien, which is something I don't know if you're. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. It was some kind of sleep medication, and it was something that I should have never have gotten. I hallucinated. I absolutely knew I was hallucinating. I mean, it was bonkers. And a lot of these people that have these NDEs will say, that they've hallucinated, they've done DMT, they've done LSD, the whole 9 yards, and they're saying, I mean, it is just not comparable.
Yeah.
That's why
But when your brain is tripping, you see things that are not comparable to the normal world. I agree.
yes.
That's
Well, yes,
that's what it's
and
like to be tripping, man.
yeah, and it sucks. I don't recommend drugs to anyone, by the way. If anyone's
Neither do
listening to this,
I.
don't it's not good. Um, but no, what I'm
Okay,
trying to
so
say is
to
that
be to
these
be
people
clear,
that
the
have
fact
this
that you went on a
experience
trip
make it
doesn't
very
validate near-death experiences. It just
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
validates that you went on a trip.
Yes, but the trip that these people usually go on is vastly different from what these NDE people are reporting.
No, no, not true at all. In
Yes.
fact, there's lots of people that I've talked to in my Discord server and even in my YouTube comments who went on various trips that had very similar NDE OBE experiences. Like that is a very hasty generalization that I don't think you've looked into.
Your Discord server is nice, I've been in there, I've talked to them, they're very polite. Your YouTube comments, not the best source of information, I'm sorry.
I don't know why you would look at YouTube comments for information,
Well, that didn't you say that's where you get yours from?
not from YouTube comments, not even close.
What did you say?
I never would say that I got information from YouTube comments.
Okay, what did you say? Your YouTube
YouTube what? Talk about YouTube a
you
lot.
said, there's been tons of people that told you that they had DMT, trips that were familiar to their NDEs from YouTube something. Was it YouTube comments, YouTube videos?
No, people on YouTube who I
Yes.
converse with who tell me
Yes.
about their personal experience, but personal experience is not information.
Okay, so you're
Like
getting that
if
YouTube.
somebody on YouTube told me about a doctor so and so that did a thing, I wouldn't care until I looked up doctor so and so and see if they did the thing, right? But
Right.
somebody on YouTube saying, "Well, this was my experience," then yeah, that's fine. I'm willing to believe that a person communicating their experience to me is being relatively truthful about what they experienced.
Okay.
Like,
Okay, well, yeah, we agree
Mhm.
on that then.
Okay. So listen, read some studies on NDEs. Don't read the testimonial books. Read the
I've
actual
been doing this
papers.
research for 5 years.
I know. I started back in 2011.
Okay, good.
So like I am familiar with the literature and like the real literature, not the testimonials. The testimonials are very compelling, but testimonials don't really mean anything. It's
Mhm.
the actual scientific literature that matters, and there's just no good scientific literature that would suggest that it's real. But listen, if it happens, if it comes out, I'll agree with you that spirits are
Okay.
real.
Well, can you agree with me on just one thing?
Sure.
We do not have a good conclusion of what about NDEs.
I think we do have a good conclusion based on the evidence.
So you've completely made your own conclusion that they're dreams. They're nothing.
Yeah, I think we've collected a lot of evidence.
Okay. Well, the reason why I brought up the Pam Reynolds case is how are we going to have explanations of outer body experiences that can later be verified by doctors?
That's what I'm saying is Pam Reynolds, first of all, is just a testimonial. I have no idea what her doctor said about it. I haven't looked at her case in over 10 years,
I
but
would highly recommend that.
Pam Reynolds' case, again, is just a testimonial. It's not scientific data.
You're right.
Like one person's testimonial is not the same as scientific data. Scientific data
Absolutely.
is an actual controlled study. There are parameters in place to make sure that the experiment is working as needed and that you're not going to
Mhm.
get bad results. Somebody
But we can't
on
do that.
somebody on YouTube giving their testimony isn't evidence.
I 100% agree with that. But the problem is we really can't do that. We
Why
can't
can't we? We've been doing it.
because they'll die. They could die.
No, they're literally not dying. I don't know of a single person that died in one of these
Near death.
studies.
Bringing someone near death and then having them come back, resuscitate them, and say, "What did you see?" We cannot do that for obvious reasons.
First of all, we can, but second of all, we're not. I don't know why you got that opinion. No one's purposely killing people and bringing them back.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Well, actually, there was one nutcase doctor who, I don't know, I forget his name, but, real bad dude. He
Yeah.
actually did try doing that with a patient, but
Kiefer
that's beyond the
Sutherland.
Who was it?
Kiefer Sutherland.
Yes. Did you hear about that?
I'm just fucking with you. He's the guy that plays the lead role in Flatliners, a movie about doctors killing each other to see what's on the other side.
Oh. Damn it. No, there was a guy who did it to his kid. Real messed up story. I don't really wanna get into it.
Yeah.
But,
Well, listen, Pink, I think the conversation's probably found its last leg, but I appreciate you coming up and talking to me. I've got a couple other guests been waiting for a while to get in, so I'm gonna cycle through the guests, okay?
Okay, sure. Yeah, thanks for having me on. My whole thing is honestly, just one more thing. I don't want anyone to believe what I believe. I'm not evangelizing out there. I just like to have conversations.
Right. All right. Well, cheers, buddy.
All right, take care.
I think I've talked to Pink Ocean in the Discord. I mean, he's a nice guy. I think you guys all saw he was a nice guy, but hard to come to some of those conclusions. Let me grab some super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Jag, thank you for the $10 super chat. It's funny how Jesus saying this generation will not pass away doesn't actually mean this generation. It's almost like they don't actually care what the Bible says. Keep up the good work, sir. That is the case. If you're a believer, you don't need to believe what the Bible says. You need to believe what you want the Bible to say. That's the distinction. And Zen, thank you for the $49.99 super chat. Huge W, Zen. I appreciate that. Zen says, thanks, the line and AXP info. Just had an epiphany. Suspend all political contributions. Donate that money to the online deconstruction community. They're doing great work. Donate most to Justin because he's doing the greatest work of all. Rock hard for Doug. Well, I really appreciate that sentiment, Zen. And to be sure, I am working hard. Like I'm streaming as much as I can. I'm actually running out of time to do things like clipping clips and posting clips and whatnot. But I'm going as much as we can to break people from these delusions of religion. They're ridiculous. And Bryce Aroni, thank you for the $10. Bryce says Pink Ocean believes in a tinkerer God who is mostly loving. I think that's a good point. He's not all loving, he's mostly loving. Somewhat powerful, but definitely not all knowing, and just conducting an experiment with a planned outcome, which may or may not go wrong. I know it's really process theology is a really fun one. Max Whitehead was the guy who kind of invented process theology. And, I understand why he did, and I get it. It marries well with open theology. Open theism, I think, is an attempt to figure out why the world around us is so fucked up if God is in control. But you have to make all kinds of weird concessions to get there. Rational Muscle, thank you for the $100 super chat. That's huge, friend. I really appreciate that. Rational says, hey, Justin, shot you an email about that virtual beer. Don't want to call in unless you'd be interested in an eschatological chat. I went from the ministry to expelled for preterism to atheist. Well, actually, Rational, I've said many times that preterism is like the last room you visit while you're on the way out of the house. And that's just the case. The preterism is like the coat closet next to the door right before you leave. Preterism is the last ditch effort to salvage the faith, and it just fails. So welcome to atheism. It says the failed messianic prophecies and Yahweh's character did me in. I'm with you, Rational. And listen, I apologize. I haven't really got to my email last couple of days because I'm busy filing all the paperwork for our nonprofit. Big news. Hopefully in about a week or two, we should finally have an official government approved tax exempt nonprofit foundation for charity and education And we can even link it to our YouTube account for fundraisers. So like it's gonna be huge. I'm really excited about it, friends. But I apologize the last couple days. I kind of got buried in that because I have to like learn all this new business shit I've never heard about before and like not get myself fucked up and arrested. But I'm really excited for it. I hope you guys are excited for it. I'm really excited for like the good that will come from this. And so I think it's going to be a big W. Psycho, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says we can easily explain why a supernatural agent exists, God, as simply and inevitable cognitive error. We can conceive of a mind thinking without a brain, but that's an error. Neither are possible. Fair point. Yeah, there's a lot of things we can think of, we can conceive of, but that certainly wouldn't make the thing true. And last one from our friend Doc Pleroma. Thank you so much, Doc. Says every NDE maps to receptors. Oh, I believe that. NMDA 5 HT2A. You opioids as a you're a neurologist? As a neurologist, I call that neurochemistry. Theologians call it paradise. Same trip, different spin. Shit, Doc. I appreciate the explanation. Next time we get an NDE person in here, request up and set us all straight. And I apologize. I have one more super chat I have to read. Our friend Adele is in the house. Adele, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says Isaiah 52, look to the quarry from which you were dug. Doug is the suffering servant. Obviously, Doug is a suffering servant. But that's perfectly okay. Adele, great astute notice in the book of Isaiah. Huge W there. Huge W. And Larry, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that. Big W, Larry Beck. Great to see you tonight. Okay, Lingua Flow Official, I think, was next in line. So let's get Lingua. Lingua? Lingua might not be loading. Lingua. Okay. We'll move on to next. All right, Lingua. I think next in line is going to be I cannot read this name. Focus Justice. See what happens there. How you doing, Justice?
Hello.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yo, hello. So I'm going to be defending of the ontological argument. You aware of that?
Yeah. Do you think that the ontological argument is the strongest argument for God?
I never claimed it was the strongest, but it's the argument I'm going to be defending today. I can hear myself. It's pretty weird, but that's the argument right there in the chat box. It basically says P1, if it is possible that God exists and he
Well,
exists in some possible
let me
world.
check something
Do
real
you have any
quick.
disagreements with that premise?
Let me check something quick.
Okay.
Can you hear yourself now when you talk?
Yo. No, I cannot. Thank you.
Interesting. Wonder if we actually need that setting or not. We might not need that setting. Can everyone still hear the guest when he talks? Yeah, you can still hear him.
Okay.
Interesting. Let me try. I want to do one more thing while I got you up here.
All right.
I worked out a new audio setup today so that we can get the TikTok guests and the YouTube guests to communicate back and forth. And
All right.
it appears to be working, but I think there's one lingering thing, which is when you talk, it sounds to me like not everybody. I'm sorry, it sounds to me like it's feeding back to you, and I don't know if there's a good
It
way
is.
to fix that just yet. Let me check one more setting to see if it'll rectify it. Okay, what about now? Try talking, see if it feeds back at you.
Yo. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Still feeding back at you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we're kind of stuck with it for now then. I apologize. I'll have to work on that last lingering issue here.
Mm.
In the meantime, maybe perhaps perhaps we could do this. I can turn my
You fixed it
microphone.
before, but presumably they couldn't hear me when you did that, right?
Say what?
You fixed it before, like when you told me to talk before. It actually worked, but
Oh,
presumably they couldn't.
Well, it worked before, but it turns off kind of the. Let me look at something real quick. Though. I think there's a way to take care of this.
All right.
Okay, what about now?
Yo. Yeah, I can still hear myself.
Okay, what about now?
Yo, hello. Nah, I can't.
Okay, so can the guests all still hear Justice?
Yo, hello, hello, hello.
I suspect so. Yeah, they can all hear you.
Perfect.
I think we can leave it at that for now.
Okay. So I just want to clarify the God I'm going to be defending is just a being that has the two essential properties of being both necessary and omnipotent. Omnipotent meaning he is able to do anything logically possible.
Okay, so we'll start at the beginning. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in a particular god, like a Yahwistic god, Islamic god, deistic god?
I am 18 and no, I just believe in a God that is again omnipotent and necessary. I don't make any claims on their accidental properties, only their essential properties. And the only two essential properties that I posit is omnipotence, meaning they can actualize any possible world, and necessity.
Okay, so you're not a Christian?
No.
Would you swear on Jesus' name that you're not a Christian?
I mean, no, because I don't know 100% if
Cool.
Christianity is true or not.
Cool. So you're a lying Christian.
No, I don't make any claims on Christianity. Christianity could be true, but I'm not making any claims on whether or not Christianity is true or isn't true.
Do you believe it's true?
I don't know. I'm agnostic on it.
It sounds like you're lying because you don't want to defend Christianity.
No, I'm not. I'm just agnostic on Christianity.
Okay,
I
so
mean, you can think I'm lying. That's entirely fine. But you said in
so
your
then
thing,
go
your
ahead.
God is imaginary.
Yeah, so go ahead and
My God is
swear
real.
on the name of Jesus that you don't know if Christianity is true.
I swear on the name of Jesus, I do not know whether or not Christianity is true. Like, I
Cool.
don't know what relevance that has because in your stream it says your God is imaginary. The God that I posit is just a being that is omnipotent and necessary. If you want to go ahead and debate that topic, we can do that right now.
Yeah, so the reason why I say your God is because I'm
Yeah,
debating the God that you believe in, not the God that
this
you're.
is the God that I believe in. Yes.
That's why I'm making sure you're not lying to me because it turns out there's a lot of Christians that come up here that actually believe in a God, but they're not willing to defend that specific God. They want to talk about like a generic deistic God because it thinks that somehow it like makes for an easier argument when in reality they're actually covering because they don't believe in that God. They believe in Allah or they believe in some variant of the Abrahamic deity. But so let's go ahead and give the argument.
Okay, cool. So I sent it in the chat. I don't know if you can see it,
Nah,
but we can just go premise by premise. Okay, cool.
I'll write it
So
down.
P1 is if it is possible that God exists, then he exists in at least one possible world. Do you agree with that premise?
No.
So you don't agree with the premise that if something is possible, then it must exist in at least one possible world?
Nah.
Okay, wait. So just to be incredibly clear, are you aware of modality? Are you well versed in modality?
Don't even care.
You don't care, but that's what the whole argument is based off of. So I'm just going to go ahead and teach you a little bit about modality, right? Basically, what a modal scope is just these.
I'm going to teach you how to interact with normal people since you don't know how to. So just so you're aware, like I know, like I don't know, you took like freshman philosophy class and you really think it's fun to use a bunch of words that sound smart. No one gives a fuck. If I told you to like learn all of my engineering words because I'm an electrical engineer, that's unreasonable. I don't give a shit what you learn in philosophy class. If you can't explain it in normal people words, you've stumbled into the wrong place. Using a bunch of $10 philosophy words won't get you anywhere here. And I know you don't have to do this. You just do it because you're a smug asshole. I talked to a guy who's an actual PhD professor in philosophy for the course of about 2 hours not that long ago, and he didn't have to do any of this nonsense jargon explanation. We had a delightful conversation. You also have the ability to have a delightful conversation with me as long as you're capable of not using a bunch of philosophy insider jargon that neither I care about nor my audience cares about. Are you capable of doing that?
So do you think that's like persuasive or something to mute me and then say all that while I'm muted? Okay, cool.
It's not
It's not jargon, actually. It's part of my argument, and
it's
you're telling me not.
it's not persuasive. I'm telling you the rules here. I don't know if you know this. You're in my live stream. I set the rules here. There are lots of live streams that like specialize in philosophy. They think it's fun. They think it's cool. We don't. We don't really care about that. We care way more about the arguments. And I know for a fact that you can provide a good argument without the jargon. I know you're capable of doing it. I know you are because before you studied philosophy, I guarantee you could have given this argument without the jargon. So all we're doing is laying out the rules. If you're willing to play by the rules, you can stay. If you're not willing to play by the rules, you can go and go to somebody else's live stream that cares.
Okay, so since the rules are, arbitrary and the rules are I'm not allowed to use basic philosophy terms, I'll just go ahead and define within simple words, right, what modality means. All modality is, right, is this a scope that somebody has to determine whether or not something is possible or impossible, right? I go under a logical modal scope, right, as do most people, meaning that something is possible, meaning something can occur as long as that thing is not contradictory or does not violate any of the three laws of logic.
Yeah, just because something can occur doesn't mean it did occur.
No. Okay, I'm not claiming, right, in my first premise that God does exist just because it's possible. I'm not claiming that within the first premise. All I'm saying that, right, is if it is possible that God exists, that means that in at least one possible world means there is a possible scenario, hypothetically, where God does exist. All I'm positing is that there is a possible scenario where God does exist.
So then it's a nonsense statement. You're saying if it's possible that God exists, it's possible that God exists.
Well, no, it leads into my other premises, which then lead to my conclusions that God actually does exist within reality. I'm just going premise by premise, right?
I
So my
know.
first premise,
And premise one, according to the breakdown you just gave, is if it's possible that God exists, it's possible that God exists.
no. If it's possible that God exists, right, that means that he exists in at least one possible world.
Nope,
Yes, it's nope. Okay, I mean, it's literally analytical, right? Because
it's
if
not.
something is possible, yes, it is.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
if something is possible, all that posits that
Something
it's not
being possible
contradictory. If
doesn't mean
something
that
is
it
not
does in fact
contradictory,
exist.
no, I'm not saying it exists within reality yet. I'm not saying that yet. I'm just saying in some possible world at least.
So in a future world, maybe.
Not future, just any possible scenario. For example, there's a possible world where you're bald.
I
Do you
know
agree that's possible?
that's a likely world in about another 20 years.
Okay, but right now you were having this debate with me. There is a possible world, meaning there is a possible scenario where you are having this debate with me on this exact stream, but you were just bald
No,
because something
I actually don't believe
different
that.
happened.
No. Can you demonstrate that to be the case?
So are you saying that that isn't possible?
I didn't say it was possible. I'm saying I don't have a reason to believe that it's likely or possible.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that it's likely, but if you don't have a reason to believe that it's possible, well, simply there's no contradiction to you having no hair in your head. It's
Something
actually
not having
conceivable
a
within reality.
contradiction
There's
has
not a
nothing to do with it being possible.
Yes, it does. 'Cause that
No,
means
it
that there's
doesn't.
no proposition that negates it. Yes, it does.
Wrong,
Because that means that there's
because
no
there are a
proposition
lot
that
of
negates
things
it,
that
then
don't
it's
contradict the
contradictory.
laws of logic, but in fact aren't possible based on the laws of physics. So like
Aren't possible in
based on the
non-logic.
based on the
Yes.
laws of physics, you can't have mass and then also not have gravity. Like if you have mass, you're just going to be gravitational attraction. There's no law of logic that's being broken there. It's just a law of physics.
That's not relevant to the modality that I'm using because we're
Okay.
having a metaphysics debate, and you were talking
It
about
sounds
physical
like
laws and a
not. It sounds
metaphysical
like you're
debate.
having a debate like with yourself as to like how to formulate an argument, like how to twist the words just enough to get premise number one to work.
I mean, no, not really, actually. It's actually just something that's analytically the case, which I'm explaining to you right now.
It's
You're
not.
trying to use nomological laws, which are physical laws, right, in order to undermine a metaphysical modal scope, right? My
And
modal scope is
no one
metaphysical by
cares.
nature.
No one cares.
Do you think that's an argument?
It's not an argument. It's a statement of fact. No one here
It's not an
cares.
argument. It's a fact. So what's going to be
It's
the
not a
epistemic
fact.
verification for it being a
So
fact?
so the reality is that just because something's possible logically doesn't mean that it's possible in terms of physics. Like there's still laws of
Okay.
physics that exist out there. And I gave a very good example, which is something could not violate any of the laws of logic, but still be bound by the laws of physics, such as gravity.
Yeah, but that thing would still be possible because there's a possible scenario where
No,
the
it
laws
wouldn't.
of physics work differently in order to allow
No, it
something
wouldn't
to
be
occur.
possible. We have no we
Okay,
have
why?
no way of knowing that the laws of physics could be any different in any possible world.
I mean, is it conceivable?
Prove it. If you think it's
Is there
that
a
the laws of
proposition that
physics,
negates it?
if again, being logically possible has nothing to do with it actually being possible.
Wait, but if
What
there's no
so
proposition
support
that
the
negates the laws of
premise,
physics being different.
that the laws of physics
Wait,
would be different in a different world.
wait. I'm not claiming that it is going to be different in different world. I'm saying it is logically possible because there's no proposition that negates it. If there's no proposition that negates it, then there is no way that you can say that this thing is impossible, right? Because again, there's
I
no
never said
negating
that it's impossible. You keep putting those words in my mouth. I'm asking you
Okay,
to
if
support
it's
the
not
premise that
impossible, then it's
it
possible.
would be the case.
That it would be the case or that it's possible.
Yeah,
So I'm just
support the
arguing that it's
premise that it
possible.
would be the case that gravity could not exist in a different universe.
I mean, yeah, there's no proposition that negates it.
So that doesn't support the case.
It
So,
does. If
so
there's
we'll
no
try it
necessary
again.
proposition that negates a proposition, then that
support
means that in some
support the
possible world, that
case that
proposition
it's
can either be true or false.
possible for the law of gravity to not exist in another universe.
Okay, cool. It's like the proposition gravity does not exist, all right?
I didn't.
If there is no
That's not my
proposition that
proposition.
negates that proposition, I'm just saying as an example,
Okay.
right?
Well,
So if
listen,
you take a proposition.
you're a waste. I'm gonna move on to an adult. Okay. Like when you grow out of like pull-ups, come on back, and we'll do this again. I don't know where you got the idea that something exists or is true just because it's logically possible. That's like for babies. You got to try again. You got to get a better script. Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest. I think it's going to be Gaze. That's Gaze for clarity, friends. And Janice, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Janice says, okay, this is the new one. Justin has hair, so God is real. I know. They're the worst people on the planet. For fuck's sake, these people are making me go broke because I'm compelled to super chat per their level of self-induced ignorance. It is really, actually. It's not just that they're stupid, it's that they're so smugly dumb. Like they've heard the argument in philosophy class and nobody challenged it in philosophy class, and then they get mad that it gets challenged in the real world. It's the craziest thing. Welcome in, Gazem.
Gaslam?
It looks like Gaslam.
Hey! Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you too much. Can you turn your speakers down and your microphone down?
My cell phone yelling.
Buddy, you're shouting. Buddy, you're shouting into a phone with a bad connection.
Guys, can you hear?
No, because your connection sucks. Connect to your Wi-Fi. Let's see if it comes back. I suspect it'll come back. If you're watching this on TikTok, you can request using the guest request down here. You don't have to use the link on the screen. You can request in the guest request. We can get into the conversation. You don't have to request up using the third-party app. So feel free to request up. There's still people waiting in the YouTube queue to get in, but surprisingly, not a lot of people on TikTok wanting to chat tonight. A lot of people on YouTube wanting to chat. I think our last stream, like almost everybody came from TikTok. It's weird. I never know like if the guests are going to come from TikTok or if they're going to come from YouTube. Well, he didn't come back. I can only assume his connection's not very good. Okay, I guess we'll move on to the next one. Oh, I think he's coming back. No, he's not coming back. Okay, well, we'll move on to the next guest. How you doing, Zechariah?
All right.
Zechariah, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I believe in the Christian God.
Cool. And what would be the most compelling evidence or the most compelling argument for the Christian God being real?
I would say fine tuning, and I want to ask a question.
Hey, are
you ethnically Jewish?
There's some background noise, and we don't do anti-Semitism here. So if like you're getting ready to do some anti-Semitic slurs, I'll kick you now.
Okay, kite.
Okay. I don't know why these people show up. Like I'm not just going to mute them after 5 seconds. I have no idea what they think like they're going to accomplish by doing this. It's the weirdest thing. And like the funny thing is like he sounds like an adult, right? Like I would expect this of like a 14-year-old. It's weird when adults do it. That's the weird part. I have no idea why adults are like that. And the weird part is like he keeps calling me like Jewish slurs, and I'm not Jewish. These people are literally brain dead. Okay, well, all right, go play with your toys, kid. All right, next in line looks like Nameless. We've got a nameless guest. Welcome in.
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hi.
What should we call you?
I'm sorry that I don't have a name. I don't know how to put a name.
Well, when you enter the room and ask for a name, and that's fine. So, what should we call you?
You can call me Ramen.
Ramen? Like ramen
Yeah.
noodles?
Just ramen, yeah. Ramen.
Are you beef or chicken flavor?
I don't know.
I mean,
Sorry.
to be fair, beef is objectively the better flavor, but that's my personal opinion. Okay, so
Yeah, but I think chicken is like more forgiving, that's why.
maybe that might be the case. So what would be the God that you believe in?
I am Muslim.
Sure. And what would be the most compelling piece of evidence or argument for the Muslim God being real?
Well, when you say Muslim God, you're kind of putting my religion in like I know you don't mean it in a rude way at all, but like when you say Muslim God, you're saying are like uh, God in Islam is just for Muslims. But no, we believe in the same God as the Jews and Christians.
No, no, no. You think you do. You think you believe in the same God, but actually you don't. You believe that the Abrahamic God didn't have a son named Jesus, and Jesus didn't die on the cross for anyone's sins. And you certainly don't believe in the Trinity, and the Trinity is like a central tenet to Christianity. So, like, you certainly don't believe in the same God as Christianity if you don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God and also somehow part of a Trinity. You believe in a God like the Abrahamic God, but you don't believe in the exact same God.
Well, yes, we don't believe in the Trinitarian God, but there are like in the first century Christians, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, first century church fathers were subordinates. They believed that Jesus was subordinate to God.
That's not
And
a universally held belief, and I wouldn't say that that classifies the position of the early church. In fact, one of the earliest edicts ever issued by the early church was specifically to reinforce Trinitarian doctrine under Theodosius.
well, the first mention of the what is it? The third person in the Trinity is actually in the Council of Constantinople, and that was the first ever mention of of I believe it was the Holy Spirit. So the Trinity is not something taught that could be like even the Hebrew the 4,000 years of Hebrew history. They don't ever conclude a Nicene Trinitarianism as we believe it today, or any way, sort, and shape and form of Trinitarianism.
Is Jesus God?
No.
The Bible says he is. So you don't believe in the Bible.
Well,
You don't believe in the New Testament. Carry on. Just admit
well,
that you don't believe in the same God as the Christians and call it a day.
the Jews do say that we believe in the same God as them.
I know they say that, but they don't. The God of the Jews and the God of the Christians is not the same God. The God of the Mormons is not the same God. The God of the Islam is not the same God. You all have vastly different conceptions of God. You just think that you're worshiping the same God, and you don't worship the same God. But none of that's
Well,
relevant.
okay? Sorry.
What's relevant is I want to know what is a good reason to believe in the God you believe in.
Well, my God. Well, he's the most merciful.
Certainly
He
is not
is
the most merciful God.
well.
He said.
We can go over it.
Do you believe
Go
that
ahead.
that according to Sharia, like apostates should be executed?
Apostates should be executed. What is apostate?
Somebody who leaves the Islamic faith?
Well, why would you? Okay, I know it might sound like weird, but why? Like, why would you? This was like a punishment for all religions. One,
No,
like for
not in Christianity.
Well, the thing is, why would you want
So
to leave
it
the
sounds
truth?
like you do believe that killing apostates is dope. So you would
Well,
be okay if you lived in a country that
you
had Sharia law, you'd be okay with them executing apostates?
okay? So you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm
I
asking you.
never
I'm
said
not
that.
telling you. I'm asking you,
Yes,
would you be
yes.
okay with that according to Sharia law?
Well, from my thought process, I don't believe Islam is not the truth. I believe it is the truth.
I
So my thought is
Buddy, I'm not asking you about that. I'm
oh,
asking you, do you agree with the idea within Sharia law that apostates should be executed? Is that something you agree with or not?
apostate should be executed. Well, apostates, like, give me like an example of an apostate, like
Crazy, you
under the
can't say
Sharia.
yes or no.
Well, because an apostate is like a person that's like, one, they don't accept the religion, yes, but it's a person that, one, ignores the like he I'm not very knowledgeable, but an apostate, and an example of an apostate is like someone who, one, disrespects the religion in front of people, does it publicly.
So
Well,
I
it's
don't
the
care about your
truth.
definition. I'm asking you if you're okay with killing them.
Well, that if the person is like, like I'm not very versed.
I mean, it
But
sounds to me like you're realizing in real time that this is not a merciful stance. If this
why
God
would
is the most
my
merciful
thought is
God and he says you should execute people who no longer believe in my religion, that's not a merciful God.
that, but the apostate in question is, what are they doing that to get them in such trouble to be killed? Because murder isn't like handed out to everyone or anything.
It depends on what country you're in.
Like that's capital punishment.
Some country,
Murder.
it doesn't matter
Like,
if you call it capital punishment or not. If you're executing apostates, you believe or you assume that what you're doing is justified.
yeah, but what does that apostate do to get such punishment? They have to
It's
do
irrelevant.
an action
Like
that
what?
is relevant.
Name an
Because what they do,
action. Name one.
they could cause corruption in the land,
Oh,
or like ruin a
corruption?
family,
By what? By what means?
or like
By what
I'm
means?
just saying, I'm just giving an example.
By
I'm
what
not
means? By like, encouraging 9-year-old girls to get married? That kind of corruption?
okay. You are going a little too far and too fast.
Buddy, I'm talking about your religion. Your religion says it's okay to marry 9-year-old girls. Your prophet married a
It does
6-year-old
not,
and
and
consummated the marriage at 9.
in the society, it was normal in the society, just like
No,
how in like
no, it wasn't. In fact, the prophet
it
himself
was
refused to give his daughter to one of his friends because she was too young.
that because Mother Aisha,
Yeah, special plead for Aisha was actually a woman at 6.
he waited for consummation of marriage, so he did
So
not.
she was 9.
Mother Aisha was his like youngest wife. So if he wanted wives that were all young, he would have just married all young girls. But no, most of his wives were all widows.
Don't care.
His
Aisha
first
was
wife,
not. That's like, Your Honor, I know I molested this little girl, but
he
my
didn't. No, he did
but
not.
my
Okay, now you're just
but
going
my other
way too
wives
far.
are adults. It's just this one here is not.
That is not that is not it. The mother and father of Aisha agreed to the marriage. Aisha herself
Can
wanted to
6-year-olds
agree.
give consent?
Okay, but the mother and father also agreed to the marriage. This
Can
was a normal
6-year-olds give
society.
consent?
This was normal in their society. The
Can
mother and father
6-year-olds
also
give
agreed
consent?
to the marriage. If the mother and father did not
Buddy,
see
I'm
as
going to
the
ask you
husband,
until you answer the question. Can 6-year-olds give consent? Oh, he ran. Yeah, that was a smart move. I would have ran too. When you start doing rape apologetics, it's not a good look. Phil, thank you for the $10 super chat. Phil says, just send Phil Bros to Gitmo. and the evildoers will confess to anything in a matter of seconds just to make it stop. I actually agree with you. Nobody wants to listen to that Phil Bro dribble. It's nonsense. And Tudor says, if USA is soon to be destroyed because Christians say God judges sin, why is there still a Denmark, Russia, Iran, China? Don't evangelicals think morals are objective for all nations? They don't. They'll scream to you that morals are objective until they don't apply, and then like real quickly they're no longer objective. It's crazy what these people will do. All right, we're gonna get our next guest in here. Our next guest looks like it's gonna be Eli from TikTok. Welcome, Eli.
Hey,
Eli, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
I'm 49 and I'm kind of agnostic, so yes and no.
Yeah. Are you washing your hands right now or peeing?
No, I just finished washing my hands. I was just working in my shop, so I just came inside, washed my hands, and yeah, so we're good.
Fair enough. So, what would be the greatest piece of evidence or the best argument for your particular God being real?
I don't necessarily believe in a particular God. Let me give you a little bit of background.
I'm sorry,
on
maybe
who
I misunderstood.
No, so let me give you a little background on who I am, and then it'll make the conversation make a little more sense. Like I said earlier, I'm 49. I spent 30 years as a Christian. I spent 4 years in seminary. I've been an ordained priest. I taught Sunday school. I was a youth priest, all that stuff. And then I walked away with it. I walked away from it because of very serious conflicting theories and things like that in there. So I am agnostic, but I do believe that there is something more out there than what you know what I mean. So, like, there's more out there. I just don't believe it's any of the 4,000 gods that are currently being worshipped.
Sure. So, why would anyone be compelled to believe that there's a God?
Honestly, I think gods are psychological, and I think that they're very real to the people that believe in them. And I think that each individual meets the God that they worship, and they meet them time and time again throughout their life. And how they handle that situation can kind of lead into the way that they live their lives or anything, things like that. Like, for instance, so if you believe in Christ, which I don't, but if you believe in Jesus Christ, and you go to the gas station and some homeless man comes up to you and asks you for $1 and you tell him, get the hell out of here, I don't like you. I believe that homeless guy, for that person, was Jesus Christ because he embodies everything that Jesus Christ actually was here to help. You know what I mean? And then they turn him down, shoo him away. So it kind of gives a reflection of who that person is. Like, what do you really believe? Do you really believe in Christ, or is that just a facade?
Right. Yeah. But what I asked was, what would be evidence that a God is real? Like, not that people believe in it, but that it's true.
I think that that's individual. And again, I think that people who believe in their gods, it's very real to them psychologically. And I think it does shape the way that they live their life. I believe that people who, like, for instance, if you worship money, that's your God. You know what I mean? You're going to bow down to it. You're going to do what's required to gain it. And I believe that that's your God throughout your life. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't necessarily believe in a God and like this big eyeball in the sky watching every single thing that you do. I think it's an individual thing that you kind of create yourself, and it's a psychological thing.
So, I've got some news. Might want to sit down for a second. You're an atheist.
Yeah, I would say I'm kind of atheist, agnostic, borderline atheist.
Yeah, you sound like me. So, you and I probably had similar experiences. I went to Bible college and seminary after years of a ministry experience and left and became an agnostic atheist myself.
Yeah. Well, I think that So I grew up, I spent 30 years in the Mormon church, and you said something earlier that when I was listening, you said the Mormon God is not the same God. It is the same God. They believe the exact same God, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit that every other Christian believes in. The only difference between Mormons and Christians is they have the Book of Mormon, which they claim Joseph Smith found in a hillside, and it's a record of when Jesus Christ was crucified and died. He came to North and South America and preached to the people here before he went back 3 days later to his homeland. That's the only difference. It is the exact same God. It's the same Jesus Christ. They actually read the Old Testament and the New Testament more than they read the Book of Mormon. And so there's a lot of misconceptions when it comes to religion as a whole. And that was one of the biggest things that I had against religion. I mean, there's 14,000 sects of the Christian religion and 200 versions of the Bible.
So Eli,
Yeah,
you said you were a Mormon.
I was for 30 years, yes.
At what point were you a Catholic priest?
I never was.
You said you were a priest.
We have ordained priests in the Mormon church, yes, and I was one.
And when you say seminary, you're referring to that morning Bible study?
I was more than that, but yes, that was part of it.
Okay. When I say seminary, what do you think I mean?
Going to a school and studying.
Yeah.
Actual, and all that, dorms and all that. And I didn't go on a mission, but
So
I did.
You went to like a really cool Bible study is what you did.
More than that. That's one aspect of what's going on there. That's when you're in your youth.
What are the 4 core principles of getting your MDiv?
I don't know. I didn't get it.
There are like 4 things that you have to graduate knowing. You need to know Greek and Hebrew. You need to know history, and you need to know theology.
Yeah.
If you didn't learn those things, you didn't go to seminary. I got bad news for you.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, I went to what they call seminary, and a lot of different Bible studies and things like that. Every religion's going to be different on what they require and what they study. Westboro Baptists are going to want something different than Catholics and Mormons. And again, there's 14,000 different sects of Christianity, and they all want something different or teach something different, which was one of the big deals, one of the deal breakers for me when it came to Christianity.
Well, I'll tell you what, Eli, I'm glad that you've made it out on the other side, and now you're an agnostic atheist. And you're nice enough as well that while I can't continue the conversation because we're supposed to be debating, I will give you like a minute or two to share your favorite story with the audience because unfortunately I have to take a bathroom break. And I trust that you're not going to like say anything to get my live stream banned while I'm using the restroom. And I bet, having been alive for 49 years, you got a pretty good story.
I've got a lot of them.
All right, give it your best one. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So one of the things that got me to leave Christianity or religion as a whole was coming up in this church. I had a lot of mentors and Bible study and all that stuff. And the cracks started to show when I was about 20, 25, I think, because I had left the church for a little while and then I came back in. And there were a lot of things that I wasn't aware of. I actually met my wife in church, and we got married and we left the church together. And what I wasn't aware of was the amount of abuse that happened towards young men and young women within that church. And when I left the church, we ended up putting a man in jail for what he had done to his own children. And I went to the courts. I went through all the hearings. And a lot of that is what sparked my departure from the church. And we found out how much they cover up and how much they just take from the public and from their members and never give back. And having read the Bible 14 times cover to cover, I knew that what they were teaching was not necessarily the truth, because it was a complete divergence of what the Bible actually said. And you don't protect people who are predators within a Christian community. You don't take money and not give it back from your members of a Christian community. And I found that that was a massive problem among all Christian sects, because I looked into most of them and I researched them quite vigorously when I left the church. And the things that I found when I left the church were quite disturbing. One of the things that I found was a website that was set up in Utah, and this website no longer exists, but it was Mormon families auctioning off their daughters. And you could put a bid in for $100,000 and marry a 14-year-old girl. And this was live on the internet, maybe in 2005, 2006. And there were hundreds of them. And this was within the church. And you had to have a password to get in. And they would post a photo of their daughter. They would post what they were looking for in return for their daughter. And you could bid on them like eBay. And that website ended up getting a lot of flack, and it was shut down eventually. And when you start to find out that things like this are happening within a church that is supposed to be based in God, you start to question if you're a moral person, if you're a decent person. You start to question what their real motives are. And in 2008, when the market crashed, I lost my home, and I had been paying tithing 10% of everything that I make into this church for, at that time, 20 years. 25 years, something like that. And when I went to them for help, they basically told me to kick rocks. They were like, sell everything that you have. And when you're done with that, you can wash windows and stuff like that or whatever. And I was willing to do whatever. So I did all of that. And then it basically was like, we're not going to help you anymore. And then I find out that they're building a $1.2 billion shopping mall in downtown Utah. And here I am, I'm a person that was like a strong, faithful person. I taught their kids all this stuff, and then they're basically telling me to kick rocks when I need help. And I think that that's the way a lot of Christian churches have gone in these days, is that greed has taken over the true teachings of what Christ actually had to say. And I have that's the reason why I say I'm still agnostic, because I've read the Bible so many times. I was so entrenched into it that it's hard to break away from. It's a real mental mind F, to step away from that, because even though me and my wife have been out of it for 10 years, you still have that background guilt that was just drilled into you as a young child. When when you're a child, you have no free will. Your parents take you to church, they sit you in that class, and it is drilled into your head. If you do this, this, and this, you are going to burn in hell for eternity. It's fear. And that's instilled into you in the most crucial parts of your life. So even being 10 years removed from that religion, there are still times when I'm like, that fear kind of starts to creep in, and I have to remind myself it's not like that, And so what I'm saying is, even though I'm like 95% atheist, but I leave that 5% there in case. But I don't think it's anything that man has created, no God that man has created is the God that exists in my mind, if that makes sense.
I think we agree on that, actually, Eli. I think if there's a God, it's certainly not one that has ever been described, and sure as hell not a God in one of these holy books. And if it wants us to know about it, we'll know eventually.
Yeah. And the crazy part is, being Christian for as long as I was, and being, forced into that lifestyle against my will, I didn't have any choice over that. Now, as an adult, I'm like heavily into physics and astronomy and things like that, and trying to understand how the universe works and how big it is and how intricate it is, and the math that's required, and black holes and singularity, all that stuff. I'm into all of that stuff, because it is mind-boggling when you go down that road, and you really go down that road, and you understand the vastness of it all.
Right.
To think that there is one thing that controls all of that, I don't think so.
It's a weird
I don't
one,
believe
right?
it. I don't believe that, because I mean, you're talking about a universe that is so vast you can't even imagine it. And I understand the argument on the Christian side, or on the side of God, quotation marks, that he is all powerful, all knowing. You're going to have to explain that to me in a way that makes more sense than just believe it.
Well, listen, Eli, I appreciate you being here and for entertaining us with your story. That is actually a crazy thing. I had no idea that that website existed. Now I feel like I'm going to spend today's Monday, Tuesday, looking for old information on the internet about this website. But hey, thanks for stopping by, Eli, and best of luck on your journey.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Cheers, friend.
Yep.
Well, Eli, what a nice guy. I think Jack was next in our YouTube queue, so we're going to pull Jack into the conversation. I've got just a couple of super chats. R.L. Stein, welcome in. Thank you for the 1,000 ARS. I don't know. I assume that's Australian, or not Australian, Argentinian dollars. I think ARS is Australian, and I forget what the conversion rate is, but hey, thanks for being here, R.L. Stein. Loved your books. It is a shame that you did not cook the Himmerin. His modality argument, I actually heard it from a Muslim apologist, and it would have been beneficial to patiently debunk it. Yeah, I mean, listen, most of these like modal scope arguments, I'd love to have like some of these philosophical discussions, but what I'm not going to do is learn 500 new definitions in a sitting to do it. I'm just not. He didn't learn the definition of all those words in one sitting. Neither am I, neither is the audience. He went through weeks and weeks of study, having to learn stuff in class, and then he knew all the special words so he can special plead his God into existence. But the reality is, I'm not going to sit here and learn all of his special $10 words in one sitting just so I can cook them. If he can't use normal people words, then he's in the wrong place. And Jarek says possibly needs to be demonstrated, not asserted. I agree. Possibility can't just be asserted. We don't know what's possible. It has to be demonstrated. Hope says, what's Muhammad's favorite sandwich? A hot salami bacon. I don't know where the joke is there. I think it's supposed to be a joke, but my guess is he probably, if he ever had bacon, he would love it. Hell, if he had bacon, I believe Muhammad would have left his religion. That's that good. Yoda, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, she was special. He only wanted her to be the youngest. That's why he only had one child bride. Why is he calling a 9-year-old mother? This kid is strange. I agree. But listen, people who justify child essay are all strange, aren't they? Jarek, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I super appreciate that, buddy. And mostly Gizzards. It's been a minute. Great to see you, Gizzards. Gizzard says, calling LDS seminary a theological education is a huge reach, but as a former Mormon, I feel that pain. I finally resigned due to abuse cover-ups. Yes, there's a lot of abuse cover-ups. And our last super chat from Jamnik. Jamnik says, you know the best part about Smex with your 9-year-old wife, while in the bath, you can slick her hair back while she'll look 7. Muhammad probably. Oh, I mean, he probably did say that shit. He was nasty. Mac, my friend, welcome in.
Am I on?
You're on, buddy.
Oh shit! What is happening? My thing's not even showing up. What's going on, man?
It's great to see you.
I get it. I get it now. I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
same.
So let's do this.
First things first.
Oh,
sorry.
I think we got a slight delay in our audio.
Okay. Yeah. So hot salami bacon. That's assalamu alaikum.
Oh shit! It's a rhyming joke. I'm so sorry.
It's a double banger because it's also pork.
I know that's. I got to be honest. If I had read that better, it might have rung in my ears so I could understand the joke. But now that you've explained it to me, because I'm a dullard, it's a really good joke. That's a good joke.
Yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah, but Mac, listen, you're friendly. I want to take a guest on YouTube. Because I think I finally have the audio situation worked out, so YouTube and TikTok can talk to each other.
That's cool.
Also, Exodus of Faith, rather. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Big W, Exodus. I really appreciate that. And Chet, thank you for the chili. I didn't see Chet come in, but Chet, great to see you. I hope you get your lives going again. I I saw you last night. You said you were gonna start live streaming more, so I'm looking forward to that. So it looks like Jack is coming in, Mac. I'm gonna bring Jack in, and we'll verify that all the audio stuff works. How you doing, Jack?
All right.
Jack? Maybe Jack's not coming in. Jack? Hola? Anything? Oh. Okay. Well, guess Jack's not coming in apparently. It says you've got a MacBook and an iPhone plugged in. So I don't know what's happening with your microphone. I can switch it to the MacBook microphone and see if that fixes it, because it looks like your headphones are attached to your MacBook, not your iPhone.
Hello? Can you
There
hear
you
me
go.
okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh,
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
not a big deal. You just had the wrong mic selected. Mac, can you hear Jack?
Check.
I can.
Test.
I can. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch to my other mic, but yeah.
Awesome.
I gotta say, I can't hear the TikTok guy.
You can or cannot?
Cannot.
Interesting.
Well, actually, I hear him very, very quietly, but I can't make out anything he's saying.
Okay, so you could hear him, you just couldn't hear him loudly.
Yeah, but it's like, hardly any voice is coming through.
Okay, well,
Is this mic any better?
Oh yeah,
now I hear it.
Okay. Yeah, that was my phone headset. So
fair
I'm
enough.
on my proper microphone now.
Okay, I think there's a little delay. Oh yeah, I hear myself.
They're saying that max volume is low, but it's better
Yeah,
now.
I switched over, guys.
I think it was max. Okay, listen, the gang is all here. Jack, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
I am at least 18. Oh, I there's an echo. I hear myself. And I do believe in a god. I believe in a deistic god.
Okay, so you don't believe in like any of the religions. You're not a Christian, you're not a Muslim, or not Hindu?
Correct.
Okay. And does the deistic god have like a mind, thoughts, emotions, or is it more like a force?
I believe the God that I believe in has a mind, emotions, and creativity.
Okay. Does it have characteristics? Like, is it all knowing, all good, or anything like that?
I do think the God is all knowing, but that part I can't really say for certain.
Okay.
And I could give my reasoning for why I believe it has those other traits.
Do you think that God is good?
I don't think God is all good.
Partly good?
Partly good.
Could he be evil?
I think so.
Okay. Interesting. So
here's the thing. I think God is the kind of standard for what is good and evil, but I do think God allows things evil to happen, which makes him, at least in my eyes and from my moral compass, culpable to that evil that happens. So I think that's a sort of evil act that he allows.
So your God is incapable of doing evil?
No, I do think God is capable of doing evil.
I just thought you said he was the standard of evil.
I think.
I mean, sorry,
just like
the standard of good. I apologize.
So I think God is the reason we know what good and evil is.
Okay,
Maybe that phrasing makes more sense.
Is God capable of doing evil?
Yes.
Okay, so God is capable of doing evil. What would, and this is not part of the argument, I'm just trying to figure out what you believe about God. What, like, is there a reason why you would attribute goodness to this God as opposed to evil?
I think it's good to create the universe. I think that's a good action that he has done.
What if he
I
created the universe just to like fuck with us, like the malicious kid who got an ant farm so he could like pour molten aluminum down inside of the ant farm?
That's definitely a possibility. I'm not discounting that, but just by looking into my soul, I have intuition to say that the universe, or the creation of the universe, is a net good.
I mean, it's an interesting point, and I got to be honest, I don't want to take a rabbit trail, but I mean, I'm interested in the thing that you just said. which is that the universe is a net good. But like, what's the measuring stick, or what's the tool that we would know that the creation of the universe is a net good?
Yeah, and this is why I think this conversation may be wrapped up shortly. I'm not sure if you're even interested in a discussion like this,
I
but a
mean,
lot of my beliefs.
I am
Mhm.
actually interested. That's why I'm allowing the rabbit trail rather than continuing with the
Yeah.
rest of the conversations, because I mean, if you're saying something interesting, at least to me. So like, what would you say to the question?
Yeah, and I would say a lot of my beliefs do just simply rely on my intuition and what I believe to be self-evident. I've
Okay,
seen the experiences that happen here on earth. I see the beauty of art and creation and relationships and love. And I think all of that obviously would not be possible without the creation of the universe. And I think all of those things I just mentioned are basically a way of reflecting back onto the creation of God's universe.
sure. So, what would be the evidence pointing towards this kind of? I'm gonna. I hate to use the word deistic, because the God that you are describing is somewhat theistic. It's like somewhere between deism and theism. But like, what would
Mhm.
be the evidence that would point towards that?
Yeah, so I think the biggest piece of evidence for me would be the very fact that you exist and are conscious. So you, as in Justin, me as in what name am I using here? Jack. Uh, so the way I like to think of it is statistically improbable. Colloquially, statisticians would just say statistically impossible for you to be here. So, would you mind me laying out a little thought experiment just to kind of
Well,
solidify this and make it a bit clearer?
I mean, I did do statistics. I think statistical analysis of what could be versus what is are kind of silly. Like, it could be the case that I'm sitting in a chair in about a trillion other locations, and I just happen to be sitting in a chair right now in this location. But that doesn't mean that what I'm doing is statistically improbable. In fact, the fact that I'm sitting in this chair, the probability is 1 to 1.
So can I lay out a little thought experiment, and that might make my point a bit clearer? Because I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing right now.
Go for it.
So, will you agree with me that you yourself would not exist if your mother had never met your father?
I do agree with that. Like, it seems to be that everything that makes up the being of myself could only have come from my mother and my father.
Right. I agree with that. Yeah. And would you also agree with me when I say every decision your mother has made led her to the point of meeting your father? Every single decision, every single
Prior to meeting my
thing your
father?
mother has done up. Sorry, what's that?
Prior to meeting my father, you mean?
Prior to meeting your father, correct?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I would say, yeah, like prior to my mother meeting my father, I would say most of her decisions were necessary for her to still end up with my father. I don't know if all of them are necessary, but I feel like probably a good portion of them are necessary if I've learned
Sure.
anything from time traveling movies.
Sure. Yeah. Well, exactly. That's exactly right. The butterfly effect. Your mother could have gotten Taco Bell for lunch instead of Burger King for lunch one day, and that may have put her on a path where she never meets your father.
Right.
Right. I think we could agree about that.
Mhm.
So take that scenario. The odds of all of those decisions leading to her meeting your father, plus the same exact thing for your father. Right. Your father had the same exact scenario where everything that he has done led him to your mother, and then take all of those probabilities, add them together, and then take that back to the time, or take that back for each of your ancestors all the way back to the amoeba, right?
Mhm.
I think you'll agree with me that the probability of you being here is conditional on essentially like infinite conditions,
Nah,
or
that's not how
infinite
probabilities
variables.
work. So, like, if I take a deck of
Yes, it
cards
is.
and I throw them on the ground,
Oh,
the
mhm.
probability that the order of the cards are like
Right.
one by a factor of 52. So,
Yep.
but the fact that they ended up in that order is not statistically improbable.
Right.
It's only statistically improbable if I said, here is the order that they're going to fall in, and then they fell in that order, right? So
Exactly. Yeah.
statistics
Wh-
rely on intention.
Sure. And I think I was kind of expecting you to say that. The thing that I think we may disagree about is the order of the cards. So hear me out. So 5 random cards that don't make a hand in poker are not the same as a straight flush,
That
right?
is the case, yeah.
So technically they have the same odds of getting that hand, but one is much more valuable than the other. And that's how I see the creation of each and every human being on this planet.
Yeah,
I
but
don't see the
but
world
the
as each
odds
person
of
being just
getting
this
a
random.
flush
Mhm.
entails that we've identified a flush as something that's desirable to happen, and then we're going to
And special.
calculate how often it happens. But we're attributing the specialness to it. You're putting the cart before
Sure.
the horse.
I agree, yeah, and this is why I said I think this is where we'll disagree. I do think each person is special and purpose built for this earth, and I think they were born there,
Hitler was
or
purpose
they
built.
were born with a purpose. I mean, the way you see the world right now is every single person is just kind of a random roll of the dice,
Was Hitler
and
purpose built?
yeah,
Yeah. So God wanted Hitler to kill 6 million Jews.
this is part of the evil that I think God has.
That's pretty sick. You believe in a
Yeah,
God
I mean, yeah, to me it is pretty
that
sick.
purposely created a guy to execute 6 million Jews.
Correct. Yeah. True.
Yeah.
He committed a tragedy.
You think
I mean,
that's
so the way I see
that's
it, and this
believable?
is,
That's sensible?
I do, yeah.
Why
So the way I see it,
would an
Mhm.
entity create a human being to go and murder, nearly genocide an entire race of people? Why would he do that? What's the
Yeah.
motivating
So
factor there?
it wasn't out of love. I don't think God is all loving. It wasn't out of goodness. Like I said, I don't think God is all good. What I do think is he created this universe to essentially experience the range of emotions that can possibly happen. I believe that God sees the universe as his own kind of creative expression.
Yeah,
So
just
just like a movie has highs and lows, our universe has highs and lows. The earth that we live
yeah.
on,
Yeah, he's a kid in the
Can I?
there's highs
sandbox.
and lows.
Hey, go ahead, Mac.
Didn't you say that God is all knowing?
I mean, that part I don't necessarily know. I think, yeah, I mean, I think my intuition leads me to believe he is all knowing.
So why would an all-knowing God need to like run experiments to know what something is like?
Well, I never used the word experiment.
Well, whatever
I
you want
see
to
it
call our
less so
existence.
as an experiment and more so as like sort of a movie that's playing out.
Yeah, why would an all-knowing God need to do that? Because you said it was to get an understanding, right? Of
No,
of what these experiences were.
not for
How did you
God to get an
characterize that?
understanding. I think us here on earth see these different emotions that can play out and the different highs and lows that happen and get a sense for what God may be thinking or what God intended for
But to
in
what
this
end?
universe. Sorry, what was that?
To what end?
To what end? What do you mean by that? Like, when
Like,
will the movie end?
no, like, what is this for?
Well, now you're asking me for God's intentions. That part I don't necessarily know. It could be for
I mean,
fun.
you've never
This could be
speculated
one
on that. You never
universe that
thought
he
about
plays
that.
around with.
Say
I don't
again?
necessarily know the reason why, but honestly, this is the most logical explanation to me. The tragedies that we see and the love that we see is a reflection of God in a way.
There's no way this is the most logical.
Yeah, not even
I mean,
close.
What do you
Occam's
think is
razor
more
blows it out of the
logical?
water.
That the universe spontaneously created and all of this is for nothing?
Well, it
Well,
certainly is for
I think
nothing. Let's go ahead, Mac.
I think that's a mischaracterization, and I think I think it's intentional. Yeah, that's spontaneous creation. Like, you know, we said time and time again, you know, matter can't be created or destroyed. So, uh, even calling it creation would be question begging. But the idea that there is some inherent purpose, like I don't see an inherent purpose, but see that I think that's what makes you need to have a God, is because you're not comfortable with that.
No, not necessarily. I didn't always believe in God. Oh, just over the years, it just seemed to make more and more sense that there's some sort of supernatural being that created all of this. And the beauty and the hatred in this universe are a reflection somehow of that God's creation. And the analogy that I could use in
The
my head to
beauty,
make that make sense is a sort of movie or a sort of piece of art, because
but
that's how human beings at least
but
express their
Jack,
emotions. And
Jack, how do you know
Mhm.
the thing that we call beauty is beauty to God?
I mean, that's another just intuition thing. Like, I
Yeah,
think love is something that most humans experience. And I think if you ask any human who knows what love is, they would say it's out of this world.
I don't think so. Animals
You don't
experience
think
it.
so? Sure, we are animals.
Yeah. What problem in our world does a God solve? Like, what gap are you trying to fit them in?
Um, the creation of the universe,
Why there's something rather than nothing?
sure. And I think the
Michael, thank you
very
for the hat.
fact that evolution occurred, I mean, just from a intuition sense,
Okay.
it
So
it
just follow
seems like
me.
there's some sort of designer that guided evolution.
I know, I get that. Follow me here, okay?
Go ahead.
If I say to you, what problem does God fix? And you say, well, can't get something from nothing. Why would I believe there was ever nothing? And in fact, wouldn't
Why would you
God be
believe there's
something?
never nothing? So you would say that the universe is just eternal.
Yeah. I have no reason to
So
believe
so
that
what
there's an
what
eternal
kickstarted the
God.
Big Bang?
Well, I think the Big Bang was part of a cycle of infinite bangs.
So you think there's an infinite bang and then like a retraction of the universe, or sorry, contraction,
Yeah,
Mm.
bang
and
and
then it just
crunch, some
repeats
people call it.
infinitely? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could think that. I'm not saying that's completely invalid,
Right.
but from a, a point of life perspective, you can't say there is any point to life. There's just this
I never
eternal
said there was a point to
universe that,
life. Our entire
yeah,
planet's
yeah.
going to be
And I
destroyed one day. Like we're going to be in about a billion years. The sun's going to cook our planet.
okay, at least you admit that, and you stay kind of logically consistent. A lot of atheists do not admit that, and they go, "Oh, just because I don't believe in a God doesn't mean there's no point to life. The point to life is to do X, Y, Z."
No, no, I have a point for me. Like I get to
For you,
determine what
sure.
my purpose is, but is there like a grand purpose? No.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was looking.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
if
such
that's
a
the worldview that you want to have, I'm not gonna dissuade you from thinking that way.
Just-
I
What,
think my belief system, it just makes much more sense to me that there is some sort of grander purpose.
why?
And yeah, I mean,
What's the
I think
purpose? Like if we have a grand purpose, why is it that our galaxy is on a crash course with the Andromeda galaxy? Why is it that our solar system is going to
Mhm.
self-destruct?
That's part of the larger scene
But
that God has created.
God's plan is to destroy his creation?
I already said many times there's highs and lows.
That certainly would be a low. Mac, you were going to say
Well, I
something a
mean,
minute ago. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just gonna say that we're essentially describing would be existentialism, right? Just
never saw.
the idea that individuals create meaning.
Right. Jack, do you believe
That's essentially it.
that your soul is going to go somewhere after death?
I do, yeah. I mean, so
Why?
the point that I brought up before around us being statistically improbable to exist, I think that's remedied if our soul is eternal. So if my soul
What's the
always
evidence that we
existed,
have souls?
the evidence that we have souls,
Mm.
yeah, I mean, I guess that's just another belief. Yeah, I mean, there's no scientific machine that we have to measure a soul, obviously. So
Right.
you have to just believe that a person is more than just their brain matter and their cells and all of the biological material that makes up their body. A person is more than that. And that difference is the soul.
Yeah, you believe that, but why would anyone accept that as truth? Like, if I don't believe that, why
Yeah.
would I believe it?
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is why I said this may be a short conversation. I don't really care if you believe that. I'm simply saying that it makes much more sense to me that a person is more than just these walking meat robots.
But why though?
I
Like, it
think
sounds like
people have demonstrated time and time again that they're more than just,
so it sounds
you know,
like all of these ideas are just based on your intuition, not like on actual
yeah,
data. Is that the case?
yeah. I said that at the beginning, but yeah, that's
So, like,
correct.
if my intuition is that all of that is false, then it seems like we're just stuck,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, that's what I said. I think this may be a short conversation. I don't necessarily have a data point to point you to say that this is true.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is this is a belief system that makes much more sense to me. And I think the atheistic belief system, or I guess lack of a belief system, is maybe just a little sad. And I think you just discounting there being any sort of supernatural
Yeah,
outside of our universe, or
but
discounting the fact that there may actually be a point to life and this
is truth
universe.
determined by whether or not it makes you happy or sad?
Definitely not. No.
No, but I asked you for a point and you couldn't give one.
Well, I don't think I had the opportunity to say. I think we kind of moved
No,
on after that.
I did.
But I
I
think the
did,
point
and
of
you
life is to
balked at it.
experience God's creation. So to travel, to love others, to do good things to your community. Like I think all of this,
That's the
just
same as
based
no
on
God.
everything I've seen,
But
brings
that's
more
the same as
positivity
no
to the world
God.
and
What
makes
is the
God's
difference? What
creation
is the
a
difference
more
between what
positive
you're
place.
describing and a world with no God?
Say that one more time.
What is the difference between what you're describing that would give people purpose and
Yeah.
that same world with no God?
Yeah, because I think when you believe there is no God and we're simply these flesh robots that are simply walking around, and we're really just kind of a random mutation of genes, and there's no greater purpose than that. There's no design to us. Then people won't have respect for other human beings. I
You
think there's
think
no basis
you
for
think
that
that's
respect.
true?
I don't think
You
that's
think
true.
people without a God don't
I do.
appreciate beauty and nature and travel and family
That's
and
crazy.
friends?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too political, but I would say atheists are much more pro-abortion or pro-choice than people who believe in God. And the
So
reason
what?
for that is people who are theistic tend to see that a person is much more than just their physical body. A purpose
Maybe
has
they don't want
value because of their soul.
maybe they don't want a person to have a shitty existence. Or maybe they don't want their own existence to be shitty. Like
Okay,
I
I mean,
don't
I don't know if you
understand how
want this
that's an
to go
argument.
into an abortion debate, so I'll hold off before I say anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess
Yeah.
I think what's really like sticking in my craw is like this is like just a real big like sharpshooter fallacy. Right? Where you're drawing the bullseye on like our human existence, and or we hit that, right? And then you're drawing the bullseye around it, right? So you're starting with the answer, this must be right, and then you're working backwards to identify the odds that go into making that happen. I think I don't
I
think
don't
there's
agree with that. I do think you're strawmanning me. And I don't use that word lightly, but I do think you're strawmanning me. I never
I'm
said
not
that this
strawmanning you at
is
all. I
right.
didn't rephrase your argument in any kind of way.
Well, you said I'm starting off by saying this is right, and then I'm working backwards. I never said that this is right.
I didn't say you
I
said
said,
it was right.
okay, maybe I misheard you. I thought you said I'm
Yeah.
starting off by saying that this is right, and I'm walking backwards and trying to rationalize it.
Yeah. So with this view of, but it essentially does do that, right? When you're starting to establish odds, that means that you have the right answer. You have this winning combination, or else what are you doing the odds for?
What do you mean? What am I doing the odds for? Why did I bring up the statistic and probability of us existing?
Yeah. Like, what's impressive about it if this isn't the right answer?
Because statistically improbable things are something that, from our everyday life, from our lived experience, is not something that you see.
But it's not statistically improbable.
Well, from your perspective, if we're simply a jumble of genes,
from a mathematic perspective, what I'm saying is not statistically improbable. Statistical
Well, that's if
improbability entails that there's like some intention of something happening, or that the something happening is like desirable.
yeah, but that's the part where we disagreed. In my opinion, it's statistically improbable because I'm looking for that straight flush. You're giving equal value to every hand in the deck.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's the sharpshooter.
Yep.
You're saying we have a straight flush.
Yeah, and that's my belief. I'm not
That's
saying
the
that's
sharpshooter.
correct.
But statistically,
Sure.
the odds are the
we
same
all
that it's
have
going to be a
beliefs.
2, 3, 5, 6, 9 offsuit. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't. It's the same odds.
No, I understand from your perspective, it's the same odds. From my perspective, each and every human
from the
being
perspective of
was put on this earth for a reason. And the reason I have that
that's just
belief
how
is just by
probability works.
intuition and, just by thinking, seeing what to me is obvious.
It's not obvious.
I don't think it's obvious at all.
To you, it's not. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's very obvious. It's as self-evident as the sky being blue.
Right, and it's the opposite for us.
I
it has no explanatory power.
I don't doubt that you don't believe that.
I didn't explain anything about our
I
world.
don't think we're going to get to any sort of agreement here today. Okay. I was just kind of up here to give my thought process on why I believe what I believe.
Okay. Well, I mean, thanks for coming up, man. We appreciate talking to you.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Keep it up.
All right, cheers. Have a good one. I'll tell you what, Mac, we've had a lot of weird beliefs up here tonight. We haven't had like maybe one or two standard theists.
I'm telling you, I don't know what the Christians are up to this week, but they are like on vacay. It's been weird all over. We had a guy on Zena's live talking about how he shot a woman in the back. And like he's like, yeah, I did it. I'll do it again. I was like, okay, cool.
That's crazy.
Man.
The only thing we haven't seen tonight yet is Quantum Woo, but it's coming.
Yeah. This was the cousin, the like the less absurd cousin. But it's just, I don't know, like if you can't tell me the difference between the universe with your God and without it, like what value is there? What good is it?
Agreed. Yeah. Oso, great to see you in the chat. Thank you for the hats. I really appreciate that, friend.
Oso's the man.
Oso is the man. I agree. So we're going to go ahead. I'm just going to read a couple super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here. We've got a super chat again from R.L. Stein. Thank you so much for the Argentinian dollars. It says the pigeonhole principle: distribute 1 million plus 1 marbles into 1 million holes. The probability that there is a hole with 2 marbles is 100%. The probability to find it is 1 in a million. That's your existence. Has low probability does not mean it's remarkable. Agreed. And like the probability that you'll win the lottery is insane, but somebody wins it every damn day. It's just how it is.
I was actually going to go to the lottery thing because I was like, it's not impressive to win the lottery if you have unlimited tickets.
Right.
And that's what we have in this, the cycle, right? The Big Bang, like unlimited tries. And also like sextillion planets. Like there's 10,000 planets for every grain of sand on Earth. Like it's unfathomable how many shots there are at life.
Something had to develop life. Meg, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, is there an option on your side to enable translations for your videos? I am from India, and there are a lot of zombie Christians here, and I want to show them your videos in Telugu language. So I do have captions turned on, but I don't know for which languages. One thing I can do is when I post videos or do live streams, I can make sure I turn on captions for the Indian language. Or whatever that language is that you have listed there, and hopefully it'll work.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch.
There's a bunch in there,
Yeah.
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 And Larry, thank you for the.
Punjab, Urdu.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was
Larry,
gonna, there's like a few. There's a ton. Anyway.
Larry, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Larry says, "Wonderful barbecue tonight. Slow, aromatic, tasty. Slow. It's a slow roll tonight. Actually, I agree with you, Larry. It really is." Meg, my friend, great to see you. Meg says in Genesis 17:1 is another time when someone other than Jesus, Abraham, saw God. Can't recall you mentioning it before. I usually go to Genesis 15 with the Abraham contradictions because he speaks to God. But yes, God does appear to Abraham, especially during the covenant ceremony when he does the birds and the fire passes and everything. You're right, that is part of the contradiction. Somebody does see God, specifically Yahweh in this case. So I mean, very good that you pointed that out. Arvin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says your personal existential terror is not evidence of God. Yes, Arvin, I couldn't agree more. Like, I get it. Like, a lot of people experience existential dread, but that in no way would validate the existence of a God. And Virillion says Jack was contradictory when he said only he could come from his parents, but believes a soul separates from that, so he could come from any parent. That's actually a really good point. If the soul is separate from the meat suit, there's some weird stuff happening there. And David says he's saying statistically improbable for us to exist excludes the consideration of countless potential people who could have ever existed if we didn't. Yeah, I mean, that's the case, right? He's just saying, well, listen, it could have been any other way. Therefore, since it is this way, it's statistically improbable. That's not a good argument because, like, say, I could be in a chair in any other location in the universe, 40 trillion locations. I just happen to be in this location. It's a miracle, but that's just not how statistics work. You can't say, because it could be another way and it is this way, it equals a miracle. That's not how miracles are calculated. Last one from our friend Hammond. Great to see. It says Christian arguments just basically boil down to I want to live forever, and my cult convinced me that I'll be rewarded for brainwashing myself. I mean, you're not wrong, Hammond. I think that is one of the motivating factors behind the rise of Christianity. That seems to be a huge motivating factor. All right, I believe Robert was waiting in line next, so we're going to bring Robert in and get our next conversation going. I can't remember if we tried to bring Robert in earlier. Welcome in, Robert.
Yes, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good, good. You can hear me okay?
Well, I can hear you.
All right, great.
Robert, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Well, sitting here listening to the conversations for years now with you and Tovia Singer, which was awesome when you and Tovia Singer got together. But I would line up really close to what Jack was saying. I think most of it is pushing towards our experience here in this life. It means a lot that our experience and that we can bring it on with our soul into the next life is how I'm feeling.
So, like, what would be a reason to believe that we have souls?
It's just hard to imagine that this experience of life is just a waste, that we learn, we grow, especially as an electrician. I've been an electrician for 35 years. I'm 57 years old, and just learning all the experience and how to have relationships and articulate, back and forth with people and learning things. I mean, I was a Christian for 40 years and I studied with all of them. Like you've been talking about, I knew the founders to all of them. And I enjoyed debating with them and looking at it from their point of view. And then I realized, Jesus, 8 of them, 9 of them, a whole line of them. And it slowly started dwindling. I started looking into it and it just all fell apart. It's terrible when it just goes poof in your face. But I could never bring myself to an atheist point of view that there's absolutely no designer, master programmer, something like AI. We could be all AI having the human experience. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but maybe we are AI and we're having a human experience. Just a thought. I mean, I don't know it all. It keeps you humble. You know how electricians are. We're humble.
That actually is my experience, to be honest. I worked with a lot of electricians, and they typically are salt of the earth people. So, the question I have then is, what would lead one, like seems like you've abandoned formalized religion, but what would lead one to believe that there's still some kind of a creator out there that like has intentions for us and wants us to live on past our meat suit?
Because of love and hate, and that we get to enjoy this experience of love and hate. He said, "You shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." And and believe me, if I felt close to anything, it'd be towards Rabbi Tovia Singer and their belief. But I'm surprised you didn't confront him with a lot of the problems. I know you were both bashing Christians, which is fine. But if I had anything, I'd go lean towards that. But then there's problems with that, and it's like, man,
A lot of problems, right? So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is where's the connection between we have experiences and there's a God?
it's just hard to believe that it's all for nothing. You have loved ones who commit suicide and couldn't handle it and go on, and it's sad. Life is brutal, and I listen to you regularly, and I'm glad that I was able to get on, and I appreciate the audience and everything, and you're doing an awesome job. It's
Thanks,
great.
man.
I enjoy it. Yes.
So, I mean, I agree with you. Life is brutal, and it's certainly kind of depressing to think that it was all for nothing, or like the curtain's going to draw one day and it's all going to be over. Like those are things that keep people up at night, and I get that. Like I really get how, and it feels like there's no justice in the world, and we want justice to happen in the afterlife somehow. Like we can't let go of the idea that there should be justice. But
Yes.
I think like these notions and these feelings, like we can't actually put anything behind them. Like if I said, like if I was having a conversation with Mac and I said, I feel like it's gonna rain today, and Mac's like, why? Not humid, the sun's out. Like I would need to have something other than a feeling to convince Mac that it's gonna rain, right? So like I get that we all have feelings and intuitions, but I don't know how we connect our feeling and our intuition to the God.
I know. I listen to you roast them every time, and it's amazing. It's amazing, and you try to script out what you're going to say, and you don't know what you're going to say, but it's just hard for me to believe that this is all in vain and nothing. That there's got to be a purpose of having this 70 years on this earth, and wanting it to be a better place. I'm with you. I look at Tesla, and I could go on and on. It's kind of a lit test when you ask people these questions and where their mindset is when they believe in COVID and the moon landing and 9/11 and on and on. And I might as well dump it on you because I've listened to you roast about flat earthers. And I had a question because I've been a flat earther for 10 years. I don't want to be a flat earther. I don't. But I tried to debunk it. The evidence to me, which I understand, but this is what's puzzling to me. You say that the Bible is a flat earth book, and this is my own cognitive dissonance coming away from it all.
But you don't believe in the Bible, right?
Right, I did, and I still try to hold on to it like 5%. But if the Earth is a ball, that really wipes it all out. And like I said, I'm a flat earther. I go to the conventions. I study every angle of it. You could ask me any question, whatever, blah, blah. But my question to you is, you knowing that there are 250 verses in the Bible that prove flat earth, and you even said that. I've heard you a couple times say, these flat earthers are crazy. But we actually have evidence that we can show you in the Bible that it's there, where the
Listen.
earth takes shape of the seal of the
Wait,
signet ring
wait.
in Job 38.
How is that proving a flat Earth?
Well, he says the earth takes shape as
No.
to the seal to the signet ring. And so, it describes that, and there's many other ends of the earth. And
Does the Bible prove that bats are birds?
No.
But it says it.
Right. Believe me, with my buddy that I met from Arby's, every time I went in there, he said, "What's your name?" And I'm like, "Flat Earth." And then I'd go sit down and he'd be like, "Flat Earth, Flat Earth." And now we've been the best friends. He's my poker player. We've been playing for 15 years, but he's still a baller, and he is my most opposition. And I don't run from the opposition. I run to it.
Do you understand why I brought that up?
Explain it to me so I understand.
Because you said the Bible proves in over 200 places that the Earth is flat, but it might claim it.
Right.
But none of those are proof. Like proof is a very strong word.
This is my cognitive dissonance that I try to let Mike know. This is brutal on me. It's
So
really bad.
we'll work through it. So
And, yeah.
So let's cover a couple points. Also, if you're on TikTok, go ahead and send out the bat signal for Dr. Blitz. I think he might be interested in this. That being said, I think for me, the best evidence against a flat Earth is GPS systems. And I'll tell you why this argument is close to my heart. So when I was in engineering school, we had to we got to do fun math, by the way. I had to take applied trigonometry. And I got to be honest, I loved applied math because most of the textbooks are full of like, well, as an engineer, this is how you use this in the real world, right? So one of the things that we had to do was learn how to do the math for the trilateralization of GPS systems. And I actually got the opportunity at one point in my life to work on some code for some long range trilateralization. And it turns out all of the GPS code for long distance GPS positioning, all of it requires a map that is a sphere, and it includes math that is only workable if it's a spherical. Now, I get that short range GPS, you can get away with a flat model, especially if you're being imprecise. But if you actually want precise location over a long range, you have to use math that incorporates a spherical Earth, and I just can't see how that would be the case if the Earth was flat.
Right. That's what I've been learning through the years. It's like, it's so humbling when you're sincere and you're sincerely wrong. And you come to that conclusion. And I'm not saying I have all the answers to flat Earth, but I think if there was 100 things, I think I've got about 80 pinned down. And there are some discrepancies with flat Earth, especially the last Antarctic thing that they got going on. But it's hard to believe the government and things, which, I don't want to be like that. But at the same time, it's hard to trust things that you can't test and verify yourself. And so the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know. And that's what keeps me humble, because I think I know a lot, but I really do know inside I don't.
Well, let me ask you a question. How do you think, why do you think our feet are stuck on the ground? Like, obviously we're going to refer to gravity. Are you like a proponent of universal acceleration? What's your view on gravity?
Most definitely. And all these topics are fascinating. And if they can be talked like we're talking back and forth, not arguing it. But I believe in buoyancy and density. It makes much more sense that if I drop this glass, it's going to hit the floor because it's heavier than the air can support it around it. But if I blow up a balloon, where's gravity then? And it's just hard to believe that there's a magical force pulling everything down at sea level.
This is a really good. Yep, there's a really good point, and gravity explains this perfectly, right? So the reason why things are buoyant, in fact, if you look at the calculations for buoyancy, it includes the gravitational force. Like you can't calculate buoyancy without using the gravitational force. So the reason why buoyancy works is because of gravity, because the warping of space-time and the fact that things that have more mass are going to be drawn lower down because it's got more mass, whereas the things that have a lot less mass are going to be up higher, like in the outer portions of the atmosphere, right? So I get that, like, buoyancy is really interesting, but buoyancy itself is not a force. Like what's causing buoyancy?
Well, what you described then is, how can you have an atmosphere next to a vacuum? That don't make sense. How can you have air pressure without a tire? And we believe
this is easy. Okay, so
firmament don't move over the Earth, and it makes more sense that the Polaris star don't move since mankind, and they've navigated by the stars that don't. On Friday night when I'm having a little Crown and Coke, I can believe we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour. But then they're saying we're doing 60.
I think you're doing too many talking points at once, and all of these talking points are easy to cover. I don't mind at all. So let's talk about what you were just mentioning, which is the vacuum. Cool with that?
Yes.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to get a drawing app loaded up here, and we're gonna do some drawing. All right, you should be able to see my screen, and let me make sure you can see it. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna draw the Earth. The Earth is red. Sorry about that, but it is what it is. I don't know why it drew a circle, a complete circle, rather than the outline of a circle, because the fill color is filled in. That's why. How do I get rid of the fill color? How do I clear this? There we go.
You're saying you want?
Okay, so let's do the next one then. Let's grab blue. We're gonna do our outline color. We'll do it in blue here. Bada bing, bada boom. Cool. And then, so there's the Earth, and here is, we'll call this the first layer of the atmosphere. We'll call this the second layer of the atmosphere. Call this the third layer of the atmosphere. Okay. So the closer you are to the center of mass of the Earth, the more gravity you're going to have, right? So what that means is that there is a force acting on you, but not just on you, but on everything around you. So, for example, if I'm laying flat on the Earth and somebody sets this pop can on top of me, there's force being exerted on top of me because of this pop can. But the reality is, there's a lot of things happening that are exerting force on you that you can't see. Our atmosphere is entirely full of small, tiny particles that you can't see. You know, different molecules, oxygen, nitrogen, helium, all this stuff, right? And all of that creates pressure because it's being drawn to the center mass of the Earth, just like the water. When you go deep in the water, there's more pressure. That's why you need to pressurize your vessel against implosion, right? But the further away you get, the less the pressure is. So it's a gradient, right? Now, eventually, as you leave the Earth, you'll get to a place where the gravitational force wanting to draw you back into the Earth is so weak that it's no longer effective. Like it can't actually pull you into anything. And that's all that's happening. Like there's no actual vacuum in space. Space isn't sucking anything. Space is just
Absence of atmosphere.
an emptiness.
Right, absence of atmosphere. Then how do they push off anything when they do get up to that space and they're trying to go forward and stuff like that, and they have G force on them, and it don't look like it just don't. How can they push off of the emptiness if there's no atmosphere?
You mean how do like rocket boosters work in space?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like rocket boosters work in space for a couple reasons, but they're pushing material behind them. So there's material being spewed out of the rocket booster, and then more material being spewed out against that in the rocket booster. And it doesn't take much momentum to get yourself moving within space, because theoretically there's like no resistance. You're in a vacuum, right? So as long as your booster is like spitting something out repeatedly, you can get yourself to a point where you're getting momentum.
Yeah, but it don't make sense. It's like me being on the back of your truck with the tailgate down sitting, and when you're doing 60 miles an hour and you hit a speed bump and I come off the speed bump, I come off your truck, and that's like the spaceship leaving the Earth, and it's doing 66,000 miles an hour, and you're going to the moon. You're never going to catch back up to your truck. You're gone. It ain't going to happen to get back to the Earth if everything is spinning at 66,000 miles, and it's actually four different directions at astronomical speeds, and it just don't make sense to me that you have.
I don't understand. Like, right now, all of us are spinning at that rate, right? Same reason, like when I'm on an airplane's going just north of 500 miles an hour typically, right? If I'm on an airplane and it's at steady state, I can jump up and down, no problem. Like I'm just moving, my body is moving the same speed as the aircraft. Same thing with the Earth. The Earth has a steady, constant spin rate, which is why we don't feel it, right? The only reason why we feel like movement is when there's a change in direction. So like everything in motion wants to maintain some sort of like angular velocity. And so when we're going straight at the same speed, we don't feel it. But if we turn one way or another, or we slow down or speed up, then we actually feel it. But what we don't feel is moving at steady state.
Right. And they say that atmosphere sticks with the Earth spinning, which is crazy, because if I go to California, like you said, and I'm flying against the Earth spin, you know, I should get there speedily. But if you check the durations of flights going from back and forth east and west, the duration time is almost the same, give or take the headwind or tailwind. And it's like, that don't make sense. If I'm flying against it, I should get there speedily.
We're not outside of orbit.
Yeah,
we're
but
locked, we're locked in orbit.
It's a catch-22 because they say the atmosphere sticks. Like you've heard people say, "Oh, why can't I go up and fly a helicopter and have New York just come to me?" They say, "I understand the atmosphere sticks to the Earth spinning, so they all spin at the same time. So if you're going one way with the spin, you should get there speedily. And if you try to come back the other way, it should be devastating. The time lapse should be major."
I mean,
it's just a thought.
To be clear, like the outgoing versus return trips typically are different times, but that has a lot more to do with weather patterns than the rotation of the Earth. The Earth doesn't rotate that fast. Like, so for example, I mean, the Earth only rotates one revolution per day. That's not that much, right? So if you're only on like a 2-hour flight, the weather pattern is going to have a lot more impact on your speed and your destination than the rotation of the Earth.
Right. That's why it's only, like I said, within 20 to 15 minutes. It's not that much. You would think it'd be a lot more if it was going on.
But you have to remember, like when you take off on a plane too, when a plane takes off, I mean, I'm going to pull open my, sorry, I took my drawing app down already, and I shouldn't have because it's a useful app and I use it a lot. So let me put it back up. When an airplane takes off, here we go. Let me grab a different color here. We'll make it green. When an airplane takes off, right? And let's say it's going to fly in this direction. Actually, make it bigger so you can see it. There we go. So it's going to take off. It's going to fly in this direction. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's imagine that the Earth is rotating in that direction as well, right? Okay, so when the plane takes off, it's already going the same speed as the Earth. So if the Earth is rotating and the surface is moving 1,000 miles an hour, that plane is already moving 1,000 miles an hour, right? So it's not like going any faster around the globe than if it had taken off this way, because if it had taken off this way, it's still moving this direction 1,000 miles an hour. It just happened to be going the other way around the globe. But it still has to make it through the atmosphere. It still has to make it through all the weather patterns. And the spinning of the globe doesn't really do a whole lot for unless you have like a cross country flight, like across the ocean, like you need to go from America to like, middle of Europe. I don't think you're just going to notice anything.
They plot the courses out for all this and the geometry and trigonometry and say, okay, we're going to be here. They just they put in their calculations and they fly right to it. But if you actually have to determine when the Earth is spinning this direction and you're leaving at this time, it just seems like it'd be a lot more calculations than just a flat, simple Earth and you go up and you go to it and then come back down. I mean, you can imagine how tricky that would be to, in 12 hours, think of how far you've been in that sky flying for 12 hours. That would affect it.
Yes, the direction you're flying around the globe does affect it because you are fighting against weather patterns. Weather patterns are partially caused by the rotation of the Earth and partially caused by other means. Right. I'm not saying that you're going to get there at the same exact time. You're definitely not going to get there at the identical same exact time, but like all of this is really well explained, like if you're paying attention to the literature, but like there's so many things that are entirely unexplainable on a flat Earth. So for example, like if I'm watching a ship go over the horizon, I can climb up to a higher altitude and see more of the ship. That doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. The ship shouldn't be disappearing below the horizon. It should just be getting smaller. Same with the sun, right? If the sun is just moving away from us rather than going over the horizon, the sun shouldn't be disappearing from the bottom up. It should just be getting smaller and then eventually so small we don't see it anymore, but it doesn't. It disappears from the bottom up because the sun is rotating around the globe.
Right. I've seen videos out there on that that explain it with the atmosphere, depending on, the atmosphere, and there's a few videos that shows it getting smaller and disappearing out. The biggest thing is, and I'll just stay to the easy ones. When I first become a flat earther, we thought it was a big deal that you can see Chicago from Michigan, and it was only 60 miles, and they said you should hardly see the Sears Tower and all, and we thought that was exciting. But we're literally up to 700 miles. Anybody can take a picture, literally take a picture, and you can see 700 miles away with infrared cameras and stuff. 700 miles. That's 50 miles of missing curvature.
Right, but
You kind of,
it's not missing because you can't see the bottom of most of those buildings. Like if you look at all the overwater images of Chicago, the bottoms of all those towers are missing because they're covered up by the horizon.
it's perspective and vanishing point and how it works. If you're on a flat street and the girl walks away from you and you got
That's
the
not
camera
how
down at the
vanishing
bottom,
points work.
she starts disappearing. And why is she disappearing? It's flat. But if you raise the camera up, it's still flat. It's not because she's going over a curve. But any of these topics we could spend all night on. But I did want to hit this one, if you don't mind, about Venus. You know, the sun, and you start to know these numbers, the sun, and then you have Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. And Mercury is 55 million. Venus is 75 million. They say we're at 93 million. And of course, Mars is 230 million, blah, blah. Okay. How in the world, if you're facing the sun and that's daylight, and you got the inner, you know what I'm saying, the inner loops of Mercury and the inner loops of Venus, how are you seeing Venus in the midnight sky, not just dawn and dusk? Because in 2013, they videoed and got footage of Venus out all night into late hours. That is impossible to see Venus when it's in the inner loops. It's only 75 million miles from the sun. We're 93 million miles.
Why would we think that the sunlight doesn't bounce off of Venus?
Because Venus is closer to the sun. If you draw your little map and draw the sun and draw Mercury, Venus, and Earth, it's in the inner loops. How do you get on the other side of the Earth farther than 93 million miles to be able to see it out there? And I don't have an answer for it. And it's kind of
I don't think it's confusing at all. Like the sun reaches Venus. If the sun reaches Venus, then light is bouncing off of Venus.
Yeah, but if you have the sun, listen to the measurements. If you have the sun, and then Mercury is 55 million, doing inner loops around the sun, circles at 55 million, and then you have Venus at 75 million, doing a circle around the sun, then you have Earth at 93 million, doing its loops around the sun in a year, right? How do you see in the midnight sky Venus that's 180 degrees on the other side of the ball Earth that we're spinning? It's farther out than we are.
Why is it 180 degrees?
Well, I'm just saying, if you drew them three, there's no way you could see Venus in the midnight sky. That's all I'm saying.
Why?
Because it's in the inner loops of the sun. I just said, when you look at the heliocentric model, I'm just saying, and you have Mercury, Venus, Earth, then Mars, well, then you're saying that Venus is between us and Mars if you see it in the midnight sky. It's only supposed to be on the daylight side or early in the morning or late in the evening. I can understand that. But we've seen Venus in 2013. They got video of it. It was out until 12 o'clock at night.
Okay.
It's like,
we're going to draw this out, okay? We've got two orbits around the sun. We're going to call this Earth's orbit. And it's got an elliptical path. And we're going to say Venus, sorry that Venus's orbit is a little bit larger than it should have been. Just imagine that it's smaller for now. We're going to call Venus this elliptical path here. Okay, so now
I want eggs.
I know, right? Looks tasty. This is an over easy planetary system. So if Venus is here between the Earth and the Sun, we should see Venus, right?
Right.
Okay. If Venus is here, we should see Venus, right?
It'd be difficult, but it'd be during the daylight.
Yeah, because daylight's hitting it. We have direct vision of it, right? If Venus is here, we should see Venus, right?
It's in the sunlight, though. That's daylight, though. As the Earth is looking at it, like towards the sun, and you're showing where those are, that's during daytime. Now put that on the other side of the Earth. And nighttime, how would that happen?
But okay, we're almost there. So over here, we can see Venus, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, if Venus is over here, Your contention is that you can't see it, right?
Well, if it's behind the sun, of course we can't see it.
I think he's saying something else, Justin. I think he's saying like the fact that you can see it, right? It should be behind the earth.
Yes,
is
thank
what
you.
he's saying.
Yes. Now draw that dot in the
Like
night
in
sky.
that perspective.
Well, I thought he
If
said
you're-
that. I thought he said that Venus had a smaller orbit than the Earth. Did I hear him wrong?
Yeah.
No,
that's
yeah,
why-
but he's saying like, how is it possible to see it if it's because in order for it's always going to be closer to the sun, right? Or we would be facing the sun when it's in our view.
But if you're looking on the other
what?
side of the earth at the night sky, you just look at the earth and look the other way, not towards the sun, but look the other way towards the night.
So look
And that's where we're
away
seeing
from the
Venus out
sun.
there. Yes, we're
So
seeing
then-
Venus out there.
So obviously Venus. Let me look up where the orbits are. Obviously Venus doesn't have a smaller orbit if we see it out there. Okay, so here are the orbits. And let's see. Venus has an orbit just smaller than the Earth. So I guess I failed to see the problem.
Your partner on there he understood it. Maybe he could articulate a little better that, if you're facing the sun, I understand that part. But when you're facing out into outer space, that's where we're seeing Venus, and it's.
I disagree. No, if Venus is between us and the sun, we're not seeing it by looking away from the sun. That's just factually not true. Right. So like if here's the alignment. I zoomed in much again. Venus is here. The Earth is only one loop wider than Venus. Right. So if Venus is on the opposite side of the sun or on the same side of the sun as us, and we're looking away from the sun, we're never going to see Venus. That's not a thing that happens.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Right where your cursor is right now, right? Out there is where we're seeing Venus, out there in the dark side of it. And it's like,
that's not the case.
Well, how do we see Venus in at nighttime?
You don't see Venus looking away from Venus. Like whether you see Venus at day or night's irrelevant. Like you can't see Venus by looking away from the planet.
No, I'm saying I understand if it's daytime and you're facing the sun and it's in their inner loops or off to the side, right? We could see it. But how can we see it at nighttime that it's on the other side of the earth, farther orbits out?
Why would we not be able to see it? As long as the sunlight is reflecting off of it, we should be able to capture it somehow.
I probably just ain't explaining it right, but I'm sure your audience don't want to hear about all this flat earth stuff and keep on with that. It is fascinating though, but I know you want to get into cooking, folks, and I like hearing that too.
Yeah. So this is on ELI 5, right? Explain it like I'm 5.
Yeah, give me 1 second, Mac, to blow you up so that they can see you on TikTok or on YouTube because they can't see you on YouTube just yet. Give me 1 second. I'll blow your screen up.
Is Matt gonna try to help me out a little bit?
Yeah, he's got a
not
thing.
really.
Well,
trying to help everybody, right? I'm on the side of truth.
Yeah.
So this is explaining how that would be possible, right? So if you could see, and it's kind of tough to pick up, right? They should use a different color than blue, black and blue, but this is blue, right? And this is the daylight side of the earth, and this is the night side of the earth, right? So it's saying like if it were the case that like Venus is here, and that's the sun, that you could still be on the dark side and have visibility of Venus from there, and yet it's still closer.
Yes, I agree with you. It's dawn and evening, but if you rotate that over to where it says Venus within the line of, put Venus where of is when you're seeing it at midnight, that seems a little bit crazy to think that Venus would be that far into the midnight sky when it's in the inner loops of the sun, yet it's out there at midnight.
I don't think it is. I don't know where you got that idea from, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay. Well, it's 2013. I saw a couple videos, but you know how that is. Someone could have.
Oh, I did want to show something else.
Oh yeah,
if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is something I kind of mocked up because I haven't seen anybody talk about this, but it's something I drew up, and I'm curious to get thoughts on it because what is your contention about the sun as it relates to size and distance, right? So it seems like you're saying that you did agree with the 93 million miles. How does that work with a flat Earth model? I don't really know. Like it seems like you're making some of your calculations based on stuff that would not work with a flat Earth.
Well, that was going with the heliocentric model. As a flat earther, we believe the sun is only about 3,000 miles up. When you do the trigonometry and geometry on a 45-degree angle, when you measure a tree and you want to know how high it is, and you get a 45-degree angle, and the bottom, you calculate it for 100 foot. The tree's 100 foot. Well, when the sun is over the equator and at 45 degrees, at the 45 degree on the map, it's 3,000 miles from the equator, so it's 3,000 miles up. We believe it's local and close. That's all, and it spins
local
around.
And okay, so if it's local and close, and I've got a distance marker here. This is Inari, Finland to Cape Town, South Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that is, if you can see that distance, 6,700 miles.
Yep.
Right. Okay. And we know that these two are in the same time zone, right? So, barring some like extreme like solstice event, right? So let's say it's on the equinox. These are going to be seeing the sun at the same time of the day, right?
Yes.
Okay. With these two places that are essentially the same distance, a couple hundred miles further, nothing big, right? 6750 to 6930, so less than 200 miles further, right? Would these two places ever see the sun at the same time?
They would see the sun at the same time, but they would see it in the different time zones. Of course, you'd be jumping quite a few time zones where it'd be morning in Florida, and it may be noonday there.
Yeah, it's going to be much more than morning to noon, right? This is going to be like morning to like later in the evening.
Yeah.
Right. So how does a local sun answer that you could see that they would both be seeing sun on the north to south map, but on the east to west, right? So this distance, just under 7,000 miles, right? At this distance, they're both seeing the sun, but at this distance, they are very much not.
Why is that? Because I believe if it's wherever it's noon at, you can see 6,000 miles to the east and 6,000 miles to the west. And for that, it would be evening, and the other one would be morning. Because
you can see 6,000 miles to the east?
Well, for the sun, you could see the sun. You could see it rising. Yeah, you'd be able to see it. It's about 6,000.
You're going to see a local sun? Well, how could the local sun, is the sun like a line? Because it doesn't have the same effect, right? It's essentially going to be the same type of day between these all along this stripe, right?
Right.
It's going to be like, it might be depending on the tilt and the season, but if it's in like the equinox, right? Let's say it's,
I don't know how much knowledge y'all have on flat Earth or researched it, but we believe the very center is north and the Antarctic goes all the way around us. And in between the tropics, the sun moves 1 degree every day. And that's why we have a full year. And when it gets to the equator and then it comes all the way up to June and it's closest, the tropics, then it goes back out to fall and winter.
Yeah, I had a question about that. Actually,
explain the seasons on the flat Earth. It's really easy.
So, Mac, I'm gonna make it small for just a second. I want to reinforce what you were saying because I think it's a point that is really good, and I think it's meaningful to the talking point that about the tropics. So give me just a second, and we'll actually cover that. I'm sorry. Also, I don't know why on TikTok it decided to change my layout to all vertical like that. I have no idea why it's changed my TikTok layout. That's really weird.
When I gave you the big screen, I guess.
Yeah, when I gave you the big screen, it just decided. Oh, maybe because I'm not big screen.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm big screen. Bada bing, bada boom. We're back in business. Okay, sorry about that. That's what happened. Okay, so I think Mac is making like a really good point, and I think it answers. I think we could do something that fixes Mac's, not fixes Mac, but reinforces Mac's point, but also fixes the next talking point that you were bringing up, which is the rotation of the sun around the Earth and why it moves from inside to outside on the Earth. Because that's a question I've never received a good answer to. Okay, so here's a map of the flat Earth. And what you're suggesting is that the sun rotates around the globe. I wonder if I can copy this, copy image, and put it on my drawing app. Can I put it here? I wonder if I can just put it here. Fucking A, look at that. Okay. So never mind the orbits for now. We're just going to draw over top of what we have. I'm going to change my pen to orange for now. Cool. Okay, so the sun rotates around the Earth like so, correct?
Yes.
And then at different points in the year, it rotates in larger or smaller orbits, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to make this a little bit bigger too so everyone can see what's on the screen. There we go. Okay. So Mac was making a really good point, right? Which is, for example, if you live, this is America here. Here we go. And this is South America, and this is Africa. So if you live, for example, here in America, and let's say you live down here at the tip of South Africa, there's a long distance, a couple thousand miles.
South America, I think.
I'm sorry, South America. South Africa. I'm not used to the shapes. Okay, so if you live in either of these two locations, you can see the sun at the same time, at the same point in the sky, correct?
Yes, but it'd be in different time zones.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're actually in the same time zone.
If they're in the same time zone, yeah, they should be able to see it at the same time, right?
Right, okay. Now, if you're, say you're in America and somebody else is over here near I think this is the Arabian Peninsula right here, then you can't see the sun as it rotates, correctly?
Right, it'd be dark over there.
Yeah, they're actually about pretty close to 12 hours apart, almost exactly 12 hours apart. Now, the reality is, if the sun, in fact, was over here, let's I'm gonna try a different color for the sun. Let's make the sun green for now. Cool. All right, and then let's draw the sun right here on the rotational path. The sun from where the sun is to like over here, it on the map isn't that big a difference between like where it is here and where it would be down here, right? So it's weird that like down here we can see the sun equally as well as we can see it here. Like we're looking at the same sun. However, if the sun is here and we're over here or even over here, like if we're over here, we can barely, there's like almost no sunlight. If we're over here, there's zero sunlight.
Okay, I just want to clarify some things. Where you have the sun drawn at that tropic, that would be June. So it'd be winter in the south where you were pointing, and they have the 6 months of no sun, where you have the midnight sun in the
6
north.
months of no
Covers
sun.
all that up there in the north. They have a midnight sun. It doesn't set for months.
Well,
they can see the sun in Alaska, and that it's called the midnight sun, and that's
all right. So
phenomenon.
I'm glad you bring this up. I've been in Alaska, right around the 24-hour sun. When I was there, we were only getting about 2 hours of sunlight. Okay, so
but that's a great. He brought up a really interesting point. I don't mean to derail you, but like, how does this work in the opposite? Right?
It doesn't.
How do you get to the southern tips
Well,
where in our winter they have that 20 to 24 hour day?
Right. That's
but
what
that's not supported by your model at all.
Right. Believe me, they went this last December and they said that they proved that there was a sun, 24-hour sun. But I've watched, as a construction worker, I spent countless hours watching a job site go up in the Antarctic for 3 years, watching the videos, and there was no 24-hour sun down there. I'm just being honest with you. I mean, I've researched this and looked. And
Do you think it was a hoax?
So the whole thing was a hoax?
Well, to be honest with you, I really think so. It's
And the
devastating.
flatter see what this does to you now. Like, see
Yeah.
what kind of rabbit hole
So,
this
like-
sends you down. Like, are the guys who were doing flat Earth content for years, they were actually in on the hoax?
Right, Witsit and Jeranism, I've met them. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say
Were
they're
they
my friend,
were they in on
but
it?
they converted back to being a baller, but
Yeah,
you know, the
because of the
government-
evidence.
Right. If I saw it too, I mean, it's quite a phenomenon because here's the thing. Think about this. If you're in Alaska, right close to the North Pole, you know, all that gets 24-hour sun, they got beautiful animals, all the vegetation, everything. It's beautiful.
I've been there, I know.
Well, if they got the same thing down there in the South, why is the Antarctic so cold? Why don't it have vegetation and animals and everything if we're on a ball? Why is it so brutally cold? It don't get to those temperatures if the sun is a 24-hour sun in the South.
To be clear, at the northern tip of the globe, we do also have ice sheets that don't melt. Alaska is not the northern tip of the globe.
No, it's awful. It's at 75 or so. But I'm just saying, do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but like, so first of all, I have no reason to believe that the final experiment was a hoax. Once you go to the hoax nonsense, I think you're creating more problems than solutions. But at the orbit, because I think the orbit's important. Like, if you believe that if the sun's here in the inner orbit, that this is going to cause a 24-hour sun up at the northern tip. Well, I mean, it's not that much further away than right here. And you'd have 24 hours of sun almost all the time, every year, no matter what. But that doesn't fix the most troubling thing to me. And no one talks about this. There's no reason. There's not a single cause. I've never heard an answer for it. There's no reason for this sun to change its orbit. If the orbit is getting wider, it's going to continually get wider over and over again until it's completely out of orbit. It does every year. It goes but it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Not only does it not do that, there's no explanation for why the Earth, if the sun was orbiting the center of the Earth, there's no explanation for why the diameter of the orbit changes.
Well, everything's electric magnetism. You know, being an engineer and realizing that this whole universe and the ether and the electromagnetism.
Well, there's no ether, my friend.
Okay. Right, but it is. That's what I was telling my buddy Mike. That was devastating to me with cognitive dissonance because you should not have a midnight sun in the Antarctic. It's impossible on a flat Earth. I agree, 100%.
Yeah. Well,
So
listen.
then it must be fake.
Yeah.
I have to preserve this belief I have, so it must be fake.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, like, either the entire world is in a cover-up for no reason, for no gain, or flat Earth just doesn't work.
Yeah.
I wish I could get the tickets to go down there and just experience it myself. You know.
But who's gaining? Who's gaining by covering up the flat Earth?
It's got to be the same thing as the COVID, 9/11, and the moon landing.
Who,
It's
though?
ridiculous.
Who is it?
I mean, they don't want us to know that if we're in a snow globe and Yah has created all this for us, then they don't want you to know that where we truly live. If we truly live on a flat, plain Earth with a dome over us and there's a creator, it points to a creator. But if we're just magically spitting
So
out
what? Like, lots of these people are Christians.
Yeah.
It's easy. And
So,
here's another thing. It's easier to
Robert, just to be
convince-
clear, Robert, sorry to interrupt you, Robert. I mean, you've been very kind with us. I didn't mean to interrupt, but like, it sounds to me like what you're suggesting is that the Earth has to be flat or else God doesn't exist. But that's not that's not a logical conclusion.
You see my cognitive dissonance. When I see it on other people, I can recognize it. But when you see it on yourself, it's scary.
Yeah, it is. I get that.
But
Yeah, maybe sit with
things
that a
work
little
out.
bit.
I definitely got problems.
Yeah, but I think, like, really examine why you need this to be true. I think Justin hit on it very clearly, but really, like, sit with that.
Yes, I will. I'll continue study. I love to study all them topics. Mandela is a crazy topic. And between Mandela, flat Earth, and religion, those are three hot topics and ain't going nowhere. and I appreciate you for talking to me and had a pleasant experience. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Robert, I had a good time talking to you, and I know we kind of beat up on you on some of these topics a little bit, but like you're a really great guy, so I really want the best for you. But to Mac's point, yeah, spend some time thinking like, why does this cause you cognitive dissonance? And you know, I had a really good atheist friend a long time ago, and I'm sad to admit that I haven't talked to him in many years. But when I was a Christian, he was the one guy that like I really trusted to give me good advice, and he was really good at fixing some of my logical problems. And he pointed out that there were things I was doing because I had already concluded that the Bible must be true, right? And so one of those things was we would talk about various topics, and I would just assume that it's true unless you can prove it wrong. And he said, that's not really the way you determine what's true. Like, you can't just say, well, this is true until somebody else proves it wrong. Like, you have to start at the beginning and assume you don't know if it's true and then see if you can prove it wrong, right? And I had to sit with that and get honest with myself and realize, oh, I'm doing things, I'm thinking in particular ways because I already like the conclusion that I have, and I wasn't ready to challenge my conclusion. It sounds to me like you're at a point where you actually like the conclusion that you have, that a God is real, and you're kind of trying to make the data fit that conclusion. But if you ditch that conclusion, does the data still say what you want it to say? And I'm willing to bet it doesn't.
Yeah, you're right.
You know? But spend some time thinking about it. We appreciate you coming up. It was a joy to talk to you, Robert. I hope you have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
Bye.
Well, I mean, the guy was honest. He's definitely experiencing some cognitive dissonance, and it sounds like he's halfway fighting it, right?
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is like, because somebody in the comments, I was going back and forth one just now, like he admittedly abandoned the flat Earth model to talk about the Venus problem.
Right.
It's like, well, that's not a problem in your world, but you see it as a, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really like some real insights. So yeah, I hope he figures some stuff out.
I think he will eventually. He's on the struggle bus for now, but I'm sure he'll get on the right track soon. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll grab what's probably going to be our last guest. Skeptic Goddess, thank you for the super chat. Great to see you tonight. This is for Christians. Foetuses, I think you mean fetuses are important
Well,
until
that's a
birth.
European spelling.
Oh, are you serious? That's European spelling?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, I didn't know that. Oh well, yeah, because the Canadian dollars must be a Canadian spelling as well. They keep a
Oh,
lot
there
of
you go.
things
Could
we
be,
get
yeah.
rid of. Yeah. Now I know. But so fetuses are important until birth. Then education is an option. Yes, actually, Mac, I meant to make the point during that conversation, and I kind of got sidetracked. But like, people will get on atheists for being pro-choice, but then they completely overlook that the majority of people that are for capital punishment are believers.
I don't know. I just whatever. I'm pro women's like bodily autonomy. I'll take that. Like that to me, that's not an argument.
Right.
It's not even a moral victory. That it's not something I have to shy away from. Like I fully support like women's autonomy up
Amen.
until the point of birth. Like I don't care. That's not gonna like move me at all.
And Larry Beck, thank you for the 666 friend. Larry says, by the way, tube steak definition 1, the male penile member. Definition 2, hot dog. Used when adults realize children have overheard them using definition 1. Indeed. Indeed. Not the kind you put ketchup on. Patch Grabber says, too bad other guests didn't go on abortion rant. All that the fetuses seem to care about? All the cletuses like Southerners.
Cletus like bumpkins. Yeah.
Yeah. All the cletuses seem to care about is fetuses, Jesuses, and AR-15s. Okay, this is a good word. I like this rhyme. This is good. I appreciate that.
Definitely building something there.
It took me a second to see the whole house, but I think we got there. Hammond, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W, friend. It says these people insist that suffering has meaning, but don't think about the suffering of animals or even our pre-human ancestors. A lot of these people are conservative, but have an ideology that the universe has to be fair. Interesting point. Yeah, because like if you believe that there needs to be some sort of fairness, like some transcendental fairness given by God, really. But then you look around the world and you're like, well, shit, the world is anything but fair by design. Well, this idea that God needs to be fair is dumb. God doesn't need to be fair, nor does he desire to be fair if he created evolution. Adele, good to hear from you. It says Rock Hard for Doug wants to know how you feel about the contradictions of Paul on the Damascus road or the road to Damascus. Yeah, so in Acts chapter 9 and I believe Acts 22, we get the discrepancy. In one, it says that the men with Paul saw the light but didn't hear the voice. And the other, it says they heard the voice but didn't see the light. It's just a straight contradiction. I've used it once or twice. I think it's a good contradiction. I think
There's another one.
Oh, there's another one in there.
Yeah, between 22 and 26.
Oh, shit. I didn't even know about that one.
Yeah. One of them says that all the men were knocked to the ground, and the other one says the men stood around.
No way. I didn't know about that. Shit, we got to add that to the... Okay. Let's see. I was on my way approaching to... All right, we're going to grab 22 first and check this out. I fell to the ground and heard a voice. Saul, why are you persecuting me? I answered, who are you, Lord? Then he said to me, I am Jesus of Nazareth, whom you are persecuting. Now those who were with me saw the light, but did not hear the voice, and the one whom speaking... Those who were with me saw the light, but did not hear the voice of the one whom was speaking with me. I asked, what am I to do, Lord? The Lord said to me, get up, go to Damascus, where you will be told everything that has been assigned to you.
It might be 9.
Oh, the one in 9?
It might be 9 and 26.
Okay, yeah, let me grab that.
Because I went to 26, so let me go to 9.
All right. In 9, let's see. He says, all right, I was going along, approaching Damascus. Suddenly, a light from heaven flashed around him. He fell to the ground and heard a voice saying, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? He asked, who are you, Lord? The reply came, I am Jesus, whom you are persecuting. But get up and enter the city, and you will be told what you are to do. The men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they heard the voice, saw no light, or saw no one. Saul got up from the ground, and though his eyes were open, he could see nothing. So they led him by the hand and brought him to Damascus for 3 days, where he was without sight and neither ate nor drank.
Right. So in 7, right, it says that the men were standing around, right?
Oh, sorry, in 7. Verse 7, the men
verse
who
7, right? 9,
there we go. So it says the men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they heard. Okay, so they stood speechless. What it says? Okay.
Yeah. So Paul, and it says like it says like he was knocked to the ground, right? Singular.
Okay. Fair point.
Right.
And
then 22 starting at 12.
Okay, so
but the verse itself is 14.
Okay. Grab 22, 12 through 14. Says a certain
26.
Sorry. Oops, my bad. I thought you meant Acts 22. Here we go. Acts 26, 12 and 14. Says, with this in mind, I was traveling to Damascus with the authority and commission of the chief priests. When a midday along the road, Your Excellency, I saw a light from heaven, brighter than the sun, shining around me and my companions. When we had all fell to the ground, I heard a voice, saying to me in the Hebrew language, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? So here it says they fell to the ground. But in the prior passage in chapter 9, they don't fall to the ground. Let's see, it says... see, what passage was it?
4 says he fell to the ground.
Yeah.
And then 7 says the men stood around.
Yeah, he fell to the ground.
Silent.
And the men did not. The men stood around. Interesting. I didn't know about that particular contradiction. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I found that when I was looking into the other one. The voice in the light.
It's so easy to find contradictions if you just read it. Like, you just have to read the book. Like there's so many of them. They jump out at you. Like I'm only left to assume that the people who really believe the Bible has no contradictions just haven't read it.
Yeah, yeah. The apologetics for these are really bad. Like I actually haven't I don't think I've presented the one about standing around. But I've definitely gone to the light and the sound, and the apologetics are so bad. Where it's like they're trying to say that the word doesn't mean hear, it means understand. It's like, no, the word means hear.
Or they'll say, seeing the light is a metaphor. It's not referring to physically seeing a light. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Now it's yeah, I'm sure it is. All right, let me grab our next guest. It looks like Josiah is ready in our YouTube queue with camera and microphone. So I'm going to grab Josiah and bring Josiah in. Welcome in, Josiah.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here, Josiah. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I am over 18, and yes, I in the Christian God.
Okay, you're
a little choppy.
Yeah, your connection's a little bit choppy. Are you on Wi-Fi or no?
I am on Wi-Fi.
Interesting. I wonder if your Wi-Fi is not very good.
How's this?
Yeah, cycle it off and see if it's any better.
A little bit better now.
It's a little choppy still. Let's try this. Just to ease up the connection. Just turn the video off and leave the audio on, and that should decrease the amount of bandwidth necessary, and it should be okay.
Just gotta figure out how to do that here. How's this?
I think it's okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So you said you were a Christian, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you like a standard Trinitarian Christian or something different?
I would be what you would consider non-denominational.
Okay, so you're just a non-denominational Christian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Simply put.
What would be your best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I would say that the best evidence is not only that we have the Bible as text referring to a creator, but also that we have plenty other.
Yeah, it's bad. No, he's clipping pretty bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the microphone or the connection, but it's we're getting like 60% of the words.
Yeah, we're not hearing most of what you're saying, Josiah.
Yeah, we're not hearing most of what you're saying, Josiah.
I'm not sure what's going on with Josiah's connection, but I think he's having a trouble.
Also hearing. Yeah, I got to talk through it though, because it's like when you're talking in sentences is when we lose it.
Right. Yeah, it's really choppy. The connection is.
I'll give this a try.
Sure. Okay. So what I thought I heard before we started talking again was it sounded like you were saying that the Bible is evidence.
Not just. In fact, I would say that the Bible is one of many ancient historical texts that at least refer to or point to the idea that there is a creator. I mean, we could look at the Quran, for example. They don't necessarily believe that the God of the Jews, Yahweh, is necessarily the same God as theirs, as Allah. However, they still believe they're monotheists. They still believe that there was and is a creator.
Sure, but you don't believe Muhammad's last prophet of God?
No.
Cool. So what about the Bible would lead me to believe that the God of the Bible is real?
Simply what the Bible states and what it claims. Like again, it's there's no. I mean, putting a tag saying "prove me wrong" is it's a nice catch-22, and I appreciate the bringing up a debate. But the reality is that there's nothing I could say, or the like I could quote 99.9% of the Bible to you, in addition to many other.
Yeah. You think I've never read it?
No, I know that you have read it, and I actually, from what I can tell, you went to school for some sort of Christian education, or actual scriptural education.
Right. So I'm going to read a passage to you real quick. This is in Exodus. It says, the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. No foreigner shall eat of it, but any slave who has been purchased may eat of it after he has been circumcised. What genre of text is that right there that I read?
What genre? What do you mean by genre?
A genre is like a classification. So we would say like a genre of music could be like classic rock or jazz. A genre of literature could be like a personal letter or a biography or a poem or a prophecy or some other form of literature, right? So
This is a quote. This is a third party perspective of a quote.
I'm asking what genre of literature is it?
The Bible?
Oh boy.
Like, no, are you
I'm aware that
asking?
I'm aware that we're reading the Bible. I'm asking
Yes.
the specific text that we're reading. What, like, if I said to you, what genre of text is the Code of Hammurabi?
The Code of Hammurabi?
Yeah.
Remind me again, who wrote the Code of Hammurabi?
No one knows who wrote it, but it was dictated to be written by Hammurabi, the Babylonian king.
Okay.
Right. So if you're holding on to a law code, what form of text, what type of writing is it?
That would be historical archive.
You're getting closer. It's just legal writing. Just like a historical archive could be like the registrar from the temple. So and so gave so many
Sure.
baths of oil as such and such. So many gave so many sheaves of grain for such and such. Okay, so when we're reading Exodus 12 and God is giving instructions to Moses and Aaron for how to do the Passover, what genre of text do you think this is?
Well, I would say the same. I would say historical archive.
No? It's instruction, it's legal code. So most of the Torah is classified as legal code.
It may have been at the time for the Jews, absolutely. I would agree with that. But it, for the purpose of keeping it in the Torah and in the modern Bible, it is no longer.
What does the word Torah mean?
The Old Testament.
No, try again.
What would you define the Torah as?
No, what what does the word Torah mean?
That's a good question. I do not. I'm not fluent in Hebrew, but I'm sure you could tell me.
Sure. Torah typically gets translated as like instructions or commands or teachings, right? So like we're reading a section of text that is full of instructions. It's classified as Torah. The genre of writing here is instruction or legal code, right? So
Sure.
do you believe that there is such a thing as a prophetic genre?
A prophetic? Oh, absolutely.
Cool.
I mean, you could even consider, if you believe that Muhammad was the final prophet of God, then much of the Quran would be that.
What are the hallmark signs of a prophecy?
Pointing to something that has not happened yet or has yet to be.
How do you know that it has yet to be?
Well, that's how prophecy would work.
Well, I'm saying if you're reading a text, how do you know if the thing you're reading is a prophecy?
Well, you wouldn't. I mean,
You wouldn't?
great example for that. Well, okay. You wouldn't until the prophecy would become fulfilled,
That's
and only then.
crazy.
It's
So
I don't think
nobody
that's crazy at
reading
all.
the
I
Old
mean, think about
Testament
it. There are plenty
knew
of prophecies that were.
the Old Testament readers, none of them knew which texts were prophecies and which ones weren't.
Well, they would have to be told by the prophets, and they probably wouldn't even have known for certain if they were or not.
The prophets didn't even know they were giving prophecy?
Well, the prophets probably did, absolutely.
Okay. Now, if you're a listener, right, and you have the words in the Torah and in the prophets and the writings, how do you differentiate between a prophecy and not a prophecy?
Well, like I said, a prophecy, you wouldn't consider it a prophecy until it becomes true, or rather, like, obviously a prophet would claim that, their suggestion or claim is prophetic. uh, but for a great example, like, there are tons of prophecies about Jesus that
0.
were. How so?
There's not a single prophecy Jesus fulfilled. And
Not a single one.
you're actually demonstrating it right now. Like you're already starting the apologetic for Jesus fulfilled prophecies as long as any words I say are prophecies, right? But that's not how that works. Like I've got a whole list of prophecies that I fulfilled as long as I can ignore the context and pretend like words don't mean words. So like prophecies are actually like you actually know they're a prophecy when they're being given. They're not secrets. What a dumb thing to think that God is giving secret prophecies. In fact, he says in the book of Amos the opposite. He says in Amos that he doesn't do anything before revealing it through his prophets. He's revealing what he's doing. He says in Isaiah, he declares the end from the beginning. He tells you what's going to happen. He doesn't have to
Okay, sure.
hide. He doesn't have to hide anything.
But then how would you know that the prophets are truly prophets?
Thank you. Exactly. You would know because there's a test for that. Have you read Deuteronomy 18?
Refresh my memory. Deuteronomy 18.
Yeah. So in Deuteronomy 18, there is a lively discussion about false prophets because false prophets have to be killed. It says, any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die. Now, it says, you may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. Okay, so God is making a very clear statement here. God is saying, when a prophet tells you something, it's testable. Does the thing the prophet tell you is going to happen come true? If the thing comes true, then it's a word from the Lord. If the thing doesn't come true, it's not a word from the Lord. So, like, it can't be secrets.
That's no, yes, but that was exactly my point prior. So that's why I'm confused when you say that Jesus fulfilled no prophecy.
Oh, because he
Like, sure,
didn't.
if you mean to say that Jesus fulfilled prophecy, or
Not
not a
even,
specific prophecy that said his name.
not one. He didn't fit the requirements for a single prophecy. Except for maybe Deuteronomy 13 when God said he's going to send a false prophet to test his people. Hey, Bertram, good to see you. Thanks for the jellyfish. What prophecy did Jesus fulfill? And keep in mind, if you say Isaiah 53, it's not going to end the way you think it is.
I was not going to say Isaiah 53,
Okay.
but I'm sure I'd love to hear why Isaiah 53 was something that you immediately referred to.
Because it's the only prophecy you people know. Do you think that there's a strong case for Jesus fulfilling any prophecy? What's your favorite prophecy you think Jesus fulfilled? Like, what's the slam dunk prophecy?
Slam dunk prophecy.
Yeah, what's like the one prophecy where you're like, if I show you this prophecy, you have to believe that Jesus fulfilled it?
Oh, you don't have to believe anything I say or any evidence I bring to you. That's kind of
He's
what I've
asking
been
for
telling you, and it's what I'm
the most
here to
compelling.
say
What's
is that
what's the most compelling one?
of Jesus being the Son of God and Jesus dying
Of doing anything, any things you think Jesus did. Give me the prophecy.
Okay. Well, you said no to Isaiah 53.
I didn't say no to that. I'm just going to say that it's not going to end the way you think it is, and we're going to waste a half hour doing it. So it's up to you if you want to do that. Keep in mind, I talk about Isaiah 53 every time I go live. Mac, have you seen a live stream where I didn't talk about Isaiah 53?
Not to my recollection.
Just to be clear, I know Isaiah very well. So I mean, listen. You're welcome to try it. All I'm going to tell you is we're going to have a half-hour discussion on Isaiah 53, and you're going to leave frustrated. So how much time do you want to spend banging your head on a prophecy?
No, it's okay. I'm not here to try and give you one slam dunk thing. I think that would be incredibly intellectually dishonest of me.
Well, what I'm asking for is whatever prophecy is the most convincing to you. Tell me that one.
Okay. Sure. I would say specifically Psalm 22 is one that comes to mind.
Okay. We'll pull up Psalm 22.
Didn't we talk about what a prophecy is?
Yeah, it's like he wasn't even listening. So right off the rip, Psalm 22, not even a prophecy. It says, my God, why have you forsaken me? This is not a prophecy. It's just a lament of David. David is clearly speaking about his own laments. And the fact that Jesus said, my God, why have you forsaken me, has nothing to do with whether or not it would be prophetic. It would also be putting the cart before the horse, because just because Jesus said it's prophetic doesn't mean it is prophetic. You have to demonstrate that he fulfilled prophecies before you can demonstrate that he gets to decide what prophecies are.
Okay, sure. Okay, fine. Instead of something that he quoted, which was something that David had said, how about being the fact that he is of David's line?
Oh, I love this talking point.
Lineage.
Yeah, let's talk about that actually. Let's go to Matthew 1.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm referring to Jeremiah, but sure.
Oh, trust me, we are going to be talking about Jeremiah. So we have an interesting passage in Matthew on his lineage. And it says in the passage, Josiah, the father of Jeconiah and his brothers at the time of the deportation, which, by the way, is not true. Josiah is not the father of Jeconiah. It's Jehoiakim. But that's a whole different conversation. It says Josiah, the father of Jeconiah
Jehoiakim, yeah.
and his brothers at the time of the deportation to Babylon. And after the deportation to Babylon, Jeconiah was the father of Salathiel. Okay, now here's the problem. What does Jeremiah say about Jeconiah?
Specifically?
Yeah.
About Jeconiah.
He curses him. He says, thus saith the Lord.
Jeconiah.
Yeah. Record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling in Judah again, or ruling again in Judah. So the line of Jeconiah was cursed to not sit on the throne of Judah again. So that can't be a good lineage.
What
about Luke?
Is this again?
What's that?
What verse was this again in Jeremiah?
Jeremiah 22:30.
22:30. Okay, so so saying, "Let the record show that this Jehoiakim was childless." If this is a specific curse,
Yep, it was. See the problem?
well, let's.
If you said something, nobody heard it.
Oh, my bad.
You see the problem?
Yeah, no, so as far as the
None of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah. So there's no kingly lineage through Jeconiah. Want to try Luke?
Are you saying he was not the son of Josiah?
Jeconiah, that's what I said earlier, but that's not relevant to the discussion. Discussion is that none of his descendants can sit on the throne of Judah.
Yeah, fair to say that the childless is metaphorical, meaning like it's effectively childless because none of them will sit on the throne. Right.
Yes, yeah, I understand.
Okay.
So the lineage of Matthew's got problems. The other problem is that he's only adopted by Joseph. Joseph is the one where the lineage ends. Joseph's not the daddy of Jesus. He's adopted. That's nonsense.
Sure. But I mean, as true as that is, that suggests that there is no at least coincidence the fact that Joseph happens to be of the line of David.
Actually, that's the funny thing is first of all, we're granting that the lineage is even vaguely true. We have
like intact, yeah.
Yeah, we have near zero reason to believe that this lineage is true, given that there's multiple contradictions between the two lineages, and there's multiple contradictions between the lineages and the people in the Old Testament. We just pointed out one, the father of Jeconiah, but there's multiple people missing from this lineage that are in fact need to be in the lineage that don't show up that are in the Old Testament. Like it's just not a good, well put together lineage, and neither one of them actually end in Jesus. They both end in Joseph, which I think is crazy to believe that like God was going to send the Messiah, like an actual king from the loins of David that wasn't born from the loins of David.
Well, okay. That's assuming that somebody who is supposedly supposed to be fully God and fully man could even come from somebody like Joseph.
That could be.
Joseph, like, sure, Joseph is fathered him adoptive,
Wait.
in an adoptive way.
You say Jesus is fully God and fully man?
Yes, 100%.
So Jesus is 200%?
No. I said fully God and fully man.
What's 100% God and 100% man is 200% of something.
No, sure, if you're using our simple math, absolutely, but you can't fit an ocean in a cup. But I'm not about to limit what God can fit into a man that He sends.
So Jesus is part man, part God?
It's not like a 50-50. It's a
It's 100
100%
100.
human.
So
And
if
also,
it's not 50-50, it certainly isn't 100-100. You can't have 100-100. So like if God
but
is
that's what I'm
not a
suggesting. It's not
man,
as easy as our
if God is not a man and man is not a God, then you can have somebody who's like 50% God, 50% man, but you can't have someone who's 100% man and 100% God, because definitionally speaking, God is not a man and man is not a God.
not before Jesus, sure.
Is the flesh of Jesus God or just the thing in the flesh suit?
Are we separating body from spirit? Is that what this is? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Then I would say that he was the physical human body of God's spirit.
Yeah, it says he's a visible image of the invisible God. Right. That's what I'm asking though.
Yes.
Is the meat, is the flesh suit also God, or is that man?
That'd be man.
Okay. So the flesh of Jesus is man, and the stuff embodying the flesh is God.
The spirit.
Okay, so God's got parts. And one of those parts is the flesh
Absolutely,
suit.
yes. Okay, so in that sense, yes.
Oh.
And I would say that
Well,
plenty of Christians believe in the triune God, which I'm sure you've heard that before.
yeah, so welcome to Super Hell. You've just committed the heresy of partialism, which was condemned by Theodosius II.
How is this heresy?
Because Jesus is 100% God, 100% man. If God has parts, then Jesus isn't 100%. So for Jesus to be 100% God, you can't say that the flesh suit wasn't God. You have to say that the flesh suit was God.
That's limiting. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's what, from what you and I can understand, sure. But that's limiting God. If God is supposed to be an omniscient and omnipresent being, like, that is something that we cannot limit.
No one's asking about that. Okay. So then what you're saying then, like the thing living in the flesh suit and the flesh suit is God, right?
Say that one more time.
What you're suggesting is that the spirit and the flesh of Jesus were God?
Yes. As far as that's concerned, I'm not fully sure what I believe.
Well, if not, then God has parts.
Yes, 3 parts.
So you just are you okay being a heretic?
100%. I mean, if that's what you would consider to be, I would find it almost comical, someone who is atheist calling me a heretic. But I mean,
Well, I'm asking you your
it
opinion on whether or
means
not you want to be a heretic, because what
it
you're
is
doing
not
right
my
now is
opinion,
committing
it
a
is my
heresy.
belief. It's not my opinion, it's my belief.
No,
My
I
belief.
mean it certainly is your opinion, but the reality
No,
is,
okay.
okay, so if God has parts, okay, follow this. Before Jesus's flesh suit was born of Mary, was God missing a part?
No.
So where was that part of God?
Always present.
Where?
With him.
So Jesus was physically present where?
With the Father.
Where?
I don't know how much clearer I can make this.
You
Where
do
do
know
you
that
think the
God is
Father at?
immaterial. God has no presence. He has no location in your worldview. But
No.
if you have a physical presence like Jesus, you have to have a location. Physical is like within the physical world.
No.
Okay, so where was Jesus before he was born?
With God, a
Yeah, but
part of
where?
God.
Where is that?
With God, there's no where. It's a. I mean, if you want a location that was specified, that would be where God is separate from humans, which is heaven.
Where?
if he, if he,
Is it a physical realm?
no,
Oh, so Jesus exists physically in a non-physical realm.
no, he wasn't physical before then.
Oh, so he did exist, but he didn't have a physical body. Because you said just a minute ago he did have a physical body.
Yeah, when God sent him to earth.
Okay, so prior to sending him to earth, did he have a physical body?
I would assume not.
Okay, so prior to sending Jesus to earth, he didn't have a physical body, which means the physical body of Jesus couldn't be God, because then God has parts again. He has disposable parts. In fact, if the flesh suit of God didn't exist prior to the incarnation, then you're saying that God wasn't complete prior to the incarnation.
That would be limiting of his ability.
Ability to do what?
To do exactly what I'm suggesting.
You haven't suggested what he's doing.
Is that he sent himself,
Uh-huh.
a part of himself. I guess I'm kind of trapping myself with my words here. Yes, but sent his son to earth in human form, and to suggest that they were not fully one and yet separate prior to him sending that part of himself. It would be limiting of God's character, and I can't claim to do that.
Okay, so is God immutable? Does his nature and character change?
The Bible suggests no.
Right, yeah, God can't change, right? So what that means is that the flesh suit of Jesus can't be a
His
disposable part of
nature.
God.
His nature.
Does God's nature include a flesh?
Are we like differentiating the words nature and characteristic?
What do you think flesh, or what do you think nature means?
I would say character.
So that's personality types. The nature of God includes like all of his necessary qualities, and including being immutable, omnipresent, immaterial. Some people would say. Also, it would also include, if God had a body, it would include God having a body. Like it would be God's nature, including a body. Like the nature of humans is that we have a physical body.
Sure.
Right. So if God's
But
nature
it's also
doesn't
specified that the nature of humans is sinful after the garden.
listen, that
Which
may
has
be
nothing to
true,
do with
but
the
that had
physicality.
nothing to do with what we're talking about, right? So if
Well,
God's
okay, but I'm saying that
nature
has nothing to do with the physicality.
if God's nature does not include a physical body, then when God took on a physical body, that means his nature changed.
His form did.
With his nature. His nature is to be completely spirit, not physical.
You could say that up till that point.
So God's nature changes?
No, it changed.
Not his nature, his form.
Well, if his
has always
nature
stayed the
doesn't
same.
include a physical body, then his nature changed.
That's differentiating characteristics from like when you say immutable, you are exclusively referring to his physical or non-physical self.
No. I'm saying that the physical representation of God is part of his immutable characteristics.
And see, that's where I would say that is completely limiting of his ability.
We're not talking about his ability, we're talking about his nature. Does God have the ability to change his nature?
Yeah, that's like asking, does God have the ability to create a rock that he can't lift?
I don't know
That's
if that
paradoxical.
I
Yeah,
I
no,
I
it is.
understand what you're saying, but I don't think it is. Like, if God doesn't
100%
have
it is.
control over his own nature, then it just means that his nature
No,
doesn't
but he does
change.
that. Okay,
So
that's making the
Josiah,
assumption
Josiah,
that he has no control over his
Josiah,
nature.
I'm not trying to trap you in a paradox. Just calm down, okay? I'm not doing paradox. I don't do like 5th grade paradox stuff, okay? I mean, unless the guest is being really dumb, and then I might do a fun one.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so my point is very clear, right? If God can't change his nature, then what that means is that his nature can't change. That's it. Because I can't change God's nature. You can't change. If anyone can change God's nature, it's only God, right? But if God
Sure.
can't change his own nature, then it just logically follows that his nature cannot change.
But I'm never going to say, even if the Bible specifies in one specific part, that if I truly believe God is all powerful and that there is no limitation of his power, I'm not going to say that there are things he cannot do.
Yeah, so God can change his nature.
Again, we're kind of dancing around the difference between nature as in a non-material or material thing versus what I'm trying to get at is that his nature as in characteristic never changed, have never were never going to change, and have always been the same.
So can his nature change or not? I'm trying to figure out what your position is.
Based on what you quoted, the answer would be no. Although we clearly see that it was suggested that in a way, in some way, some way, shape, or form, uh, which is a little bit of a pun, quite literally, but that it was done.
Right. It's just a mystery.
Materialistically. Yeah, like absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. It's just an illogical mystery. Yeah. So like, because if you concur that Jesus is a temporary part of God, that means God has disposable parts.
Not, hold on, not disposable.
Is Jesus's flesh
And
still
temporary, I would say.
is Jesus's flesh still in the same state it was when he was on the earth?
Oh, good question. I have no sweet clue.
According to Paul, no. According to Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, he received a new body before he went up.
Right, right. And when he was lifted into, yes.
Right. So his old body doesn't exist anymore.
Like the physical body.
Yeah. The body that was crucified doesn't exist anymore. Which means God has parts that are disposed of now.
Not okay.
Is the physical
I wouldn't
part of
necessarily use
Jesus
those
that was
words, but
crucified God?
yes.
Can God be disposed of?
I would say that in this instance, and specifically, um, that part of him in which he made physical, yes.
So God has disposable parts. So God can die.
N- no, he's the antithesis of death.
Did the part of Jesus in the flesh die?
That much happened, yes.
Is it still dead now that he's got a new body?
Question. If I when I know the answer, I'd let you know.
Okay. Cool. All right, now, we did a whole lot there, Josiah, but I'll throw you a bone at the end of it. The way to address the Trinity conversation is to say it's a mystery, I don't know, and move on to the different topic because there's no logical solution to the Trinity.
Yes.
It
Yeah.
just breaks the laws of logic, and as a Christian, you just got to own it. Just stand on it. Just be like, yeah, I get it. It's
No,
illogical.
no, I totally get that.
Yeah.
I'd go even further to agree and say that there are a longer list of things that I could have brought up
Right.
that are definitely like, yeah, exactly what you said. They are illogical. They do not make sense to my own human mind and to plenty others who are out there. I mean, like, frankly, it wouldn't be called faith if I didn't, believe, even though it doesn't fully make sense to me.
Fair enough. I agree with you there, and we'll end on this because we started on it and then we didn't get to finish it. But in Exodus 12, there's a really fun passage that has instructions for the Passover. And it says, "This is the ordinance of the Passover. No foreigner shall eat of it, but any slave who has been purchased may eat of it after he has been circumcised. No bound or hired servant may eat of it. It shall be eaten in one house. You shall not take any of the animal outside of the house, and you shall not break any of its bones." These are clearly just instructions for the Passover, nothing more, nothing less. When you get to the Gospel of John, John really, for some reason, wants Jesus to be symbolized by the Passover lamb, which is hilarious since the Passover lamb doesn't forgive anyone's sins. But John says it was a day of preparation, and the Jews did not want the bodies left on the cross during the Sabbath. Interesting, especially because the Sabbath was a day of great solemn. I can never say solemnity. There we go. So they asked Pilate to have the legs
Solemnity,
of. That's a tough word, I know, especially if you have a lisp like me. So they asked Pilate to have the legs of the crucified men broke and the bodies removed. Then the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first and of the other who had been crucified with him. But when they came to Jesus, they saw that he was already dead, and they did not break his legs. Instead, one of the soldiers pierced him in the side with a spear, and at once blood and water came out. He who saw this testifies, so that you may also believe his testimony is true, and he knows that he tells the truth, so that you may also continue to believe these things occurred, so that the scripture might be fulfilled. None of his bones shall be broken, which is a callback to Exodus chapter 12. But the reality is, there's not a single prophecy in the Passover instructions about the Messiah not having his bones broken, and the Passover lamb doesn't forgive anyone's sins. So, like,
as a concept,
yep.
Back in Exodus is what you're saying. Yeah.
So in order to believe that Jesus fulfilled prophecies, you have to keep turning to passages that aren't prophetic. And the reality is the Bible's full of prophecy. There are hundreds upon hundreds of prophecies, some of them very messianic, and they're clearly messianic. Like they're unquestionably messianic. And Jesus
and I would agree that absolutely you don't want to fully lean on prophetic words or prophecy from proclaimed prophets. That's one of many things that I as a Christian have to wrestle with. But there are plenty other ways for me to find evidence that he was still the Messiah the Jews were waiting for, without specifically pointing to prophecy, which is just, that there were plenty of eyewitness accounts, that even though they're all muddled, maybe necessarily in between the four Gospels.
Well, just say, give me just a second, because I don't want you to move on. You said something important, and I don't want you to move past it too far. So you said that there are other ways to determine if Jesus was the Jewish Messiah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would I believe there's another way to determine who the Jewish Messiah is without first reading what God said the Jewish Messiah would do? Like, that's number one. You have to say, like, God said the Jewish Messiah would do this. Step number one, did he do it?
Yes, that's how the prophecy is quote unquote fulfilled. Yeah.
Right. So I want to take you to a passage, and this might be my favorite passage because it does two things. It proves such a clear idea of what the Messiah was supposed to do, and then it also provides a stark contradiction for the New Testament that the New Testament can't recover from. So it says of the Messiah to come in Jeremiah 33, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. Now, this is important because, first of all, we learn that the Messiah is going to actually be a king. He's going to rule from the line of David, and he's going to rescue his people from Judea and Jerusalem and allow them to live safely in the land. This is in line with all the rest of the prophets. But listen to the last part. He says, "For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time," which is a stark contradiction to the idea that Jesus is the final sacrifice when
Sure.
Jeremiah says when the Messiah comes, there's always going to be sacrifices from actual Levitical priests.
Are you referring to the 33 years that he lived on the earth?
Say what?
Jesus lived on the earth for 33 years.
Indeed.
So, suggesting that he was the Messiah
Nope.
in the time prior to his crucifixion, those laws and those sacrifices still applied to the Jewish people.
Right, but the book says that when the Messiah comes, they're going to do it forever. The Levitical priests are going to be offering grain offerings and burnt offerings forever. Which means the temples
in a literal sense?
Yeah, in a literal sense. Like that's what it says. Why would I think it means something else?
Well, I mean, sure, if we're going to take everything literal, then
Why would I take it as not literal?
Jesus would have been like a juvenile sheep. Like
Yeah, he'd be a schmuck.
But that's the thing. It's like we can't take everything literally, like word for word.
No,
I mean,
I never said
goodness,
every word of the Bible is literal. We clearly know what a
okay.
metaphor is. I'm asking, why should I take this passage to be literal? It's just talking about the restoration of the Israelites when the Messiah comes.
Like as why should you take it literally is what you're asking.
Yeah, like what are the hallmark indicators in this passage that would lead one to believe that it's not literal?
I think he's saying, why shouldn't you take it literally?
Oh, fair point. Yeah.
Yeah, like what is a
Yeah.
metaphorical grain sacrifice?
That's
well, no, I guess no, you wouldn't want to take one part of it literal and the other part metaphorical. I get that.
I'm actually taking grain sacrifice right now.
You're having a beer.
Distilled sacrifice.
Do you understand the problem though, Josiah? Like the whole passage is like there's no reason to take it as anything but literal. Like the only reason right now why you're trying to pivot to this is non-literal is because the literal meaning is like troubling.
Which would be what?
That there's Levitical priests when the Messiah comes that give offerings and sacrifices in the temple forever, which is repeated in Isaiah 66 and in Isaiah 56 and elsewhere, like in the book of Ezekiel, like chapter 46. But the New Testament, especially in the book of Hebrews, chapter 7 and chapter 10, paint Jesus as the final sacrifice.
Okay. I would even maybe pull up into question, maybe that's like a great example is that there are plenty of non-messianic Jews that do not believe he was the Messiah. Right. if
I
they
mean, yeah,
couldn't,
that seems to be the case, right?
right? Yeah, no, I know. So what I'm saying is like, if even when he was crucified, because it seemed to be the case in the Gospels that a lot of people did not believe, a lot of people saw it in front of their face and they still didn't get it.
See what?
The crucifixion and understand that he was the Messiah.
But the crucifixion has nothing to do with the Messiah. There's not a single prophecy about a crucified Messiah. And certainly, like, there are other Messiahs that fit the suffering servant better. I would point towards Simon Bar Kokhba. Simon Bar Kokhba fulfilled a couple different prophecies, but he was actually a leader over Israel. He ruled for nearly 4 years before he was executed by the Romans. And we even have coins that are minted that say Simon Bar Kokhba, Prince of Israel, year of liberation 1, year of liberation number 2, right? And then he was exed
Sure.
by the Romans. Like, if all we're saying is the Messiah needs to suffer and die, like that's such a feeble thing.
Yeah, it's a broad. Yeah, no, that's a very general. Absolutely, I get what you're saying there.
Right.
But Simon was not the only one. I mean, it's referred to in the New Testament that there were plenty of those that would come before, and they would be considered false prophets.
Yeah, actually, this is my favorite talking point about Jesus is that, like, God said in Deuteronomy 13 that there would be false prophets and they would even make predictions come true. But whatever you do, if they entice you to follow other gods, reject them and execute them and stay hold and with Yahweh and lay hold of the commandments. Don't turn away from God's commandments. What's the New Testament do? New Testament says, no, actually, Jesus is God, and you need to abandon the commandments. What?
Not
That's a
abandoned.
false prophet.
No, it's that they were the covenant that God made with the Israelites was rewritten, if you will, as it mentions in Hebrews, is that it was a new covenant, right? So,
but that's a
New covenants in
contradiction.
Jeremiah.
Like, it contradicts Jeremiah. Jeremiah says that there's always going to be Levitical sacrifices and offerings.
It also says that the new covenant is just going to be that the law is written on your heart, that
Right.
it's not changing the laws.
Yep. Jeremiah 31. It also says that you won't have to tell anyone about the Lord because everyone will know him from the least to the greatest. But that's certainly not true.
well, I mean, that would be, I would consider that an opinion for sure.
Did the Native
what's the-
Americans know?
Know who? Know of Jesus?
Yeah.
Well, I would assume not.
Yeah.
Unless
So Jeremiah
they were,
31 certainly couldn't have been true.
well, that's I believe that that's more referring to them understanding that there is a creator and that there is a higher being.
Yeah, but they certainly didn't know
Maybe they
anything
didn't know
about
him
no
by name.
Jesus. You think the Native Americans believed that there was some, like, mystical, like, sky carcass that got crucified for their sin?
Yeah, absolutely not. Not unless they were, told by, let's say, Spanish or American pilgrims, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Jeremiah didn't come true either.
Well, that's assuming that those, indigenous were not the ones referred to in that quota in Jeremiah.
They certainly weren't. The Messiah, when the Messiah is appearing, is going to do that. It says that all of the hearts of the young, from young to old, will know the Lord. Like, you don't even.
Are
It says
you
you won't
referring
even
to
have to
Revelation?
tell them about it. Who spoke there for a second? I apologize, I didn't catch who it was.
Sorry, that was me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I heard someone speaking, but it was hard for me to make out who was actually speaking.
Oh, all good.
What did you say?
I was just saying that the indigenous that were not, let's say, evangelized, the specific gospel of Christ, or any person that had never come across the message of the New Testament Bible. That's what who I believe Jeremiah was referring to.
Well, he
in
couldn't
that
because
passage.
he says, "No longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, 'Know the Lord,' for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest," says the Lord. So, like, if they didn't all know him, if someone had to go and tell them, then that just didn't come true. The whole point of this is like, you don't need to go tell anyone anymore. They'll just know. It's in their heart.
Sure, but that also, I mean, that's contradictory of the Great Commission.
Exactly.
And
Yes, you did
Yeah,
it.
very much. Very
You
much.
found it. You see the problem, Josiah?
so, okay, but are we just going to continue to accept all the law and everything that is stated in the prophets, the later prophets of the Old Testament, as not historical text that was referring to I mean, it was prophecy. It's, there's Jeremiah, Isaiah. The New Testament is not. I'm not going to say that it completely negates or nullifies the Old Testament. I'm not about to say that.
It
But
contradicts.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't contradict. It comes after.
No, it contradicts. If one says
Yeah,
the law is
that's-
forever, sorry, go ahead, Mac.
No, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, if one says the law is forever and one says the law is temporary, that's just flat out a contradiction.
Okay,
I mean, it's like
sure.
45 seconds ago we talked about the Great Commission.
I would say that that's fairly decent logic, but that's also like if we're gonna claim
Josiah,
things to be facts chronologically.
Just pause for a second, because like I've had a lot of conversations, and Mac, me and Mac been doing this for a while. We've had a lot of conversation with people. I can see right now that you're doing your best to think through this and then do the gymnastics to make the problem go away. Here's what I want for you. For just give a couple minutes, take a deep breath, like you're not in the hot seat, no one's making fun of you, okay? You see the problem. I can hear it in your voice that you see the problem. I know you see the problem. There's no point in trying to hide it, right? I think the best thing you can do at the moment is just pause, take a deep breath, and think to yourself, okay, the contradictions are obviously there. You're trying your best to make the contradictions go away, but everyone sees that they're not going away. Like there are 2,000 plus people here, probably close to 3,000. I don't know how many people are here right now watching this happen. And we all know what's happening. We see the contradictions. They're really easy to spot, right? And so,
Sure,
like,
even we as Christians see it.
right, yeah, and I was there once too. I was once a Christian, and I saw some of these contradictions, and I did what I could to fix some of them, and then eventually, the ones that couldn't be fixed, I just had to admit, yeah, there's some contradictions here, right? So, like, I feel personally, and maybe I'm wrong, I feel like just talking to you right now, I feel like you actually do see these contradictions. You're just trying to make them go away because you're on a stage right now
Oh no,
talking in front of a bunch
I'm
of
not.
people.
No, I'm not trying to make them go away. I would say that. I mean, I'd be a complete moron if I didn't admit that I am not some apologetic genius. I'm not. Um, I'm not the guy to talk to be in full defense of my faith, but um, I do know what I don't know, and I know enough to that. Yes, I get that there's contradictions. I get that people point them out. I know that I should study them, as much as you guys are.
But that's all we're asking. We're not saying that you need to deconvert.
I have
All we're
more.
saying is, I think the honest thing to do is just to admit that there's contradictions.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right. That's
Yeah.
all. That's
No,
all I'm saying.
and I totally, yeah, absolutely. And I would be remiss if I didn't at least address them. But that's just it, is that it's like at the end of the day, I have to have like that faith, because that, as illogical as so many things seem, as those little parts that don't quite necessarily add up, like you're suggesting and pointing out, which thank you very much for doing. I feel like if we didn't do that, we wouldn't have proper debate and discourse about, this topic. So I just want to thank you guys a lot for at least inviting people out and to just talk about it and be honest about it.
Sure thing.
But yeah, I would say that I have nothing to lose in not believing,
Oh,
but I
don't
have
do that.
everything to gain if I
Don't do
do.
Pascal's
And the
wager.
thing
That's
is that
embarrassing.
at the end of the day,
Don't do Pascal's wager, man. That's embarrassing. You're better than that.
no, I don't find it embarrassing. Maybe it might be embarrassing for you, and that's fine.
It's
I know
truly
that,
awful.
okay, fine. But it's something I have to believe. That's the whole thing with faith.
But you don't
That's
have
the whole
to.
point.
You can
No,
believe in
you're
a
right.
God
No,
that's
you're right.
not the God of this
Hold on.
book,
You're
right?
right. I don't have to.
Like you could, like
Yeah,
you
I
don't have
want
to abandon God if you realize Christianity is not true.
How on earth does that work?
It's so funny that like the viewers think that I'm the guest.
I know it's hard to make out sometimes because
This guy's like grilling me about Pascal's wager. I'm like, dude, what do you think? I'm the one that said
the default profile picture shows up
Yeah.
and it's hard to see with my background. I need to get like a better default profile picture. I'm working on that. But okay, so I'm so sorry. What were we talking about?
I didn't mean to distract.
I was just simply putting it
Yeah.
out there that I don't know it all.
Oh!
I definitely can't prove.
You don't have to believe.
Right. Josiah,
Yeah.
please tell me you know that, like, for example, if you leave, let's imagine you discovered tonight at midnight, you had an epiphany and you realize that Christianity is not true. You
Let's
know
suggest.
that, like, there could still be a God, right? Like, you don't have to be a Christian to believe in a God.
But why wouldn't I?
Because Christianity is not true.
No, but that's
I think you should believe in things that are true, not believe in things
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you like.
But okay, absolutely. But there are things that I mean, I used to believe and maybe even still do believe that I don't fully know are true, and that's kind of the whole point, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. So
and like
I'm going to read
my
one
desire or want to believe in them is
Yeah.
not necessarily illogical. Maybe the actual topic in question itself might be, right? But there was a time where
I think
we
wanting to
our
believe in things is illogical.
right.
If I'm
Yeah.
being
Sorry.
completely honest, I think
What I mean to say is that there was
you
a time where I mean, gosh, Christopher Columbus, he was called an idiot for trying to go around the world. That didn't make sense to like 90+% of the population of the world at the time. They thought he was a whack job.
That's because they thought the earth was flat because the Bible said it was flat.
Sure.
And also he didn't, he could say Magellan before Columbus.
Or Magellan, yeah.
Thought he was in the Indies, like, you know what I mean? But like, I don't know. It's just like, like, do you think faith is a reliable way to figure out what's true?
I have no clue. I have no idea. But it is my unyielding optimism that even if I get it wrong, I have nothing to lose.
May not be true.
Okay, like what am I getting wrong? Like what am I getting wrong? Like
time, money, critical thinking.
Yeah, listen, I try my best to be a critical thinker, and I to my dismay, it does not happen every single time.
Fair enough. Listen,
I mean, that's why I asked you about faith, but yeah, go ahead.
It's 12:15 where I'm at now.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think I've got like 45 minutes worth of super chats I need to read.
For sure.
I have to wake up at like 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh gosh. Yeah. No, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I gotta finish my grain offering and get myself to bed here. But Josiah, I mean, you're a kind young man. We appreciate you coming by and talking to us.
Thanks so much.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Have a good one.
All right, have a good one.
He was nice enough. I hope he spent some time thinking about some of the points in the conversation.
Yeah, it's tough when you watch that retreat happen, like in real time, like in front of where it's like, well, like this happened. This has happened a couple times in the past few months where it's like you just get someone just like dead to rights, like there's no way out. I think, oh, I'm not gonna become an atheist. It's like that's not what we're doing. Like,
Yeah, that's
give a shit. It's just so like I don't know. It's just funny to me that it's like to watch that kind of that reset, right? Where it's like oh yeah, that's what I'm here to do is not become an atheist.
It's the craziest thing because like my goal has never been to convert everyone to atheism. It just happens to be like the easiest position to hold on to. And I think it gets the widest net in terms of audience. But like, listen, if you've deconstructed from a harmful religion and now you're like a pantheist and like you love people and you don't believe in a God that wants to hurt others, I don't care. I'm all for it.
Yeah, that's a dub.
Yeah, that's definitely a win.
Take that.
We'll take that win all day. Speaking of wins, David Burke, thank you so much for the $99 super chat. That's huge, friend. Big W to our friend David. David says, don't overcook the Toll House cookies. In what context? I swear I have not heard in what context 10 times in my 72 years until listening to your channel. My wife asked if I wanted to fool around. I asked her, in what context? She filed papers 3 days later. You should have asked her.
Fool.
Did you mean literally fool around? I thought you meant metaphorically.
You want me to wear a jester's hat? What's happening?
Absolutely. Great use of words, Dave. I really appreciate it. And thank you for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate that. All right, I've got a few super chats. I've done a pretty good job about reading them between guests, but I've still got quite a few. Jeannie says, did God have a wife that was written out of the Bible? So I think Mac and I both have opinions on this, but so it depends on what you mean. Did the biblical God have a wife? At some point, the biblical God likely did have a consort named Asherah. This seems to be the case based on the archaeological evidence and what we find at like the temple at Arad. So there's an Israelite / Judean temple at Arad that has it's a temple for Yahweh, and it has 2 different standing stones, one larger than the other because one's male and one's female, which clearly indicates that they were worshiping a male and a female deity in the temple. I think that's pretty good evidence. And of course, you've got the pot shard from Kuntalet Ajrud that refers to Yahweh and his Asherah, and there's a little bit of a drawing of them together. But it's hard to know much beyond that. I don't know. What do you think, Mac?
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of those things. I think I'm just putting bits and pieces together. It's not like something I've done a deep dive on, but like it's like the wife, mother. It kind of goes back and forth, and then it's like in the KJV, she's a grove of trees. You know what I mean? That's the one I always go to. Whenever
That's my
they try to
favorite.
say KJV is a good one. I was like, who or what is Asherah? They never know.
They have no
They
idea.
Never ever know. And it's like it's a grove of trees. Like the translation reduced a goddess to a grove of trees.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's real. It seems pretty murky. I don't know how much clarity there is around that. But yeah, there's something there. But I'm definitely no authority.
I'll be excited to see the new archaeology as it comes out. Mr. Good to see you. Says, what do you think about these Christian creation museums popping up showing exhibits of modern humans walking around dinosaurs? I actually just last summer visited the Creation Museum in Cincinnati with Sarah, and we got lots of pictures and whatnot. But to me, it's hilarious. Like I'm more than willing to give them whatever, 25, 35, 45 bucks or whatever to walk around and take pictures and laugh at their exhibits. It's to me, it's still a little bit dangerous because it brainwashes kids into thinking that it's real. And then they get to adulthood and they end up on our live streams and we have to crush their hopes and dreams. So it's tough. Rory, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the Doug abides always, and everything comes from stardust. I couldn't agree more. So don't panic and keep your towel close. And you can't get something from nothing. Stop worrying. Yeah, listen, stop worrying. When I'm gone, you know how much I'm going to worry? 0%. I'm not going to give a shit about anything. I'm going to be gone. As far as I know, nobody worries about anything after they're gone. And Dan says, Justin, how dare you not stick to MC's script? I feel terrible about that, actually. I do understand why they come in with scripts, and I get it. Because if you're really hell-bent on proving your God, you've probably got a list of talking points that you want to get through that you think prove your God. But the reality is, I don't know, they usually don't work, and it's really fun to get them off script, because once they're off script, they're lost. It's like...
Yeah. The confidence is night and day.
It's so... Like, Mac, remember back when we had to navigate using maps?
Yeah.
We didn't have, like, the GPS?
AAA give you the triptychs.
Yeah, and you're like...
Those things were awesome.
I didn't mind them. I do remember quite a few times printing out when MapQuest became a thing. I would print out the map.
Oh, yeah.
But like, if you printed out just the map of where you needed to go, and then you found yourself off the map, you're fucked. Like, you have no idea where.
There's no recalculating.
That's like what happens to the people that come up with the script. Like, you can just knock them off their script and like, call MapQuest. I have no idea where I'm at.
See, I'm even like. It's only a matter of probably a few years, but like when I was getting out of like high school and like early college, we would go on road trips, but you would go to AAA and they'd give you a book, and it was called Triptychs, and it would be like destination to destination had its own book.
You could,
so
they print it out for you basically.
Published, yeah, and it was a flip book, and it had all the things, but like you missed your exit, it's like, oh shit, I don't know, find the big map.
Yeah, you're screwed. We used to do the same thing because our AAA sold our luggage, or they sold luggage at the AAA, and they also had other stuff. But yeah, like before MapQuest, you didn't have a choice. You basically went to AAA to get your map. It was crazy. It's a crazy time to be alive, friends. MPEG says, bruh, I think this new apologist AI patch is broken. Listen, it was a tough night. I got to admit that we had a lot of woo. We had a lot of woo tonight. But I think we ended with some strong characters. Make the best of what's around says Jordan Peterson believes that Matthew 5:5 is mistranslated. He thinks that meek means strong men with swords who choose not to use them. Is he right? Not even fucking close. Nope. Not even in the slightest. Jordan Peterson doesn't know Greek. He doesn't know Hebrew. Don't even take whatever he says about the Bible. Just assume he only knows as much as grandma teaching Sunday school, and that's the best he's got.
He doesn't know if he's a Christian.
Yeah, right. He doesn't even know if he's a Christian. It doesn't matter because it's just archetypes.
The way Danny ate him up, holy shit! Like,
that
he just completely posterized him.
I mean, the whole thing was unbelievable. That I got to be honest. I see some people go down in flames during debates, and I think to myself, I don't know how they can debate again. And then they usually do eventually. I don't know how Jordan Peter recovers from this one. I don't. It's just
it really exposed him
so bad. His whole audience, like the majority of his audience, were like, "Oh, here's the smart guy who believes what we believe." And then he's like, "Oh, well, maybe I don't fucking believe what you guys believe." Like, what? That's the only reason why we liked you. Janice says, MC, idiocy combined with arrogance is not a great look, man. It's certainly not, actually. No. Those are not the things you want to combine. And
which one was he? Was that?
That was the very beginning. We had a guy named MC who had like an avatar.
I missed that one.
Like a moving avatar. Like it was like it was weird. And
I gotcha.
He didn't perform very well. He seemed very unsure of himself. But it was, it was entertaining all the Anyways, Steve says, me again. Oh, well, welcome in, Steve. Maybe one of your faithful followers would be willing to read my comment for you to debunk if someone would be willing to do this. Steve, just request up. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. I appreciate you being here and super chatting me. But, like, I don't debate people in my comments. I don't debate people that email me. I don't debate people who post on my YouTube page. I don't debate people outside of these streams. That is the fact of the matter. If you want to have a discussion, by all means, get into the discussion. If you just have a question you want clarity on, by all means, email me. I'm more than happy to take your email and answer it. I apologize. I'm kind of behind right now. I was on vacation for a while. Now I'm back and I'm still playing catch up a little bit, but I got tied up the last couple of days trying to finish all the paperwork for our 501c3 nonprofit organization. And between streaming and doing paperwork, it's hard to keep up on everything. And I don't have like a receptionist or anything to manage my life. My
Zero
life.
admin.
It's fucking chaos over here, Mac. It's chaos.
I believe it.
88 says, God says in Genesis that humans became like one of us, knowing good and evil. Yeah, that's verse 22. He says, doesn't it contradict the claim that only God knows true good and evil? Well, I don't know if the Bible really says only God knows true good and evil. There might be something akin to that, where like only God has like the full knowledge of something, but I'm actually not aware of it. If that's in the Bible, it's not coming to mind. Matt, can you recall something?
Same. That does not sound familiar to me at all.
Yeah.
Like he created it, sure, but that's not the only one who would know it. I don't know of any passage that says that. I think I would have run into that by now.
Right. I feel like we would have been able to see that by now. Trump failed. Couldn't agree more. This kid was in over his head. It's analogous to reality. Okay. Your Honor, my murder case is analogous to OJ's. I should go free. That's your case? That literally, Trump felt that was his case. That literally was the situation. And Lewis says, theists sure love to dance. Can Doug change his mind? No. Doug's mind is rock hard. Cannot be changed. It's set in stone. And Abraham the Chaldean says, Christians in my life ask what it would take for me to believe again. Easy answer, a set of values that wouldn't turn me into a liar defending it. That sounds like LG Gray's answer. Like she had to give up Christianity because it made her a liar. And I love it. I think it's a great explanation. But yeah, like, I mean, that's a fair, like, listen, if it's true, like if I can open this book and turn to the articles of faith and demonstrate that they're true, I'm more than happy to believe it. And in fact, if Jesus comes back tomorrow and fulfills every messianic prophecy, I'm like, well, fuck, I don't know what's going on with the Bible, but that motherfucker is the Messiah. You know what I mean? But seeing as he failed his own predictions, I'm not betting that's going to happen. Although he's supposed to come back September like 26th or something, right? Somewhere in there.
Who's that?
Jesus coming back September again?
He's always, futzing around.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, I don't know. I guess one of his followers or two of his followers are still alive, right? Haven't tasted death yet.
God, we gotta off him. Gotta take care of business. I am the cheese. Great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, please ask, does God have the power to make objective morals act immoral and immoral acts moral? Could God do it secretly? When did God start sending slave owners and PDFs to hell? How do we know? I mean, these are really good questions. Like, can God make an immoral act moral? Like, so if God says today that it's immoral to eat Swiss cheese, which fuck that idea, and then tomorrow or the day after tomorrow says that it's okay to eat Swiss cheese. Well, I mean, listen, can God change his mind would be the next question. I don't know. We could concede that he's not all knowing, and therefore then he could change his mind, then he could decide what is moral. But at that point, we got the second problem, which is not only is he changing a mind, he's changing something that's objectively moral. And I don't know. For me, it seems weird to make a claim that something that is objective can change. Right? Like,
well, not necessarily. Like the score in a football game is objective. That can change, right? But
fair.
I throw out when you're talking about matters of right or wrong, even to the level like you get to like the final boss, right? God, it's still considered in his mind, right? It's
Right.
still subjective by definition. It is subject to a stance. It is, stance dependent, mind dependent. So I don't understand this appeal to objective morality.
Yeah, there's nothing in reality that would lead us to believe that we have objective morals.
Every time they claim it, I just ask what God's moral position on slavery was, and that pretty much ends it.
Cuts right to the chase. Tutzman says there are giants. They're just medically explainable, and now, of course, that would be spread as a story. Yeah, actually, so it's funny because when we pressed a little bit on the giants, it turned out that he wasn't talking about like the biblical giants. He was talking about people that were like more like our size, which like fuck, maybe there were some of them. Who knows? But that doesn't seem to do anything to validate the biblical story. The biblical story, Og was like 9.5 feet tall.
Yeah, you know who Robert Wadlow was?
Yeah, Robert Wadlow was big.
8'11.5".
It's huge.
I mean, what would you do if you just like saw that dude? I think he only lived to like 22 or something. Like, real obviously tragic. Like, it's you can't be that size and live that long. But
right, that was the thing.
Just
Like,
to see somebody.
A lot of these people that are that big, like they can't survive very long. So, like, if there was a race of humans that were that big, like, well, fuck, they were going to live very long to begin with. What do you need a flood for? Just let nature take its course.
Just age out.
Yeah, just let them age out. They'll be fine. The whole generation of Israelites died in the desert for those 40 years. Yeah. Storm Chaser says, more relaxing barbecue. I'm glad Doug approves of my sedimentary lifestyle. Doug absolutely does. And hey, get rocked for Doug for sure. Absolutely. I hope you enjoyed some of the cooking today. We had a weird collection of guests. T-Mass says another question. If Jesus didn't believe in a new covenant, then why does he say this cup of the new covenant in my blood, or did he say that? So no, Jesus in the Gospels did say that, and I don't believe Jesus said anything about, like, let me rephrase this. I don't believe that Jesus didn't say anything about the new covenant. I think Jesus did believe in a new covenant. Of course, now we're splitting hairs on what we think Jesus actually said, and nobody really knows. But the reality is, I think, depending on what part of the Bible we take to be true, I certainly think that the Jesus character believed in the new covenant. The Bible talks about a new covenant or a renewed covenant. The problem is when you get to the part where the new covenant entails new laws, and that's not in the Old Testament anywhere. From Kai says, hey, Justin. Between watching now for months, I have learned more about the Bible from you than in church. How do you explain Deuteronomy 23, 15 through 16? I believe this is the feces passage, if I remember correctly. Let me check.
Nah, it's a runaway slave.
Oh, you're right. It's the runaway slave. It's right after the
yeah.
feces.
Yeah, it's in the same area. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me grab that real quick. So here's what you need to know about the runaway slave. So the runaway slave, let me grab that. You should not return to their owners, slaves who have escaped to you from their owners. This is really tricky wording, and you'll find different wording in every Bible. I prefer the wording that was done by the Hebrew rabbis. If you read the rendering by the Hebrew rabbis in the Talmud, they have the opinion, and I agree, that this isn't talking about a slave who escaped. In fact, the verb that's used there in Hebrew means to be delivered, and it's actually in the passive stem. It says being delivered by their owners, right? So what it seems to be suggesting is that these are not slaves that are running away. These are slaves that are being purchased from owners for emancipation. And the Jewish rabbis all said that, said this is a slave who is being purchased for the purpose of emancipation. It's clearly a foreign slave, though, because it says they shall reside with you in your midst in any place that they choose in any one of your towns. So it's a foreigner. The reason why this is important is because foreign slaves, typically, when they were found, most territories had slave laws saying, if I find one of your slaves, pay me this much and I'll return it, that kind of a thing. We find this in the Alalak tablets by DJ Weissman. There's a really good example of a couple of different examples of this. but we find them elsewhere. Like the slave return laws show up in other documents from different time periods, like Mari and Ebla and everything, right? But I think the most readily I don't know if it's the most readily obtainable. I bring up the Alalak tablets only because I know they're available. I know you can get a PDF copy of them online. I've got a hard copy. I had to like search wide and far to get one, but like they're accessible. If you get a copy of the Alalak tablets, you can find the slave laws in there and see where, in fact, they have these types of laws. But Israel didn't have those. Israel's was not supposed to make any agreements with the surrounding nations. They were supposed to be completely disconnected from them so that they wouldn't be tempted to fall into idolatry. El Travioso says, thank you for your donation. El, thank you for your donation. And thank you for the next one when he says, grew up Catholic, wondering about similarities between Catholic and pagan rituals, praying to minor gods, then in turn praying to patron saints. So this is a really good point. I had a seminary professor that talked about this a little bit. I kind of appreciate the conversation he brought up, but the general idea of this, right? If you believe that our departed loved ones are souls and souls don't have like an actual physical location because they're souls, and you believe that the Bible is true when it talks about heaven being just in the skies above us, which is 1,000,000% where heaven is. Heaven in the Bible is the sky. When it talks about the birds that fly across the heaven, that's the sky. That's where it was. When it talks about building a tower that reaches the heaven, that's heaven, the sky. Anyways, long and short of it is, if you believe that the departed souls of your loved ones just go up to the sky and they're completely immaterial and they have similar powers to other spirits, then why would we believe that they couldn't hear our prayers? Our prayers magically rise up to God, to the heaven. Think of like Genesis 18, when he talks about how the outcry has risen up from Sodom to him where he's at, because he's up there in heaven, right? So like if that's the case, then yeah, you can definitely see why somebody would like pray to a departed spirit if you believe that the departed spirit is in heaven. Now, if you don't believe that the departed spirit is in heaven, I don't know what to tell you. But that's kind of how Catholics get to that belief. That's the bridge that they've got to build.
Had a guy a couple weeks ago almost gave Bash like an aneurysm over Genesis 18:20.
Oh no! Oh no!
Like just it started with me too, because I was like on the panel and he came up and said that I had it wrong, and because it was like talking about like I was saying like that verse shows that God is not omniscient or omnipresent, right? Because if you will know something, then you don't know it, and the way he just went for like I'm not even exaggerating, like an hour over what it means to like that you will know something.
Oh no!
Yeah,
That's so
it was
hard.
rough.
It's so hard. I don't get it, because when these types of issues were shown to me as a Christian, I was like, yeah, that's the words have meanings, and that's a problem. Like I don't understand why people will look at it in the face when God says, "If not, I will know." And then you're like, okay, well, if he will know, then the motherfucker doesn't know now. I don't know why you have to twist yourself into a pretzel over this. It's crazy.
Well, it's priorities, right? I mean, if you make it like a value to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible, it's Matt Dillahunty's thing, right? I think that's a great way to like go about examining things, right?
Right.
It's generally a good way to live your life, right? But if your purpose is to preserve your belief, then you're going to have to do that shit, because you just can't come about it honestly.
That's right. If your goal is to be honest, you can just be honest. Right?
Yeah. But if it's to, fear of hell motivating you to preserve that belief, you're going to, do some massaging.
Yes, precisely. Yeah. St. Brush, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, accepting a global flood because a bunch of cultures wrote about it, then you don't have to accept literally every ubiquitous ancient lore motif. I mean, that's the case, right? Like, if you look at the motifs of the ancients, like there's a lot of them, and I would bet there's some of them that he rejects. But that being said, that one caller, I don't know, after talking to him for a while, it seems like he probably would accept them. Like,
Yeah, that was a rough listen.
he had loose boundaries. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Yoda says the Big Bang sent 6 elemental crystals hurtling across the Virgin universe. These infinity stones each control an essential aspect of existence. That's a fact. That is a fact.
That's science.
Obviously, it's science. I mean, I've seen crystals. Mac, you've seen crystals?
Yeah.
I mean,
I've seen.
True.
I saw a documentary about it with Robert Downey Jr. was in it, and Chris Hemsworth is in it. Yeah.
Yep. Indisputable. Robert says, whoever on here recommended we look up the song Jesus Was a Dreidel Spinner. I cannot get it out of my head. LLL. Shit, I've never heard that. Now I'm going to have to pick it up. I'm going to type it on my notepad to see. I can't put it up, though. Got it. Okay, I wrote it down for later. Thank you for that recommendation. And Doot says so much of this and all of these esoteric worldviews is I wish life was more like a movie because they're fun. Reality with cinematic beats. Yes. Like half of these beliefs are born out of I don't like the reality we live in. Let's make one that we do like. No evidence required. And Flying says the so-called global flood, the so-called global flood could be similar to the famine story in the story of Joseph while in Egypt. I mean, kind of it's a fair point. There are so many famines in the ancient world that the people wrote about famines would not be uncommon. There were so many floods in the ancient world that everyone wrote about floods. We would expect that, right? So that's a very good comparison. I actually kind of like that. And Yoda says, when God made his bet with Satan about Job, do you think he went with the money line or the spread? What was the over under on innocent people die? I don't know betting terms, so I apologize. I can't help you out there. But I mean, the funny thing is, like, God has to be all knowing. He had to know how it would turn out, right?
Yeah. So a money line is like a multiplier, right? So it's like it's just a straight win loss, but then like if the favorite wins, you get paid less than if the underdog wins, right? So that's a money line. And then the spread is just like a straight up bet money wise, but you have to win by a certain amount of points. The over under on innocent people that I put the over at 12.5 and take the over.
Fair enough. I would trust Max betting advice. And Bryce says God's decisions can't be both against his nature and arbitrary at the same time. It's one or the other. Bryce, that's actually a really good point, right? Because if God has a nature, we have to assume his nature is not arbitrary, right? That seems to follow, unless God doesn't really have a nature. Peter says, TY, cool story, bro. Now prove it. Alternative readings just don't do it for me. Even if you're reading allegedly, he was closer to the source material. Yeah, Peter, I'm with you, right? I understand like he's got an interpretation that seems to be informed by archaeology, but boy, is it a train wreck. It's just a train wreck of a theology. And Joshua says, who is the mysterious prince in Ezekiel? It's also mentioned princes. I believe the prince in Ezekiel is the king / Messiah. This is clear in Ezekiel 37, where it talks about the descendant from David, who is the king and the prince. And so being that the king and the prince are going to be called the same person, I'm inclined to believe that the prince in Ezekiel is in fact the Messiah, is in fact the king. Good question, though. Bruce says, you have persuaded me to read the Bible. Which version do you suggest? Praise Doug. I see the light. Bruce, great question. The Bible versions that I like the best are the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. The 5th edition is the latest, but the 6th edition is supposed to be out sometime before the end of the year. So from what I understand, they're targeting November, December, which means it's going to be a Christmas special. That being said, another study Bible that I love, and I'm going to tell you why I love it. I don't know if anyone else does, is the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition, but my favorite edition of that is called the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. The reason why I love it is because it's the same thing as a Catholic Study Bible. It's got the same good academic references, but there's a couple things they do really, really well. I love, first of all, the formatting. The formatting is really crisp. The comments in the bottom are really well formatted, whereas the comments in the New Oxford Annotated Bible, the formatting sucks. They're really sloppy. It's hard to see which passage the note is even pointing to. And this Bible has margin writing territory. You've got lines to write in the margins, and the pages are thick enough that most pens or felt pens don't bleed through. So you can truly take notes in your Bible, and it's a really good experience. But those are my two favorite. After that, I do really enjoy the Didache Study Bible. It's a really good study Bible, but the reason why I like it is because it's full of like notes from the magisterium and the catechism as to different theological beliefs that Catholics hold, how they came to those theological beliefs, and where you can find the teachings in the official church documentation. So like if you're like, well, how did the Catholics come to that conclusion? Well, the Didache Bible's got you covered. They'll tell you where you can find the information in the Catholic literature and why they have that opinion. Yoko says, last week a guy said, why isn't my Bible working? Classic. Also, what are Christians going to do when aliens show up? Oh, Yoko, I can't wait until we discover life on another planet. Christians will twist themselves into a million pretzels trying to figure out why, like overnight, they're going to become quasi Mormons. That's just what's going to happen. Right? Is that the only thing they can do?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be promised planets.
Right.
Like Manifest Destiny is just going to expand a little bit more.
That's it. And Jenna says, if you're going to believe in Jesus because resurrection, then you should also have to believe in Osiris, Adonis, Attis, Dionysus, and Quetzalcoatl. And don't forget about Melkart. Melkart doesn't get any love. And I think Romulus or Remus, one of the two resurrected as well. There's so many like dying and rising gods. It's crazy that anyone would think Jesus is special. It doesn't make any sense to me. And Mabus says, why did Jesus wash his disciples' feet? He didn't want them to get Catholic feet. Wait, what?
That one I can't help you with. Catholic feet. Catholic feet.
Cat lick feet? Cat licked?
No.
I don't know. I don't. That joke's eluding us. Thank you for the super chat, though. Jared says Pink Ocean joined the Discord a few days ago, saying he had papers, yet doesn't even seem to know what he believes. Yeah, I saw Ocean in the Discord. He was being courteous, at least, but yeah, I don't think he came as prepared as he thought he would be.
Somebody saying it could be a plant on athlete's foot.
Oh,
that's a stretch and a half, but maybe.
That could be. Okay. There's a classic saying about a joke, which is if it needs explained, you didn't tell a good joke. And I apologize for saying that, but I think that joke was a little bit too niche, to say the least.
Well, also, it should be Catholic's foot, not Catholic feet.
Oh.
Right. Like athlete's foot would be Catholic's foot. And at least, rhythmically similar.
Yeah. I can follow you on that one, actually. Adam says, it used to be God of the gaps. Now it's God of the glitches. Oh my gosh, I know. Because simulation theory is like the new gap. But simulation theory is a gap. Crazy. Jen says, if NDEs were real, they would be different with different gods that correlate with that person. Or, I'm sorry, they wouldn't be different with different gods that correlate with the person's religion. I agree. I think the single most damning thing about NDEs is that they're so damn culturally relevant. If everybody experienced the same phenomenon when they had NDEs, then I'd be like, there's something happening. Like, we need to talk about this. That's not the case. Judas says, looks like a great Labor Day barbecue. Remember, be good to each other. Well, thank you, Judas. I appreciate that. And thanks for the super chat. And I am the cheese coming in again and says, ask if someone can be firmly convinced that they had an NDE and be wrong. How can we tell? This is a good question. I looking back on the conversation, if I had asked that question, I assume he would have answered yes. That yes, you could be wrong about it. And Sandwich Prince, great name, says conjecture is useless if you have nothing real to back it up. Yapping caller. Yes. like you can conjecture all you want, but like there's no reason why I would want, like I should or anyone else should accept your conjecture if there's no evidence, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, like a little bit of it is fun, but like you can't ever expect it to land as like anything that's going to be convincing. It's just not.
Right.
a thing.
Indeed. Helping Megan deconstruct is conservative Christians only love small ones until they're born. Then they don't need education, food, or healthcare. So true. I'll never understand how you have a pro-life party that demands every zygote be carried to term in birth, and then as soon as they're birthed, like don't fucking feed them, don't make sure they have a house, and whatever you do, don't give them health care. That's the craziest shit I've ever heard. When Jesus was like, don't give a fuck about your money, I don't care, sell everything you have, give it to the poor, and oh yeah, half my job is to heal people. It's crazy that that's what you got out of the New Testament.
Well, then, I mean, the pro-life thing itself, that's just a framing issue that they won, right? The fact that they get called pro-life when they're not, they're pro-forced birth. But, you know, people go along with it. And it's like, you're clearly not pro-life.
That is the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Space Wizard said, imagine that a theist telling atheist they are meat robots and he believes he is designed and made by some god. Dude, you are the meat robot. That is the case. People don't like hearing it. They don't like to believe that they're just a meat robot, but that is the case until someone proves otherwise. Hammond says, does this guy work? I always wonder how flat earthers survive in society. Sometimes I think they can't connect facts or ideas together. I think Robert said he was an electrician. I could be wrong.
30-something years.
But it does make you wonder. And I think it demonstrates one thing, that expertise matters. You could be really good at something and not be able to do anything else.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Carson was like the best example in history. Like brilliant brain surgeon. Also thought the pyramids were grain silos.
Yeah. Ben was rough to listen to. It was rough. Apostate exam says, as a cartographer, nothing makes me groan more than flirts. There's no way to make accurate maps on a flat earth model. Agreed. Apostate, please send me a message. I would love to dialogue with you and put together like a flat earth session to talk about some of this stuff. Please get a hold of me. And Sean said, do flat earthers understand that it would take millions, maybe billions, to perpetuate a sphere conspiracy? So that's the point I got to at one point. Like, okay, what benefit is there to perpetuate this lie? There's no one's benefiting from it. It's useless at that point.
I say we tighten it up and call it a conspiracy.
Yeah, yes, precisely.
That's a movie. That's a movie title for some like YouTube weird spooky music thing. Conspiracy. It probably already exists.
It's gotta. It's such a common word. It's got to exist. Hammond, my friend, says this is just sad. We should just ask if he is genuinely on disability or not. If he is, let's not entertain him. I do agree. It's hard to tell sometimes if someone's on disability, but he said he was an electrician, so he's got to be cooperating in the real world a little bit. Nominally says Venus was never visible in the middle of the night in 2013. The caller is wrong. Yeah, I kind of assumed based on the rest of the phone call that most of what he said wasn't true, but it was like stuff he heard about, which is, you know how that goes.
Something like you don't often see the person like pointing to their own cognitive dissonance.
Right.
That's kind of rare, but it's like, how do you then how do you move on from that? Like, you know, you have this thing going on. How do you keep proceeding with it? That was like blowing my mind.
That's the hard part. Is like, if you know it's there, why aren't you dealing with it? Well, like Mammoth says, we don't see Venus in the dead of night, only at dusk and dawn. And Mac actually demonstrated that. I'm glad Mac did it. I did because I wasn't understanding properly what he said. But Mac caught it, and Mac obviously brought the goods to demonstrate why that is the case. Bulllight, thank you for clearing that up And shit, Mac, thanks for fixing that whole discussion up because I didn't catch what he was saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was really like, I, I don't know how I got what he was saying, but I just Googled it. It took me to like Reddit, like explain like I'm 5, and that's where that picture came from. I was like, okay,
That makes sense.
works for me.
Johannes says buoyancy needs a pressure gradient. Without gravity, air spreads out. So why hasn't the atmosphere drifted into space? What's holding it down? The gravity is pulling the atmosphere in, and the more mass the particle has, the closer it's going to be to the Earth. The less mass it has, the further away it's going to be to Earth, until eventually the gravitational force of the Earth and the lack of mass for the particle are going to cause them to not really, well, bind, I guess you would say. Jay says, I think flat Earth belief isn't genuine most of the time. It's low risk way to be contrarian or to be an insider. I wonder if Christianity is similar. I don't know about that. I don't come by enough flirfs to really know if they're doing it to be contrarian or if they really believe it. But like, I feel like the ones I've met do believe it. What about you, Mac?
Yeah, I don't think the contrarian applies. I think that comment is getting at something that's very true, which is like having secret knowledge, especially if you are a person without power, is incredibly enticing.
Facts.
Right. And that's what you find a lot is people who don't have a lot going on are the ones who get sucked into these conspiracy theories and like Q and all that shit. Like that's the profile on them is like undefeated. So I think it's just secret knowledge. They just want to have it.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's a very good point. Let's grab our next super chat from Carnage. Carnage, great to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says this silly sausage wants us to believe he watched the sun remotely for the entire duration of a 3-year long construction project in a different state. I know. It's.
I watched. They didn't have the sun. It's like, all right, dude.
It's tough. It really is tough.
I mean, even if they didn't have it, they still had long ass days, and you know that, and it doesn't work on that model.
Right? No, it certainly doesn't work on the model.
Like every day on that model, like every day would be like 4 hours of sun.
Right.
Like because like you're just getting this little thing passing by on like this far away orbit. It would you'd get like 4 hours max.
I don't see if you're at the North Pole, either you're getting sun all the time no matter what, or you get no sun all the time no matter what. Like it's an unworkable model.
You had a great point about like these two orbits. Like, does the sun like jump a track?
Yeah, what the fuck's causing it to change its elliptical diameter? What's the thing?
Oh, did you ever do like the little the little RC cars, but they're like on the track?
Yeah,
and you can like switch the tracks. Like,
that's what there's
exactly
like a guy with a lever up there, just
like the crossover pieces, and they just switch.
There's no explanation for why the sun would change its orbital diameter. It's silly.
I can still smell those cars.
Oh my gosh, yes.
That sense memory is burned in,
yeah. Yeah, I remember that. And getting beaten with Hot Wheels racetracks. You ever get
the orange strip?
those are vicious.
That's tough.
That's tough, yeah. But whatever I did, I'm sure I had it coming. Retired Bomb Tech says, keep up the good work, boss. I needed this channel after a long day. Well, Retired Bomb Tech, thank you so much for being here for support. And I'm glad we can provide you some form of relief and entertainment. And Space Lord says, Mandela effect is the height of hubris. My memory can't be wrong. I must be living in an altered reality. Yeah. I think you're right there. Although I do draw the line on Shazam being a movie where with Sinbad or Shaq in it. I forget which one.
Shaq was in one. The fake one, the imagined one was Sinbad.
So yeah, listen, I'm gonna hold true to that. There is
seen it.
There's a memory of Shazam, of Sinbad, a real actual movie. I don't care what anyone tells you. I think they removed it because it was so bad and they want people to forget about it, but I didn't forget. And neither did Pepperidge Farm.
I think he just wore those baggy pants at one of his stand-up specials.
Probably.
And people are like, that's what implanted the memory.
I would. Janice says, hey, I put ketchup on what I want. Janice, you can put ketchup on anything you want. I have a good friend that puts ketchup on steak. It pains me to witness it, but it.
So I was just thinking about this today. This is real quick, but like Facebook video slop is getting so bad. I just saw a video where someone like basically like marinated, like put it in like a vat of ketchup and then cooked it like that. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
It's painful.
They have to pretend it's good.
Yeah. Facebook AI slop's getting really bad right now. Adele says they all fall to the ground. Bad arguments, perhaps. I agree. They all do fall to the ground. Adele
that one needs a timestamp on it.
Adele, I feel like we were like millimeters away from getting quantum woo tonight, and we didn't get quantum woo. I'm shocked that we didn't get quantum woo, but your time is coming, Adele. Space Lord said, for conservatives, if you're preborn, you are good. If you're preschooled, you're fucked. George Collin. I had not heard that sentence. I love it. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's good.
And Hank says, I'm Australian. I put tomato sauce, aka ketchup, on everything, bloody everything, except steak, unless it's in a steak sandwich. That's where I would draw the line. I do like some ketchup, but like, I couldn't bring myself to put it on a steak. That's not something that I could do. And Adele coming in again says, according to Bart Ehrman, there's one where all men fall to the ground. Oh, in Acts, where the men fall to the ground. Yes, agreed.
Yeah, there is one. We read that one.
And then there's one where they don't.
Where only Paul fell.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Taco Joe, great to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says flat earthers don't really believe the earth is flat. They believe that all educated people are lying to them because they all have persecution complexes. I mean, that might be true, actually. They might have a little bit of that.
It's a cycle. It's a self-feeding loop.
Right. Yes. It's a feedback loop. Inane Glory says, I don't think you can reach flurfs with facts about the planet. Just force them to explain the economics of 500 years conspiracy to zero press leaks. Yes. The fact that, well, they will say there were leaks. They'll say, well, this pilot said something that it's true. In fact, just ask your pilot. He'll tell you. But that none of that obviously is true. It's a cope. Design says, oh, I've read 99% of the Bible. Cool. So you'll be going with words don't mean words today. Depends. What's a prophecy? Yes. When they come in here and tell me they read the Bible, I know that the next step is they're going to deny the words on the page have meaning. That is the case. No choice. And Jeffy Peanut Butter says, I have Isaiah 53 and Psalm 22 memorized because of Justin, and I haven't even reached that part of the Bible yet. I cannot tell you how many times we've covered Isaiah 53. Too many to count, I suspect. It's just so many.
I've heard some moving on to other parts of that Deutero-Isaiah.
Yeah.
Like the same kind of thing, but yeah. I don't know if they're leaving 53 alone or what.
I think they're realizing that it's not as slam dunk like it used to be. When we first started streaming, it's all they talked about. And now I think they're realizing that there's arguments for it, and they're like, we need something else. Ehud, good to hear from you again. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I swear I heard Josiah say he could quote 95% of the Bible, but now I'm stuck here, entirely flaccid with Sunday school dropout level knowledge. Rock hard for Doug, though. Did he say that? Did I miss him say that?
Kind of. He was saying it as like a hypothetical. He's like, I could quote like 99% of the Bible for you and it wouldn't blah, blah, blah. Like, he's not saying that he could do it. He's saying like, I could do this, but it wouldn't be effective. So that's not what I'm going to do. Right? He wasn't actually saying that he could do it.
Makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Design says, if Jesus was a spirit at the end, why did he need his body? If he took it with him, is he now only two things, or did he check it at the gate? That's what I'm saying. Like, he clearly couldn't have taken his body with him. And if he needed his body to be considered 100% God, then where was his body before he was born? He must be floating around bodily somewhere. Like there's some sky carcass Jesus. The whole thing is crazy. The Trinity topic's insane. I've never heard a Christian adequately explain the Trinity.
I really need to get that like nailed down. Like because the resurrection stuff, but then like he was also walking around for like 40 days or something.
Yeah.
And like then he went like.
And there's a contradiction there too for how many days he
Yeah.
was here before he went back up in heaven.
Mhm.
Yeah. Devin,
Yeah.
thank you
But
for
is that when he shed the suit?
Yes, he shed the meat suit when he went up to heaven from the earth, according to
Okay.
Paul. It's complex. Devin, thank you for the 250 RON. I don't know what country that is, but big W to wherever you're at. It says praise Doug. I'm sorry. I'm so used to seeing praise Doug. Praise Bigfoot. Hell yeah. Praise me because I have a big foot. I am the Bigfoot Messiah. You know what they say about men with big feet. We have big hearts. Love you, Justin, and keep this community. I'm sorry. Love you, Justin. And this community is the funniest. Keep it hard for Doug. Hail Satan. Devin, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sorry I had trouble reading your super chat. My text is kind of small on the screen, and I need.
Well, the black on red is tough too.
Yeah. I need to. I get closer to it, but then I couldn't talk into my mic.
Is that done by the system or is that like a setting?
I've toyed around with this text size and how it fits on the screen, and there's not a great way to do it other than what we're doing right now. I can make it bigger, but then the text sometimes get really tall and they like cover half the screen. So I could make it bigger. Maybe I'll.
Well, I think it's just the color contrast.
Oh, yeah, that's
yeah.
not touchable. Unfortunately, that's hard coded into the
That's what I was saying.
system.
Is that like a system thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is much more readable, right? The green.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. Tempest says coffee for your early morning. Well, thank you for donating to the coffee fund. I appreciate that. I'll definitely have some in the morning. And Kevin says, I've heard people say that the Trinity is like liquid, water, ice, vapor, and vapor 2 try to explain Jesus being God. What's your take on that? This is a heresy. This is called modalism. Modalism is the idea that Jesus, God, and the Spirit are one, but they take on different forms. So, like when God was in the form of Jesus, there was nobody in heaven. When God was in heaven, Jesus wasn't on the earth, and so on. So God can only take one form at one time, which would only be the way to compare it to water, ice, and vapor, because water can't be ice while it's water, and water can't be vapor while it's water, and vapor can't be ice, right? So the liquid takes three forms at three different times. And if the example is analogous, then Jesus only has three forms at three different times, which means it's insane that Jesus would pray to himself in heaven if he wasn't in heaven to be prayed to. But the Pentecostals, the UPC church, believe in this. Their oneness theory is an affirmation of modalism. So if you know somebody that belongs to the United Pentecostals, they can probably, you can ask them some fun questions. Giddy says you should sell Deconstruction Zone bingo cards. Context, free will, slavery is good. I do have bingo cards in my link tree. You can actually play along while we're doing the live stream. We do need to do an actual bingo night, like an official bingo night, but it's tough because when I first started doing bingo nights, we had winners that would get prizes. But the problem is that was when I only had like 100, 200 people in the live stream. And the way my bingo card account is set up is that it only generates like 100 unique bingo cards, which means if there's a winner, there's like 10 or 15 winners now. So it's kind of tough. Maybe I'll get a new application, a new web app to do bingo cards where we're going to have like 500 or 1,000 different bingo cards. Melanitis says 7 a.m. here in Poland. Justin, live for a better day. Well, thank you so much, Melanitis, and good morning to you. It's about to be my good night. And thank you for watching and participating in the stream and for supporting. And last one from our friend Noah's Lions, 8 dead babies on the ark. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. I had a paramedic coworker who believes in a flat earth. Smart too. I always thought it was for reactions, but he's been consistent for years. It's just, it can get anybody. I have a brother who's intelligent that fell down the rabbit hole a long time ago, and it's just nobody's safe from dumb shit. You know.
Yeah, I was distracted. I saw P Mars in the comments and stop bullying
P.
God, but yeah, he was actually on somebody's live the other night and said that women enjoy grapes. So I don't think
Fantastic.
anyone has to take what he says seriously. I think he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And deserves whatever bad things happen to him.
It's hard to imagine being as big of a piece of shit as P. Marge, believing that women like to be raped, and also like being an entire hypocrite while preaching against homosexuality, and also being on Grinder trying to hook up with men. Like, it's just the whole thing's pretty crazy. But
That's tough. That's tough.
certainly is a tough one. But Mac, thank you so much for joining me tonight. Listen, I think
my pleasure.
we proved it took a tweak here or there. I think we proved out that we can have crosstalk between YouTube and TikTok pretty effectively. I'm excited to see where this goes in the future, because it really opens up a lot of room for panel discussions and having guests that consistently co-host together. Because one of the difficulties on my live stream was having guests that can consistently like come up and hang out with me, because like half my calls are from YouTube, and then they can't interact, so they're just sitting there doing
just
nothing.
sitting around, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, this was huge. Was this like the first time?
Is it the first time? Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that was silky smooth for a first venture.
Yeah, I'm pumped. I'm excited. I'm so excited. So like the future of streaming is bright. I'm going to be sharing my knowledge with the people at the Atheist Experience and at the Line, so that they can get integrated with TikTok as well, and we can get the best debates possible, because really do need good debates. The only drawback is on the Line and the Atheist Experience, they still do the call-in with call screening.
Yeah.
So they'd have to accept no call screening somehow with this integration method, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
I know Thinker has a question for you. I don't know if she's reached out to you about vertical streaming on YouTube.
Oh shit!
She wants to get that tightened up.
I don't know if
she has it, but she's not happy with it. So
yeah, her vertical stream doesn't look as professional as it could. So yeah, we need to talk about it. I don't know if she messaged me, but
she just mentioned it like offhand. Remember that?
If you see her before I do, tell her to send me an email. My email is attached, or send me a message in Discord. Because yeah, I want her to be really banging the boards on YouTube. I want her to be successful, and so yeah, we definitely gotta get her YouTube stream looking really slick. Friends, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, mods, for being here. Thank you for everyone who liked, commented, and shared. Thank you so much for everyone who sent gifts. Exodus of Faith sent a bunch of gifts on TikTok. Chet as well. We got a bunch of super chats on YouTube, and we got a bunch of members. The memberships really help to keep the channel afloat, friends. It means a lot to me that so many people support the channel through memberships. If you want the cheat sheet, everyone who's a member of the Kraken Crew Elite's got access to the cheat sheet. Or if you're following me on Patreon, I do have a Patreon in all of my profiles. And so if you have Patreon, you want to support me on Patreon, that is a good, easy method to do it. Pretty low hassle. And I've got the cheat sheet linked to the Patreon account as well for everyone who's subscribed over there. Mac, thank you so much for being here with me, guys. Make sure you're following Mac Luster. If you're not, I can't imagine you're following me and not Mac, but if you're not, drop Mac a follow. He goes live regularly. He bounces in and out of everyone else's lives as well. And he's just a treat to the deconstruction community. We really love and appreciate and enjoy having him here. So before we end the stream, follow Mac. And who should we go raid?
Oh, I'm going to say Thinker.
Thinker's got to be alive. Got to be alive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's got got one going right now. Got a guest up there and everything.
Let me grab Thinker. Make sure everyone knows how to find Thinker on YouTube. Give me a second. Yeah, I see her profile right
Thinker is Arch Thinker is her YouTube. And then just N Growth is her TikTok.
Yeah. If you guys are on TikTok, look for N, the letter N Growth, and you'll find Thinker. If you're on YouTube, go to Arch Thinker. Her tag is Arch Thinker Beyond Think Beyond Dogma. Her handle is at Think Beyond Dogma on the YouTube channel. I'll blow it up. Think Beyond Dogma for her YouTube channel. But Thinker is just fantastic. There's no other way to say it. So drop in on Thinker's live stream, drop her a follow. Tell her Justin and Mac Luster sent you. Tell her Doug The Rock and Sharon Stone sent you. And I'll pop over and say hi to everyone over there in just a few minutes. Mac, good to see you, buddy. I'm sure I'll see you again soon.
Yeah, same. Yeah, definitely. I'd love to make this a more regular thing.
Agreed. Have a good night, friends.
Yeah. All right. Have a good one.